Hello, everyone. It is I, your favorite host, Gotham No Money, Zoro the Fool, whatever. Uh, Brought to you today by Potat and his lovely mind child of a game. We have some special guests here. Everyone, would you like to introduce yourselves? Go down the line for whoever's below me or around me.
All right, I'll
Don't know
start.
what to say.
I don't know. I'll start. I'm Bam. I'm the brawler from Ball and Ballers, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I don't know what we're doing, but it's probably gonna be fun.
I'll go next. I'm Smags. I'm the midfield for the cutie patooties. This is Crouton. I also don't know what we're doing, but I I mean Zoro just threatened to kill us if we lose, so I'm
What?
excited and nervous.
What? No, never. Never. Mr. Quest, how about you?
What's good? I'm Mr. Quest. Actually, please call me Hamster. Mr. Quest was my father.
Okay, understood, hamster. And last but not least,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. You might recognize me, Pro League Juno player, frickin' Chris. Good to see you all. Glad to be here, ready to win. Looking forward to whatever we're doing because I also have no idea what we're doing, but I'm excited.
perfect. That's exactly what I want all of you to know at the moment. Today, we're going to play a game. Omega Strikers. It's a game. Uh, Basically, we have a variety of logos for you. From the entirety of the Omega Striker scene, and we're gonna test your ball knowledge. Can you actually remember what these logos are? All right. And so, without further ado, let's tee you up with a pretty simple one. Okay. Let's tee you up with a pretty simple one. Level 1. Level 1.
Is that what I'm supposed to
You
say?
get the name of the game. You weren't supposed to say it out loud. You're supposed to DM rather Potat or me. Actually, DM Potat your answer
Okay.
to what this logo is. But yeah,
I wasn't told the
level
rules,
1.
so that's part. You know what? That's
Don't
on
worry.
you.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. It is on me. It is on me. It is on me. Give Potat a little DM, and in like another 10 seconds, we'll reveal the answer.
Okay.
So type fast.
No buzzing in.
No buzzing in. We'll go down the line once we've all
Sure
submitted
gets
our
to
answers.
awkwardly watch us type in silence.
So it's basically Final Jeopardy, but every question.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, basically. All right. Are the answers in? The answers are in. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Going down the line. When Potat press this paste button. When Potat presses
Can I
this paste
request that
button.
my entire answer be sent?
I'll allow it if Potat does.
Okay.
Do. Green. What about this is
Right.
green? Ah, I get it. Wow. Some of us already don't know ball knowledge. Going down the line.
No.
From Smags, the answer was Showtime. That is incorrect.
Oh,
Sorry,
Whoa.
Hamster. Wait, why did I get a green square and no answer behind it? Anyways, there's.
I'm just correct.
It's okay. Hamster gave the correct answer. Bead PLX, which he also said at the start of the
I
round.
did.
Uh,
Say that.
Then we have Bam, also PLX, correct, and freaking Chris, not HMG. Not
That's got to
HMG.
be correct. That's correct.
No, it's not. How is it correct, man? Like,
Right?
what?
Smag's full answer was Showtime. I hate it here. Why did you make me do this, Potat? Yeah, you're getting executed. Next round, please. Waiter. All right.
Ooh, that's a good
Level
one.
2, a little throwback to the past. I'm giving you 30 seconds. I once eliminated this team in a playoff setting. Not a playoff setting. It was like in a landing, a liftoff setting. Yeah, that'd be the tier.
Yeah.
So yeah. Big fan of this team right
Yeah,
here. Do you
this
know
team
ball?
is great. This team is great. I love that team. I'm gonna be honest.
It's a pretty great team. Pretty
Yeah.
great team. Some cool people there. You know?
Yeah, but man, sometimes there's people there that I'm like, I kind of hate them but love them at the same time, But it's okay,
I don't know these people. I'm not associated. These guys are clowns, whoever they are.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait, you know who they are? That's crazy. Can't believe it.
Hey, it could be anybody.
Could be. Hey, we
Could
should
be
lift
anyone.
actually.
No information I'm getting. Big
Could
fan.
be anyone. Could be
Yeah,
anyone.
I think I beat this team on the regular, so can't say
I wouldn't be
recognize
surprised. Would not be surprised.
them.
You can't remember all the people you defeat in combat, you know?
Yeah, yep. I try to be as supportive where I can, looking out for the little man, but some slip by.
Do 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 do
The longest
do
30
do
seconds of my
ba
life.
ba 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 boop boop. Okay. Wow. Wow. These are answers. All right, we're gonna go the reverse order this time. Frickin' Chris replied with washed team corpse control, and that is correct. They are the washed team corpse control.
That's so
I know.
cool.
Bam.
What can I
and
say?
Name.
Quest follow
No.
suit and Smags gave Sad Boys as the answer.
No.
Very
My
close.
answer was whatever Dropletto says in Discord chat. Hold on.
The hands
What?
this way. Sort of
Sads Boys. Yep, Sads Boys. That's the answer. All right.
corpse boys.
Level 3. Oh wait, yeah. You're chill. Don't worry. Whoa! Look at that. Is corpse control?
Does that mean all of us have our team logos in here? Because this is an unfair advantage.
That's true. That's true.
Whoa.
Chris,
on
were you a
code.
sub?
Oh,
on
I
Corpse
assure you,
Control?
it'll
What?
be
I've
unfair
never
for
heard of
all of
them
you
in my life.
eventually. I assure you, it'll get unfair for all of you eventually. Don't worry.
I see.
I'm just making sure.
Oh my god.
Do not fear.
There will be no
Andy 6'7".
unfairness in my
6'7".
funny games.
Ooh.
Do you remember this logo? Personally, I'm a pretty big fan of this team. They had a pretty great run at one point in time. They additionally did some great work at a LAN to, give the people some extra context. But yeah, this team in general, pretty big fan of them. Do you remember what this logo is from? The answers are
Fellas,
coming in.
I am cooked.
What do you mean?
This is level 3, just so you know. This is
Don't tell-
these are still normal logos.
Yeah, I'm
These are
like,
normal logos.
I'm like, you should know this, man. I mean, maybe because yeah, I don't want to say too much. Actually, I'm gonna wait for people
Not
to
saying
answer.
a
I
word.
don't want to. I don't want to give the answer up.
I'm here to win.
Exactly. It's so important. What are we winning? Actually, like,
Not
can
getting
you
enough for me.
You win the blood of conquest. Yeah, you win the like souls of your opponents.
Oh, okay, I kill them all and then I get their soul.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you
Okay,
get to take their soul. Yeah,
that's pretty
yeah.
cool. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah,
I
no,
like
it's
that.
nice. It's nice. I personally have a collection of souls in the back from people I beat in the logo game. Spags, guys, why am I here?
Help! What is going on?
All right.
Right.
Yeah, we need to be enforcing this time limit. I mean, this
That's
is
true. That's
TikTok.
Yeah, what the heck?
deadlines
I
are
have to wait for
deadlines
Potet to
these
send me
days.
the answers anyways, so it's like
yeah, you're not in control of this.
All right. Smags with the guess of polar. No, that is not polar cortex. Hamster quest.
Oh my
Man,
gosh! I know what it
Wolf
is
guessed
now. Frick.
correctly. Woe chills. Sony.
Oh,
ZZZ and Cakes
Yes.
went kind of nuclear. I believe they took down. It was like
Demon's
it
Raw?
was a mix of it was Demon's Raw at Cali Lan. And then Chris guessed Showtime. It's not Showtime.
it was a joke.
But,
It was a joke.
Good try. Good try.
It was a joke.
Anyways,
Like the story.
on to level
Like about
4.
that.
On to level 4. Make sure to hide it. Beautiful. Now, I hope you all get this one. Considering your past guesses. Send them in. Send them in quick.
Right.
Do not
Anybody
forget-
who wouldn't,
Do not
and
forget
anybody.
the team name. Do not forget the team name. I will be punishing if you do not get the exact team name.
Okay,
Right,
all right,
right,
okay,
and-
right,
This when Zoro
Right.
kills us on camera?
right.
Yeah, this one I'll
Okay,
kill you
yeah.
on
Anybody who
camera if you do
doesn't
not
get
get the
this
exact team name.
obviously has no idea. Like they're
Anyone who does
they're
not get this
clueless.
might be a tourist of the scene. I'll say
Well,
it.
I might be a tourist because I'm
Right,
not
I
getting
wouldn't-
this.
I'm hella
I'm
tourist,
not
so-
getting this, man. Hello?
What do you mean you're not getting this?
Hey, dude, I don't know. I'm not looking how many letters there is. All right, like what is this?
What do you mean letters?
What?
It's a
It's cooked.
We're
What?
getting letters? What the heck?
bone chilling things are happening. Some people may or may not have ever watched Bestie stream in their lives. Dropletto is correct. It is in fact.
Nobody
Bun
told me when
Bun.
I was going on stream I was getting called out. All right.
Not Bun Bun.
Okay, I'm a fraud.
Alright.
All right, it's not my fault. It happens.
Alright.
All right.
It's fine. I got it.
Where are the answers? Waiter, have you all sent in your answers yet? Use the first
Yeah.
answers before people in chat type the right answers.
Dude, don't even have the stream open. Like, what is this? It's
Wait, do I have to spell it correctly?
Yes, that's what he
Oh,
said.
oh,
That's what I'm saying.
what?
Like,
This
it's
is not
over,
possible.
Chris.
Wait, wait,
It's
wait,
over,
wait.
Chris.
I gotta
Okay,
guess.
Team
Wait,
is
nope,
hard to
it's over.
spell.
Your answers have been in. Your answers
No,
are
no,
in
no.
fact in. And I
It's
have,
over.
No!
I
It's
have
over,
the
Chris.
greatest
It's
thing.
over,
I have the
Chris.
greatest
Why?
thing. Smags is the only one who got it right. It is in fact
it
No
this?
Demon
way.
Time, not Demon
Oh my
Raw,
god,
even
no.
It is Demon Time by the little film roll at the top. W Smags.
Oh my gosh.
1 million.
Good job, Smags.
No way.
Good job, good job.
The
good
rest
job.
of the people guessed Demon's Raw, which is not a bad guess, but no, it is Demon Time. All right, on to level 5.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. Okay.
This logo is ugly and terrible. and the
No,
people
no,
who
it's
made it
great.
should feel
Okay,
ashamed of
don't trash
themselves.
talk this, all right? I do not, don't, okay?
But
No.
what is this logo? This logo, yeah, I hated this one. This is a low tier logo by far and away. Don't know who made it.
It's so
Whoever
great.
did make it should feel bad of themselves, though, in my opinion. Yeah,
Oh
that's about all I can
boy.
provide context for.
It's
Get typing, get tippy typing. We don't got all day. Get tippy typing. The Jeopardy music is playing in
over.
my mind.
it's over.
It's over. It's over.
Chris,
I got
lock
this.
in, man.
I
Go get your dumbbell.
How
And
many
like,
points do you
you're-
have?
you're- you're-
Wait.
Smags
How
is
many
catching
points
up
do
to
you have?
Smags is catching up. Watch
How many
out.
points do you have?
I don't know. I'm not watching the stream. I don't know how many points I have, man.
Did you get one right?
I got like all of them right except Demon's Time, bro.
Oh my gosh, it's
Oh my
over.
God, it's cooked.
Demon's Time. What?
I do. It's gonna look like that for quite a while. I promise you.
I see.
I'm very consistent.
I believe in y'all. I believe
Say
in
whatever
y'all.
you got. I don't have. Yeah, that's my final answer.
Bone
I know it's
chilling.
correct. It's genuinely correct though. So
Okay, okay. Going down the line, Smags.
Yes.
If Bam hates it, then I hate it. It's ballin'. Wrong.
What?
If
What?
something impact. No, not something impact. Bam, nerd boom, correct. Nerd boom.
Yes.
Yuck.
Yes, yes,
And then
No,
Chris,
it's
the best team, obviously.
What?
there you go.
Nerd boom. Yeah, that's a
Nasty
disgusting
season
logo,
4.
and they should feel ashamed of themselves. Anyways, next round, please. Waiter. This one is a bit of a throwback. By a throwback, I mean not a throwback, but if you know, you know.
God, what's the name?
I
of it?
mean,
I know
it's
exactly what it looks like.
it's
I
like
don't know.
it's one might say it's rather patriotic. But yeah, big fan of this logo right here, and it's a backwards feature. It's a really beautiful logo. It's a really beautiful logo, all things considered, and it represents like the heart of the people. You know.
Mm,
You know.
it represents the
Canadian.
heart of the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a timeless classic, you'd say.
I don't know if it's timeless, but it is a classic.
Okay. I'm not getting to
Really?
work
Oh,
quickly. I
your
promise
generous
you.
your generous leader Potat has
Oh, you're
spoken.
gonna have to be way more generous than that.
How many words can I submit?
That's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna do, man.
Get ready for 18-word answers.
That's my final answer.
I'm so ready. I'm so ready for these answers. I cannot wait.
Hey, just before we reveal more, okay?
Yeah?
And I continue to participate in this character assassination.
Mm.
How many more levels do we have in front of us?
We
ballpark.
have you scheduled. We have you scheduled until 2. So we have you scheduled for another 25 minutes.
Ah,
There's 5 more levels.
Very good.
Ready.
Very good.
Right.
Right. Chat,
All right,
it's not good. I'm gonna run
Smags,
out of jokes
W
real quick.
Smags, Forged Fury. That is in fact
Yeah.
the correct answer.
Oh, I see.
Hampton
Nice.
Quest gave
got a word right.
Fury Invasion NA-Time EU, which does in fact have one word in there. So, Pokedex
got
would
one
count
of
that
those
or not,
words.
go ahead. Bam with America, USA, US, Carmine is a bastard. None of those words are in that logo, but close. Good
The
attempt.
flag is
And
there, though.
Chris replied with "It's frickin' Chris," and sadly, none of those logos,
Right.
none of those words are
Timeless
in there.
classic.
You were so
fan of the
close, man.
people.
You were so
Okay.
close.
I, for the people who haven't noticed, in fact, the U.S. flag is on the wrong side. It's like it's just broken, which is like really weird. Maybe
Right.
just replace the logo. You could just switch the flag locations, and it would work.
Yeah.
By proxy of the British flag or the Great Britain or whatever it is. Yeah. Sure, that happened. Anyways, a classic,
That's awesome.
classic logo. Level 7. Level 7. Do you remember the ancient texts? I hope you do. If you don't, I would be rather sad. But this is a really, really old team, winding back the clock to the beginning of days. Do you remember what this team is? Yeah, actually, I'll give you a hint as well. There was a sequel to this team just in the last season of NAST. It's a sequel to the naming scheme of this team.
Right.
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 And I know
right.
the answer. But what we should do is we should collaborate. There's no rules against collaborating.
That's true, Chris. What is it?
No. No
Right.
collaborating.
Well, I know you
Stop
have the
fucking-
answer though. So
Stop the
you
count.
say the answer.
So
What
just
do you
say
mean
I'll
I have
I'll
the answer?
confirm
I
it.
don't.
I've got it.
I'll confirm it.
That's all we need.
Okay, answer Quiz. What is it? You know, we've been on the same team.
The people are
one time.
collaborating. Get ready to send in the riot team.
In a draft?
HQ, HQ, could Could you check your DMs for me real quick?
TikTok,
They're
TikTok,
empty.
TikTok.
No
No,
reason.
time is
Oh,
going.
completely unrelated. Completely
He just
unrelated.
says help.
TikTok, TikTok. Your time is running out.
Oh no, I got you. I got you.
If I don't get my
Alright.
answers, if I don't get my
Alright.
answers, I'm blowing y'all up.
That's the answer.
You're getting exploded.
That's what they wanted to name it. That's gotta be it.
Okay.
They
Okay.
wanted this. You gotta vote for what you hope it is. You guys ever played?
I love the Twitch
any
chat.
game
I
like this
love the
before?
Twitch
You
chat. They're
just gotta
doing
vote
great
for what you
work
hope
back
it is.
there.
It's like playing
All right.
Footed from.
I want my
Jackbox
answers
games.
now.
I need to make sure
Gotta
Bam
vote.
doesn't win.
No more
because it's
answers. I'm
Wait,
cutting off
I'm
the
not
answers.
winning.
There's not an answer in.
Am I
You
winning?
don't get an answer.
You're winning.
Really? I don't
Cutting them
know,
off.
man.
Oh yeah, here we go.
A
You're
is
so
in
humble.
fact feeling so hungry. Peculiar. Where are my answers? I will execute y'all if you have not gotten them to me. Podat, did they
Oh my
submit
God.
their answers? Or are they calling? Nah, they don't get an answer. It's over. They've timed out. Okay. Okay, we're good.
Fun game.
I just sent it to a random person on my friends list. What was that?
What? The answers are in when they actually enter my DMs. No, take your time. Take your time. You're all good. Smags with the answer, OMG, I sent it in a different DM. I'm so sorry. Dog like Spike. And that is the correct answer. Dog like Spike. DLS. Hamster Quest followed suit. Dog like Spike. Bam with the plink plonk lamau. How dare you? How dare you? Think about your actions. And then Chris replied with sexy cat. Yes. Yes. I
That's
mean,
the correct answer.
I don't know if you'll count that, but that like low key, that's correct. That's like low key correct. The people say yes. The people say
That's
yes.
the
Okay.
help I
crazy.
answered.
That's crazy.
Dog like Spike, hungry like nephew, sexy cat.
Take the cat.
There's also tenacious like tenacious like Tom, and something like Jerry. I don't remember what the last one is. Maybe it's cunning like Jerry. Something like that. Do you know
video.
what this one is? I used to play against this team at a moment in time. I believe they actually beat me in the circuit that I was in when we played against them. I also believe this was the first debut of my friend A and I playing together. This is the first time I think we ever played together. It was on Taiko Temple.
Mm.
That's a throwback for all of you.
Are we allowed to ask some questions, some exploratory questions?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Do all members of the team have at least 2 vowels in their name?
I
No.
don't know all of the members of the
Just
team.
20
I
questions.
couldn't tell you.
Okay, all right.
I think I
Follow-up
know
question.
2 of them. I think I
Yep.
know 2 of them, and yes, they do have more than 2 vowels in their name.
Okay. Do you know the brawler?
I think I know the brawler. I
Okay.
think I know the brawler. I don't
Okay.
think they play the game anymore.
Okay.
There's another
Okay.
hint for you.
Okay. Is their favorite color orange?
Yeah, yeah, it
Okay.
is actually.
All right,
Pretty sure.
Send it to me.
Me send
Now
it to
send
you.
me the
What do you mean? You gotta send it to me.
I got it. I got it.
I believe another fact is I'm pretty sure I would retired their brawler. I think Polar Cortex might have retired their brawler. After
Alright.
after they lost to us. My bad.
Watch this.
I'm ready for the answers. After this 20 questions game, I'm ready. Do 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 do.
Yeah, that's my answer.
You seem sure of yourself, man.
Nah, it's gotta be this. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. All right.
All right, the answers are coming in. Potat is typing, in fact.
Don't laugh. You're gonna spoil it.
Smags replied with, "This is Lightning McQueen, bro." See second image.
I wanted to write that
And
so bad.
you're not wrong. And you're not wrong. Hamster Quest, see first image. What is Hamster Quest with the answer Kerchoo? Yeah, we need these images on stream. Bam with Vroom Vroom and Chris with Give Me the Point. Yeah. Loki, I'm only down to give the answer to Mr. Quest. That's
Yeah.
that's the only one that actually had a semblance of the answer of the team name, which
That's
is
what
in
I'm
fact
talking about. That's
Kachow.
what it's
The
all
team
about.
is Kachow.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
true.
dude!
I forgot.
I was actually about to submit that. I'm like, nah,
I
it'd be funny if
completely
I
forgot.
I did not.
Yeah, wait, show the logo. There it is. Yeah. The answer is Kachow.
Awesome.
W Mans. And W Lore with me and A. There you go. First time playing together on the Fools. That was the team we were on. Knockoff Lightning McQueen. Level 9. Things get really hard from here on out. Remember, I said OS teams,
I
not
already know this one.
North American teams exclusively or
Oh my
whatever.
God.
So good luck.
It's over.
Good luck.
It's over.
Yeah, I'm gonna enforce a tighter time limit on this, cause
I got you.
yeah. Yeah.
Man.
Who are the world travelers of our group? Who have seen the beauties of other civilizations?
Vaughn, please DM me.
Vaughn can't help you now, pal.
That would be cheating. Don't do that. Nobody DM me. That would be terrible.
Right. A lot of reverse image searching occurring here. The people have been consulting the internet for this one. You would be correct, A. The people really do gotta unlock their minds for this one.
I've been DM'd
All
by
right, the
4
answers are in. Mags. EUSL is fake. Final answer. Final answer is lockdown.
Oh.
Hamster Quest with
Oh, let's go.
K Diablo. Wait, Diablo. What? Diablos?
Yeah.
What the hell? Wow, I butchered that. Bam with EU sucks. Trust me, for real. Trust. And then Chris with the Rorschach test. And like low key, that also isn't off too bad. But yeah, lockdown is your answer. Shoutouts to Sloth, met him in Denver.
I like how
That
the
guy's
silhouette
super
looks
chill.
like two people's faces.
Yeah, I was
Hey,
thinking
hey.
the same thing. I was
Yeah.
like, I saw
Yeah.
a logo. I was like, it makes no sense. Like, look at
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I see the two faces as well.
And the pupil too. Look at their eyes. Like they
Yeah.
have pupils. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's pretty wild, yeah. Hey, shout out to the
That's
5
amazing.
people that DM'd me, and you were all wrong. Thank you. Hey, appreciate it. I'm blocking all of you.
Good luck with this one as well. From like I hope you know the character by this point
Oh,
in time.
gosh.
But do you know the logo? Is the question of the hour. Just saying. It's hey. W Umamusume.
Never watched anime in my life. I touch
Eater
grass.
from the top rope messaged me with the correct answer. So shout out. Good work. Okay. Yeah, I'd also kill for fictional horse girls. One day, someone will make a TM Opera
This
O
one's
logo,
crazy.
you know? Okay, so answers are coming in. Wait, Kokolixo. Wait, Loki? We should get Kokolixo in here to give lore. Yeah, Coco, join a VC. Join a VC when we do the answers. If you're there, if you can hear me in time, join a thing. And give me lore. For real, for real, for real. Alright, the answers better be in. Send your answers, you're out of time.
I've already sent
TikTok.
it.
I sent it.
I'm good.
Alright,
I have
good,
no
good,
idea.
good. Alright, perfect.
Okay, I'm locking in the
The re-
dub. I'm already ahead. No one's getting this.
The replies were as followed. Smags, some Umamusume bullshit. I fucking know it. You would be correct.
Oh yeah.
Hamster Quest, Umamusume horse girls. First off, why are you just saying horse girls? You should know the exact horse girl there. Bam, plink plonk, this time for sure, executed. And Chris, Tachyon! Yeah, it is in fact Tachyon Core. I'm down to give Chris another 0.5 points for the Tachyon Core, because you're missing the core part. But yes, it's Agnes Tachyon with a core. W mans.
Yo, the brawler is
Kokolixo.
Rice Shower. That's crazy.
Kokolixo, take us away. Give us some
Hey.
lore.
I don't think there's a lot. Choose Rice Shower really likes Mamusume a lot. I do hate Mamusume, but he really likes it. So he said, "Why don't we fuse Agnes Tachyon
That's
with
awesome.
the core?" That's it. I don't think
That's
that's there is anymore.
Fair
That's
enough.
awesome. That's awesome.
Why don't we fuse Agnes Tachyon with the core? Yeah, Rice Shower, Brawler, Umamusume. Yeah, Umamusume and Omega Strikers combined. A little collab between Bestie's two biggest things. And last but not least,
Some more.
good luck. Good luck with this last one.
I mean, I know this one. This one's easy.
Yeah, this logo is really easy. I will give you a hint. There is in fact 3 logos in this one logo.
Yeah.
Good luck guessing them all.
Yep. So I'm seeing a cactus,
I'll give you a hint.
and
There
it's somebody
is, in
holding
fact,
finger bunnies.
No cactus.
Uh-oh. I was
There
really
is, in
all in on
fact,
that cactus.
No cactus. There is no cactus there.
No cacti. Not a single cacti in there. huh?
Not a single cactus.
We got some spiky clouds.
Mhm.
An upside down.
Who's the little guy in the bottom right?
Are they all NAST logos at least?
Interested in this little
Nope.
guy.
No, they're not. I'll tell you that one. They're not all NAST logos either.
This
Two of them are. Two of them are.
So it's. Okay, right. I
One of
gotta
them
answer.
isn't a current team. I know. I don't know about the other one. Actually, all of them aren't currently a team, I think. Okay, yeah. Yeah. A is right. A is right. Yeah, one team has not been here for a while. One team. Well, I mean, I've spoiled an answer if you look in Twitch chat, but what can you do? In life?
I mean, that'd be cheating. Just don't look at Twitch
Can't
chat.
be-
What?
Yeah, just don't look at Twitch chat.
That is not
Mags.
that hard,
Yeah,
you know?
just don't look at Twitch chat.
Yep.
Right.
You
Hey,
always
hey.
say that, and like,
The answers are coming in. You guessed correctly. Yeah.
oh, I'm not for that.
Okay, bonus points. Got you.
I mean, just have Zoro come over and shoot me down, bro.
On my way. 1.83 points for frickin' Chris. Get ready. We're about to jump up. All right. Waiting on one final response. Is this just a bunch of Pokemon? No, Suplex, it is not. It is the mind children of many people's bad logos.
That's awesome, by the way. Whatever this logo, I'm very excited to see this logo.
Yeah, I've never
Am I a
seen this.
Beedrill or a
I've
Kuma
never
type
seen
of
this
fella?
logo.
It
I'm a
looks sick
Beedrill
though.
type of fella.
Trust.
It is. I have uh a vendetta against the logos with 3 things in them.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, these logos ain't it. But hey, waiting for the answers.
I don't got nothing. You can go ahead.
All right, send it.
I'm not.
One team or multiple. It's in fact 3 teams conglomerated into one. It's an abomination to mankind. Each of these teams was also a logo that had more than 3 things in it.
Yep.
Smags replied with Flying Wheeze Little Bees plus some other EUSL team. God, just end me now. Just keep my answer, Lamau.
No.
It's honestly kind of poetry.
What?
Hamster Quest
Oh my
with
gosh.
Kudash's Rat Bees. There is a mouse, I think, in there.
Yeah.
And then Bam with Dream Team, Rat Pack, Plink Plonk, Showtime. That's 4 answers, and none of them are right.
Yo, there's a mouse. It's like
This-
close to a rat, you know?
this
It's close
and
enough.
an unholy amalgamation of 3 teams. There's a fish in there for sure. Some clouds, a queen chess piece, and a core. Wow, none of those are correct. It is in fact LLC combined with Wee's Little Bees combined with Los Goats, I think. Yeah, there it is. It's on the screen in front of me. Yeah. You have Luke and
Wow.
Hungry Boy from LLC in that 3-part little thing. The Wee's Little Bees flying around, and finally one of the mouses from Los Goats. So hey,
I should have recognized
was
the wee
something.
little bees. The whole
Yeah.
the blob just got me
It's
all
the only
lost.
discernible
Yeah,
silhouette.
same.
Yeah.
It's like-
All right, I'm
Yeah,
now actually
and with
speaking on
that-
stream. Yeah, this took me 4 hours to make. I had to. You can see the drawing on the top right. You can see the two hands above the head of the rat. I had to draw that from scratch, and I pinged Colt, one of Sam's CCL
Yeah.
teammates, to ask, "How do you draw fingers?" And I made that logo.
Shout out to the
Wow.
Fool server. Comment there. It's a great time. W general chat. Anyways, yeah, that is about it for our lovely logo game. Everyone thank Potat very much for his diligent work in making this all come together. Give him a round of applause, people. Come on, clap, clap.
It'll be Potat.
Thank you because I won.
Thank you
Wait,
so
wait,
much.
who won? You won?
Me.
Quest?
Hamster
Hamster
Quest
won.
did in fact
I know
win.
ball.
Do you see
Apparently
this
I'm
guy?
not
He was
smart.
locked in the entire time.
Yeah.
I don't
You
mess
can't
around.
go to the Fool server of Zoro? Yes, you can. It's open
I'm playing
invite.
for points.
Anyways,
I'm gonna win.
W Hamster Quest, the best ball knower in the league, clearly.
Yep.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
Just how it is.
All right, and with that being said, it's 2:00. I don't know if we want to do predictions or not. We probably should just move on from that and call it here. But I hope you all are looking forward to a wonderful NASA Nasty day. I look forward to watching the games. and I'll see you all in the post show when it comes around.
Good luck on the games,
I don't
fellas.
promise to
Yeah,
that.
good luck. Good luck.
Huh?
You don't gotta show up for the post show, but I'll be there. You know what I mean? It's like
Okay,
you'll
I'll
see me
see
on,
you.
on Twitch. Yeah. And with
Gotcha.
that, yeah. Bye, everyone.
Much love. Later, Gators.
we on? Okay. Hello, I am Carmine. Welcome back to the NAST League. This will be Boss vs. Dads. I'm on with Trevor, otherwise known as Milkman. What do you think of this ref?
I think they should have done like a heavy damage, because tempo swing and explosive, my gosh, those are like really good at just dumping out damage. Zentaro here for dad, for I mean, you have to go explosive or tempo. Personally, explosive is really good on Zen. Just any dash awakening. Oh boy, it's really good. Um, Amy Drakkar. Drakkar is kind of good right now because of his primary, and the cooldown with strike. It's
Mhm.
just Drakkar is just really really good at the moment. But I personally think damage is the way to go in this.
I'm seeing Boss opted to ban the Kazan. I think that's a little bit of respect put on Asianator here. He's often picking that Kazan, the Dubu, I believe, in the Finny, and I think he's had a lot of success this season with Kazan. So definitely interesting to see that, especially on this start.
I do like to see the X ban as well to give Conqueror, to put him on other picks because I do think X is his best as well.
Yeah, notable, weak brawler X being banned. Crazy. Let's see.
Right.
A lot of Centaur laughs being thrown out here. Okay. Clift is on Atlas midfield. Oh no. A kill has already been taken out here in the early parts of the point here. I see. Another kill. Okay.
Another.
I see this comp is just a KO powerhouse. I mean, Atlas is just putting so much support for his Zentara and Finny here. Mexi
Atlas does
almost gets
do
the
a
primary
lot of.
off, but Zentara Wolfmang has a really good secondary here. Great to see.
Atlas does do a lot of damage for no reason as well.
It's true. Spawning top side, we got a Finicardo and Conquer. He's taking a lot of damage here. Oh, Boss is mounting an offense bot side. We got a counter attack from Wolfmang. Good ult here and there. The block is taken. Wolfmang has a lot of pressure with his abilities here. Love to see it.
You do need to try to get it in the corner from Boss because I do think that's their win con here. It can't just really go open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Dubu Brawler is an interesting pick here. I think it's going to struggle a bit, especially against Finny. She's very good at like keeping him off of them, so definitely gonna want to see some speed and like size for Dubu here. But yeah, I mean, Dad is just setting the pace of this game. Really,
It seems like they set their footing in the match. Boss, I can feel like they're not doing so well, but I do believe that once they start cracking some jokes in the VC, they will play significantly better.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Conquer is taking a lot of damage here. A core flip burn from Asianator almost clears into the enemy net. Next has a good save. Trying to get it around the enemy team. Oh, a great ult from Doxy. Let's see if she can really seal the deal here. I'm really liking Mexi pushing up to give space for Conquer to get some orbs. I'm definitely noticing that Dubu's taking a surplus of damage here. It's making it very hard to get the comp running here for Boss, but looks like they're finding their stride.
A lot of damage on Conk so far to get him out of the play. I do think that's a pretty good way of just outright dumping damage as we speak. He dies, leaving it in a 2v3. See if they can make something happen with this.
Doxy's looking a little low. Conquer respawns, but Wolfmang has a great shot topside. Just ends the point here. Yeah, I think if Boss wants to succeed in this comp, they're gonna need a lot more stagger on Conquer, and it just means the points have to last longer, so they can level up a little bit. I'm seeing heavy impact pickup from Centauro, denies the Drakkar in the process. Let's see what Drakkar. I think Drakkar is looking at Spark, Aerials, very great pickup here. I think if Conqueror gets bulk up, the game is going to look a lot easier for him, but it looks like it's just going to be 1-2 punch Stinger. Yeah.
1-2 punch
I mean-
Dubu is not something that you should take lightly, by the way. That is, he still has really good KO power. So if like you're on the ledge, he secondaries you and just walls, you're done for.
True. Oh. Daz launching an offense on bot side here. Great ult from Finny, putting the core forwards. Still has a lot of damage pressure for blue team here. Let's see if red team can take the initiative here.
Conqueror,
rotating
a
next
lot
here.
of damage on Conqueror. Trying his best to live so far, but I mean, he's Dubu. He's pretty big, so I mean, you can't really evade all this damage. You have to get in there. Can't really play passive with him.
Could even say he's the largest.
He is
Perhaps
the
the biggest?
largest.
You can say. I mean, that's a great point for Dads here. I mean, they really just have the pace of the game like in their favor right now. I think it's gonna be really hard for Boss to come back here. I think without some like a good draft here and there.
The way I see Boss having to play this is Conqueror just has to sit on Asianator and prevent him from just having so much Finny cards be sent out. He just has to sit on them and damage jump. He can't let them do the damage jumping.
Oh, a great ult here for Finny. Wolfgang burns, flip to survive. Cliff is dribbling, looking for an out here. Wolfman's looking back online, he grabs the orb. Let's see if he can get back on offense. I mean, Asianator has a great flip there. I mean, this is looking rough. Let's see.
They do have somewhat of their footing, but they need to have a game plan and stick to it. It looks like they're all over the place. They need to like kind of stutter in the corner really, and I do think that's Boss's win con. Is just putting it in the corner, having the big hamster, big chud, just do all the work, and then have your team cover the out clear.
Definitely hard for Drakkar. I mean, put the core forwards here, and Wolfman just ends the set there. Let's see what we can get this draft. I'm looking at peak performance, Reptile, for Dubu here. If he can get that, I think the game can like definitely look a lot different. Ad Rush is a huge pickup here. It's definitely going to have to be denied from Drakkar, I think. Otherwise, I think the game is basically sealed. Maybe Aimi can get a Timeless Creator. Could definitely keep the core forwards more often for Dubu to actually capitalize with his buttons. Opt for the peak performance, definitely interesting choice there. And then Conqueror Chrono Boost. Of course. My apologies, you know. Was not ready for the Chrono Boost pickup. We got a Zentaro laugh. Very curious. Let's see what he can do with it. Maybe he just needs the extra dash range to really put in some work here on offense. Great ult here. An Aimi turret to really like put the core on the offense here. Next he's walking up looking for a scoring attempt, but goes right back. Oh, failed dribble attempt. Conqueror almost gets the secondary. A great strike from Conqueror. I mean, the bravado on this man is quite something. I mean, it's almost like he hasn't even lost 2 sets to just overwhelming damage, right?
But it seems like they really needed that extra health to stay alive and have more presence in the map. It seems to be working out quite well.
Doxy breaks the black hole. Hopefully they can get the core forwards easier. Taxi is trapped in the Dubu ult. Unfortunate. Conqueror has a great primary here. Let's see if he can really get it in there. I'm looking at Conqueror's flip right now. Let's see if he can capitalize on it before he dies, but they take him out. The Scump just has so much damage pressure. Zentaro's been looking very strong this patch, so not surprised there, but I mean, Mexi's has great button usage here. Ah, but they take the luck anyways.
A little bit of strike layering issues there.
That happens. Gets the core out, but Asianator has a great ult back in the offense, but Conqueror has an ult. The ult is great. It keeps the core on the wall. Actually, great primary here. Let's see if Conqueror can get the core and actually like make something of it here. I think if they put the core on the wall, it'll definitely go in eventually against this Finny bastard character.
Oh, and an
happens.
own goal.
Happens.
Does happen. Every midfielder gets one every game. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Wolfmane's aura was far too powerful for Dux to handle. You know, these things happen. And see if we can shift the game back into our boss's favor here. So we're going to keep it there. Cliff is on bot side trying to keep it forwards. Wolfmane is a great strike. See Doxy trying to get it out here, layering, but good core flip from Wolfmane here, doesn't go through. But a good forward click there. I mean, this game is looking pretty one-sided. You know, the draft diff with the Atlas midfield is looking pretty strong, but let's see.
Never expected the Atlas midfield. It just seems like a troll pick, but I mean, Cliff is showing me otherwise, and he's proving that Atlas midfield is something you can do.
Yeah, especially on explosive entrance. I mean, as we say this, I mean, it looks like Boss wants to win this set. Like, that was fast, bombastic offense here. You love to see it. It's not great to take it slow against this team as it's dying. So, definitely great to see it. Missed dash punch from Doxy. See, core flip from Cliff here. Almost gets it in. Conqueror is looking very low. Can't get the orb.
Try to get an offense here with Mexi pushing up here. I like that. I do think that Mexi has to push up a little more. We need that offense. We can't be playing slow with this team, because if we play slow, they'll just kit dump you and you'll be out of the play. You'll be forced into a power play that you don't like, and you know everything just goes south from there.
See a lot of offense pressure here. Imi turret put down, but it goes through anyways. Conqueror's trying to get it forward here with his ult, but it looked like he's gonna die any moment now. But I mean, a great flip from Asianator, just puts it in. That's the end of game one. Yeah. So
I like
Trevor,
to see that. What's up?
what do you think of the draft here? I mean, I was looking at both teams. I was a little worried about the Atlas midfield, but I guess it just proved to be superior against this comp, right?
I did like the Zentaro, the Finny. I mean, those guys are just damage machines. But the Atlas midfield is something I did not really expect. I expected Atlas to be put in the net, because I mean that's all you really see him on. You don't see him much on brawler or midfield. But today, Cliff showed up, played Atlas, played for the vibes, and well, he started scoring. He started having a huge presence on midfield.
I see Cliff and Asianator sharing redirects here. You know, the midfield goalie synergy looking mighty weak right now.
Centauro had the most damage in the game. He's looking quite weak this patch, especially on a tempo explosive swing start.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, Drakkar being unbanned just to lose every NAST game so far. You know, happens. All good. Very strong
Noticing a
character.
trend here.
Yeah. All good. Let's see.
As we go on to the next draft. So, what is your thoughts on how you think Boss should be playing this next set?
We're going on to Inkies, I believe. Definitely going to be a shift from Atlab. A lot harder to like actually get damage off, I think. So we're gonna have to see, right? Start is definitely depends, right?
Boss side is blue.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good.
So Trevor, how's the
What's
new
up?
Hearthstone Battlegrounds patch?
I don't know. I haven't really tried it out much. I've been playing a lot of demons. A lot of demons, a lot of pirates. Pirates is
Yeah,
very fun 'cause you can just fucking, you can just APM. Um, you have infinite gold. It's quite fun. So
yeah, I know what you mean. Definitely a big beast guy. Anyways, you guys should play Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Kind of down. Let's see from the comp here. Where is the comps? Let me go find this. I think they'll be drafting in a second here. Okay, it's Hot Shot Recovery Drone.
yes.
Oh, I see. I think Kazan ban is definitely going to be priored or picked here for the side of boss, as we see there was a lot of respect put on our last game, so probably going to be seeing the same thing.
I also think that Estelle should be pick ban here because of Hot Shot, along with maybe Rasmus because of Recovery Drone. The size is kind of needed on Rasmus.
Yeah, Cell's looking very strong here on the start. Always been a top pick on Inkies, so we'll definitely see. Cliff has always been great on the Estelle. Doxy has it in the backpack. Let's see how our bans and picks go.
So how do you think we should be playing Inkies?
Well, Rat Pack always plays topside on the midfielder because playing bot side is too hard for me. So um I'm assuming that both teams are just gonna adopt like a heavy corner like strategy. I know Dad's just like splitting the court on offense, like in the corner. No really thinking there, like just put on offense, do a lot of damage. I think they're gonna probably opt for drafting Zentaro again with this start. Even though like Rasmus Kazan probably look very strong here, just because I think what's his name, the brawler on Dad. I'm blanking.
Wolfman.
GG's. Wolfman looked very comfortable on the pick there, so definitely wait to see.
Excited to see this I start along with Hotshot. Do you think a lot of characters are really good with Hotshot? Just the outright red core and overtime with the primary is really good. It's really fun.
It's a Kai ban. Okay. I think their boss is trying to force an Estelle first pick here. Let's see.
A lot of counters to Estelle as well. So forcing a Estelle is not bad. However, Juno's looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, I think they will ban Estelle here to force unique midfield picks. Yeah, makes sense. Boss first pick. It might be a Juno here. Yeah, I know Doxy is great. Juno has been picking it a lot this season, so I mean they're leaving Kazan open. It seems they don't really care about it. Maybe because the core speed from Hotshot not as um, oppressive as in a pick here. Let's see data what they pick here.
Kazan.
Kazan makes sense. Size start. It could be Wolfmang or Asianator. We'll see. Okay, we're going for a brawler pick. Kazan's and Taro. Let's see if we can get Wolf or Cliff on a brawler midfield again. Maybe we're gonna see the Atlas Centauro Kazan comp that has been prophesized since beginning of time.
I
Down.
do think Asianator is really good with the Kazan. He saves stuff like Muffin Koi. I personally think he is the Muffin Koi Junior, because he plays Kazan so well in the net. When he's, in my eyes, he's like an extreme brawler. You don't really see him in the net.
Oh, we got a Drakkar goalie X brawler. Very similar comp to last time, I think. Just trying to get the core forwards and have like big buttons to really like finish off, right? So definitely interesting. Let's see what Cliff goes here. or it could be Cliff could be the Kazan. I mean, I don't know anymore with these comps. You can never really know, but it looks like Cliff goes Octavia. Not a lot of midfielders to choose from with the Kaya Stell ban, so definitely a strong pick. I think Octavia makes use of the space on this map very well. So
Octavia is definitely something to be scared of. Always has secondary up. Octavia has so much presence on the map that you have to KO her to get rid of her. And I do think Boss's team is really good at KOs, along with just preventing Octavia from really touching the core. Um, and the Juno has so much map presence along with her Blobos that they can just like pass to the X who can sit on the Kazan to potentially get a strike or hit stun because X has a lot of wind up time.
hmm yeah, for sure. I'm assuming Octavia is going to go, or Cliff is going to get recovery drone here. It's gonna be almost impossible to kill her, I think, this game without like really good drafts here. So the Octavia is probably going to be online for most of the game. I think that will be the deciding factor of this game. I think Zentaro, while being very good, and Wolfman was operating it on like a very high level last game, this hotshot like recovery drone start is not looking very impressive. So definitely going to be looking forward to Octavia really shining here in this comp, right? Really putting the core forwards and whatnot.
I'm excited to see the Kazan goalie. That has been something I've wanted to pick up. I'm not really good at it.
Don't let them know for week 9, bro. You have to sell in the back pocket. Trust.
It's in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe I'll pull out the Julie.
Yeah,
Join the net.
you're gonna pull out the Juliet goalie. I'm kind of down.
Man, I can let my secrets out.
I'm looking down to go 8-1. I fuck with that. Okay. All right, we're starting. All right, it's not Kazan midfield. Thank God. Thank Chungus. We have
Thank
somewhat
God.
normal comps for both teams here.
I think this team heavily
Conqueror.
relies on Octavia just being able to do all the work, and Wolfgang has to just damage dump and prevent them from really interacting with the core.
All sides of Dad here have taken recovery drone. Makes sense, but it's basically going to be KOs or like out of the comp here. Like it's not gonna happen very easily. And it looks like the pressure is just non-stop here. That's looking very strong. Octavia very weak. Let's see what Boss can do to. Oh, we're opting for Conqueror going bot side now. Interesting, because Conqueror was topside the last round. It looks like they're switching up based on the team's comp here.
I do think kickoff is the most important thing on this map. It just decides who uses abilities first, and the goalies have to kind of push up, not really worry about the barrier. If it goes in, oh well, just as long as it doesn't go in the net.
I do think this Juno character is great on the kickoff here. Definitely gonna love to see some primaries and ults on kickoff to keep the core forwards for Conqueror here. But Dad just take the barrier here. Conqueror passing to Cliff, unfortunate. Has water jet down. Cliff is ulting in, but doesn't get it. Conqueror almost gets a kill on the recovery drone. Wolfman goes for a board flip and shoots topside. Great play from Wolfman. Let's see. Still has passive. Remind we lost the set, right?
Oh man,
Ooh,
I
Catalyst.
thought the game was a little longer.
Yeah, that was a quick set. Yeah, I think Zentaro is going to take Spark. That's a very powerful first draft here. I think Catalyst's buffs recently have been very good. So I'm assuming one of the Octavia X is going to pick that up. Let's see. Team player, strong pickup for Drakkar here. That's going to mean more passes to X to actually capitalize on his buttons. And he even has Catalyst for more core flips. I think this is a huge draft for both teams. Let's see how this goes.
I would love to see Boss just holding out till overtime and scoring with the team player. It's just red cores for fun. And I mean, if it goes overtime, I do think that it is in a huge favor for Boss. So Kudash has to kind of
Wow.
end the set early as we speak. So
But
I
it
do
was a
think
great
that's their
primary
win
here.
con.
Yeah. I mean, the buttons are firing for sure. I am surprised to see that Dad has so much like presence on the core here, especially with like Hotshot Juno. But I guess after all of the nerfs, it's like it's not as oppressive as before. Definitely, Boss is struggling to keep the core forwards and like enable this X here. Primary comes out. Let's see. Wolfmanga has a great strike up here. Waterjet comes down, but Conqueror great dribble. Secondary almost gets it in. Good strike. Mexi is looking for the out here. Core flips to Wolfmane, but it doesn't succeed. Great pass here, but doesn't keep the secondary.
First out of court with Maxi.
Honk has a great primary. Let's see if we can put it in. Oh, open primary from Visionator, and Conk seals the deal. Yep, nice. Great play from Boss there.
X
Let's see if
into Kazan, I do think is a good matchup, purely because of the size. And Octavia just like being able to help Asianator on the defense, I think is really well. They do have that synergy.
a lot of damage coming out from Conquer here on the enemy team. Definitely taking the recovery drone early on the set is going to be important for putting pressure on the wall, but doesn't get the lock. Water Jet comes out, but it doesn't do much. Cliff's keeping the core forwards. Great ult, great pass from Wolfmang, but can't get it in. Mixing a great save. Doxy's looking to use her slimes to put it forwards.
Shot
Strong
value.
ult. Conqueror, and he gets the barrier here. Water Jet comes out. Doesn't make anything of it, but still open for a pass. Wolfman is forced to burn or use evade here, looking very low. Conqueror possibly looking for an ult on Wolfmang.
I just realized Doxy has hot shot and 1-2 punch on Juno.
Yeah, that's true. Very
think
weak
that-
awakenings on this character, I fear.
As long as Doxy can just like use her blobs, I mean, I do think they have a pretty good chance of just having so much core control and preventing all this damage from happening.
I mean, X do scale. He's definitely getting in there, and he gets the barrier too. Next, he's pushing up. Oh, almost goes in. Agent is forced to use primary. Conqueror is very low here. Let's see if they can get a good water jet up. That's a recovery drone burned. Wow, and Wolfman did great Borga or primary setup. That just puts it in.
I'm noticing that Mexi is using the cannon when there's no reason to be using it. The core is on his side of the field on the bottom side of the map. He just presses the button. I do think it should be used as an offense tool.
The Dads is definitely putting a lot of pressure on the boss here. Hard to keep the core up the field. So, a denied spark from Jakar here. Zatara gets explosive. That's very important. Juno getting Monyu. I know this doesn't look very good, but I think this is the one final like awakening that Juno needs to actually just dominate the field here with these awakenings.
Excited to see it.
And the secondary from Zentaro comes out. Very long range, hard to deal with, especially on kickoff. Agent finds the out. Finds the out again. Open primary, great strike. Goes to Cliff. Cliff is looking very low. Boss is looking for a lot of damage on the enemy team now. Have scaled to finally like be able to do that.
This is very weak at the early game. I do think he scales with his awakenings, maybe because he just
Great
has the raw
dribble.
damage.
Oh, secondary, primary goes backwards. Happens. Core flip from Conqueror. Can't put it in yet. A good ult from a core flip from Wolfmang. I mean, this Wolfmang guy is looking kind of like the Zentaro Whisper or something out here. Like, always consistent, great, like, setups from him. I mean, the explosive entrance is just making this all the harder to, like, deal with, right? Flip was looking
Boss.
for a core flip setup here, but he's getting damage dumped. And, I mean, Conqueror just puts it in. Okay.
I do
Yeah.
love the passing from Doxy and Conk there. It was a pretty good mix-up.
See. Okay. Secondary from Zentaro. Almost gets the lock here, Conk, but Agent Air makes a good save. Cliff has a secondary up. Looking for the core, but the enemy has shut him down. Taking a lot of damage. Conqueror is going for the kill, and they get the lock. Let's see if Boss can capitalize on this.
Octavia not
Wolfman is
having
pretty
recovery
low.
drone this late into the set is pretty good for Boss, considering that they can just kill Octavia over and over.
Amazing out from Asianator. Almost gets out, but goes to Conk. A core flip is burned. A lot of core flips from both teams here. Definitely got some fighters, right? Okay. Force spawns bot side. A secondary here. Almost gets the luck here, setting up Cliff. But they save it. Great save from Next Casual. Oh, a back pass to Asianator. Love to see it. Doesn't keep secondary speed up, but they still have great possession on the core. Wolfmang is taking
Noticing
a lot of
that
damage.
Juno's Blabos are red coring in without it being overtime. So just having
And
that
murdering.
raw speed will definitely help them here.
Good second from Wolfman, but Mexi makes a good save. Asianator is space is just being denied by this X. It's very hard to deal with. Great jet from Conqueror, good setup for Doxy, but Asianator makes a good save. Goes corner. Mexi's pushing up, he's looking for something. Ooh, pass to Conqueror. Oh, Asianator makes the save, but Conqueror has the second strike. Goes right in.
Keeping
And
it
I
away from
mean,
Octavia with the plus step up is definitely what they should be doing, and I'm really happy to see that they're really just rotating around her, preventing her from touching the core to have presence on the field.
yeah. X is like scaling obviously here. Opts for the rapid fire? Okay, interesting. Zon's getting one of the sides. I think Chrono Boost is like a must deny. Let's see if Doxy takes it. But other than that, this draft is looking very very favored for Boss here. Okay, yeah.
Leaving them
Extra
with
special on
size.
Jakar. Yeah. I mean, size on Zentaro, it's alright, but definitely nothing to really talk about here. But I'm looking at the extra special on Mexi here. I think Boss has been struggling somewhat on kickoff, so him just having ult on like every time is, I think, gonna make a big difference for sure.
Having more
Conk,
cooldowns is always really good. It's really strong.
especially on Inky's Splash Zone. Very pace dependent map. If you get the first strike on kickoff, it can definitely swing into just a loss. Cliff has a great ult here. He's burning through Konk's health, gets the lock with a goated core flip. Wolfmang dies to something for sure. Almost gets the secondary in. Asianator has a great dribble here and passes to Cliff, but goes right back. Conqueror is there. He's looking to find the goal here. Good jet from here. Doxy's pushing corner. Rotates back to Mexi to avoid the Octavia secondary. Another rotate. Let's see. Oh, and the primary goes in. That's unfortunate. Good vision from Cliff there. Definitely a fast sequence of events.
I mean, this just Dad having possession here with Octavia's secondary. Octavia did get kind of a buff with her primary coming out a little faster. Some people aren't really used to it yet.
Forfeit from Doxy here. Almost gets it into the corner for Kong, but misses a couple strikes. Ooh, almost Wolfman almost gets killed, but he survives. Aginator's pushing up with open primary, wants this lock. Great ult from Wolfman. The size is making a difference here. Aginator wants that barrier, but Mexi has a good save there. Gets it out. Oh, Wolfman's looking for a good core flip, but oh, he gets it in. Great shot from him. Cliff has possession still. He's looking for the goal. And they get the kill on Kong. A dribble
Just
there.
running a little too close to the water jet.
Another dribble. Cliff is looking for the goal. Oh, secondary doesn't. A good strike from Zataro. Wolfman. Yeah, this is looking like a very hard set for Boss to win. Let's see if they can make the hurdle.
Do you think they did change their game plan just a little bit? They're trying to do too much damage, I think. Just having Juno core control it and X just sitting on top of them, just hit dumping them, I think is the way to go about this.
Mm-hmm. Cliff is burning through Kong's HP, wants him to burn core flip. Comes out, Conquer is looking to cover the out. Doxy has a good secondary there. Mexi's trying to kill Wolfmang. Burns core flip, tries to get it in. Ooh. Conqueror almost goes down. It seems that the splash has been burned.
I will say I do respect Mexi for trying to go for the kill. I myself do that quite often.
Oh, Asian, great hook there. Primary. I mean, it really just depends on which brawler dies first, I think. And Conqueror goes down. Doxy has a great recover though, takes the barrier. Let's see if they can make anything of it. But yeah, Cliff has a great strike there. I mean, yeah, what a great showing from Dad there. Looking very dominant. They want playoffs badly, and after this, I think they deserve it, right?
They played really well today, I will say. They had a lot of presence. They also did a little whimsy with the Atlas. But they really did show up today. They woke up, had some good breakfast, and their mental looked really good today. They passed a lot, they did a lot of damage, and they looked like they showed up today. And that's really what matters today on game day.
Yeah. I see that like Asianator getting the Kazan. I personally thought it looked very clean. Looked like he really just denied Conquer from being able to play the game without the damage pressure. We were talking about then our boss opting to ban it, and that's probably the reason why, right? I mean, it's looking great. So
I have to say it. With the breakfast they had some milk.
yeah, they had some milk with their. Are you sure it wasn't any OJ or nothing like that?
Nah,
are you sure they
has
have
to be
milk?
milk.
Okay.
It gives you superpowers, man, and what can I say?
Yeah. Oh, great series, right?
Very fun series to
Dad's
watch.
looking
Fast.
very good right now. Let's see.
I'm excited to see where they go from here on out.
Yeah, I do know that Dad and Boss were fighting for this. The series is very important for them. Dad has a very good chance at playoffs, pretty much guaranteed now. So great for them, right?
Great.
All right. Well,
Alright.
that'll be everything today, fellas. Have a good one. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I get my feet and curse, a reflection. Welcome back, everybody. We're here again, North American Strikers Academy this time. I'm here with Frightfully Fresh. And how are you feeling, Fresh?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling a little tired, if I have to be honest. But I'm pretty excited for this game. Both these teams are both teams that I'm always looking at. I have really good friends on both the teams. Meow, obviously, Cardbox, Natty, and Mystic. Really good pals with. And then Baln, they traumatized me at California Land. They're the team that took me out. So maybe I'm hoping for a little bit of revenge, but also like I like seeing these guys succeed. You know, ever since OSAS, like they've been on a tear. So yeah, I want to see more from them.
For sure, there's definitely Ballin is a team that has always had upset potential and has been around a long time. And Meow, while not the hottest season, probably doing a little worse than we expected. Not a team to scoff at either. Okay, so we've already had some audio issues. We'll figure it out. I'll go ahead and wait till I... Okay, so I'll go ahead and spill the beans. We weren't going to spill the beans this early, but it is a pre-recorded VOD. Mostly due to we could not find a team, or there was no games happening at this block, so this one is a pre-recorded. It is this week. But that is the cause of the volume issues, and if you notice any other scuff, that is the reason. Regardless, though, we do not know the outcome. At least I do not. Potat might, but Potat's not casting, so...
I also do not know the outcome. I'm really bad at like keeping secrets like that, so I'd be yapping about it constantly. I digress, though. Yeah, a lot of damage coming out on the Color Craze. Obviously got that kill early on in the first set, but Meow was able to really turn this game around, and not turn the game around, turn the point around, and yeah, they were able to score from there.
Yeah, definitely. As a little corner defense from Meow's comes out in a shot from Estelle, actually. Cardbox finding a way through, and the Feeny is just not fast enough to catch that, I guess. Apparently no CDs either. What the... Wait, that's a crazy raid. I'm breaking the cast to say, hey, Victoria Frontier, W raid, beast. I hope y'all had great stream and everything. For the newcomers, this is the North American Strikers Academy, tier 2 of Omega Strikers. A little scuff this time, but don't worry, it'll be fun games around. Appreciate it. Have a good stay. We'll hop back in as Killmonk will find a kill onto the Feeny, and then another kill onto the Vice. It is a lonely Asher in the net, and without the resources left, a flip is burned, but it is not long for this world. Cosmic, not Cosmic. What is this team's name?
Cosmic Pause. Cosmic Pause.
Cosmic Pause. There we go. I was thinking Calamities. It's my fault. Cosmic Pause claimed this first set. Fresh, take the draft away.
I mean, the first set's going to be really important because obviously the Sparks are in the field. But there are no Sparks in this draft in particular, which is kind of massive for Baln. They can easily turn this game around and then start picking up Sparks and then really snowballing out of control. I'm interested in seeing what they pick here, though. Like, Fire Up being available for the goalies. The Fire Up has been like a very explosive pick. I know Gramella likes to pick it a lot in the midfield line. But other than those picks in particular, there's a lot of damage here. Deadeye, Glass Cannon. And hey, Dr. Bebop opting for a longer ultimate with Finny, which might be able to get them some cheeky goals or help them on defense.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Feeny difference can come online, because Feeny is a character that scales very hard. They will lose their first barrier, and it'll be traded back by Bam. That is the Brawler. I will not be saying their actual name. Killmonk finding Feeny, though, and I believe that's in. A good Chain Lightning saves it for now, and it is just a little 2v2 action. I doubt anything happens realistically, although possession is in Paw's hands as they find it in off the help of a Natty's Atlas primary. I don't know the name of it. Guys, names aren't important. It's about the ability itself, and Natty's are clean.
Astral projection. Come on, Flop. How do you not know this?
That real?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate clear from Color Craze meant that Killmonk was in the correct position in order to clear it out. And then Natty was able to kind of do a little sad boys behind the barrier, which helped him clear it out. And because of that, a little bit of whiplash there.
Whoa!
And Color Craze was it. A little time magic going on here. I mean, I've never seen that before, but Ballen's really pulling out all stops in order to get this win.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta abuse the space-time continuum so that you can find your win. Guardbox will take this top kickoff, and he's gonna win it for now, not at the cost of, well, not easily. It's gonna cost a lot of his HP and a Celestial Intervention just to keep him alive. Crystal Thorns is not gonna beat out the Feeny, which has swapped sides. That is important to note, everybody, for the viewers that are not quite acquainted yet to the swap. Killmonk trying to look for something as the expanse comes out. It'll save it for a time being. Dash punches from everybody, it seems. A good strike shot from Natty means that Killmonk is just in time to catch it right below the Feeny guard.
This Natty guy might be somewhat of a strike shot wizard. He usually uses the strike shot and always makes sure that the core ends up in his teammate's hands. He's always been very good at that. So that's something to kind of look out for. Of course, as I say that, he kind of hits it forward. But hitting open space when you have an Estelle on your team is always very good.
For sure, the Celestial Intervention will come out, and Cardbox will be taking a moment, a death on purpose, just for that healing. Good knowledge there as Cardbox forced back off, but Killmonk is just going to walk with the core, and this Feeny cannot stop that. His Estelle beam goes wide, unable to find anything. Expanse comes out. It is keeping possession. Killmonk, a dash punch to the top, finds it, and off the flip, he will find the top goal.
X looking as strong as ever. That's all I'm gonna say. Sitting at the top of the draft, like with the spark of strength still. As long as sparks are in here, he's gonna start scaling out of control. And there you go. There's spark of agility right there. In regards to the other awakenings, Catalyst with the fire up on the Atlas, that's something to look out for. I'm wondering if Asher's gonna deny that or not. But also Monumentalist with the Finny, with the Timeless. I think that could really be kind of a win con for Ballin if they're able to pick it up.
Definitely agree. And she will be picking it up. That is a very powerful tool for Feeny to have. And also, Ballin just in general did get some decent awakenings here with explosive and bulk up. There's a lot of fighting potential if they can find their footing, and this is the point to do it as we come into set 3, which is if Cosmic Paws take this set, this last set of the game.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty big win for them as well. Kind of being up 2-7, even though it does, or 2-6, it doesn't really seem that good. You kind of need to start getting wins in and kind of getting feels for things in order to start building as a team. And even though they're not like any strangers, they have not played together as much as they did back in Nassel. So I think each one of these wins is gonna be pretty huge.
Definitely a little around the world from the center. Cardbox will pick it up and is trying to keep possession. Bam, a good touch. Natty's strike shot is just a little bit too off. And that means Bam is actually starting what could be the trickle needed to get Ballin Ballers back on the board.
All it takes is a trickle. That's all I'm gonna say. This could be the point where Ballin starts turning it around. You know, a little mistake here and there, and suddenly they get an awakening that they really need. You know, they pick up Spark of Focus, and you really can't score on the enemy goalie because they have all that cooldown.
Bam has found himself a kill, and that means that they've got a power play, which, you know, the start of the trickle may be trickling as it goes around this black hole. Cardbox, tons of damage put onto him. The Supernova comes out. Cardbox has been taken off the field. Celestial Intervention will not save that. Killmonk, though, finds a breakthrough, and off the Bellringer will find the second. Ballin Ballers needs to be careful now, fighting back. They've got their flip. It's shut down by the Expanse. That's okay, though. Bam, soon to have a flip if he can survive, although he is very low. Killmonk and Cardbox, the passes are clean. Oh god, no, not like that. Misstrikes all around. Ballin Ballers have dropped the round.
Hey, Dr. Viva put a lot of trust into Color Craze to hit that strike, and that's kind of like what you have to do as a goalie. Is you just have to trust your midfielder to make that strike. I should have probably been there to pick up one mistake, but these mistakes happen. As long as you can kind of pick yourself up afterwards, that's all that matters. And then pick themselves up, they certainly are, because they're taking a swift 2 barriers, Asher in front of you, and have to flip, and that's going to go right in.
Yeah, very nice bounce back. It can be a little heartbreaking sometimes when those goals go in like that. Not the one Bam got. That one's on heartbreaking. You're very happy about that. But We loaded. Oh god, the kickoff. Goodbye, card box. Estelle has been taken off the play. Ballin with a little fight left in their lives. Bam and Bebop try to get something. Killmonk, a good clear to the top means that they're out. Okay, Expanse is going to be clean as well. And there it all comes. Estelle is back up. Killmonk is up. Bellringer, it is not going to find anything as Natty and Box are just going to regain possession and keep it up if they can. But Bam and Color Clays crash in. Bam taken off the field by the that's not the Expanse. I don't know. It's not important. Regardless, they've got the pressure. They're trying their best. Natty, they've got a flip to work with, and they find a barrier. Killmonk just needs a one more touch. Celestial, that's not Celestial Intervention. That's Expanse. Expanse, it comes in. Killmonk in the middle with the core. Unable to put it in quite yet, but that is okay. Bam will find a little back clear if possible, but a flip in the middle means that Cardbox has claimed the second point.
And we're on a potential match point here. I feel like Ballin constantly keeps getting these advantages. They're taking Cardbox out early, kind of removing Killmonk from the fight by doing a lot of damage and making it so he can't really play on top of the core. But they aren't really able to capitalize on them. And I think that's where a lot of the issues are kind of coming in.
Yeah, with a fire-up flip to start the play, Cardbox and Natty and Killmonk blitz Ballin as they are just going to abuse that 50% speed, and Killmonk will end up finding both barriers off of it, and suddenly Cosmic Paws are sitting very comfortably as long as this Asher doesn't get the value that she needs to find, and she does not. Killmonk with possession of the core. X Maximus comes out. A kill on Color Craze is not going to be found, but it is very close. And suddenly, good evade from Color means that she lives for now. Natty fucking up, and it's looking doomed as it all comes through. The beam, the punch. It is hard to save that. Cosmic Paws will take the first game.
Sparks start with an X. The X is inevitable. That's all I'm going to say. He'll scale out of control, but usually a little bit faster because of that Spark of Strength, just giving him kind of the stats he wants, the power he wants. I don't think Ballin is out. I think that they kind of got smoked a little bit there, but there were signs of life there. All they have to do is shake it off, and they can bring it back easily. I'm not really entirely worried. I'm curious, though, to see what shakeups there are. I don't think Dr. Bebop's necessarily known for the Finny. He's usually like a defense goalie guru. So I'm curious if he's going to make the swap to something like that. And then obviously Color Craze and Bam are going to play the picks that they like. And then on the side of Meow, they could probably do more or less the same thing and get a lot of success there.
I agree. I believe Ballin had moments of life, especially near the end. Maybe it just takes sometimes it just takes, you start off and you're just not there, right? You take a couple rounds, you take a couple sets, sometimes you take a game or two. That's why warm-ups are like an hour long. Typically, generally, some teams warm up for a little longer, but I did start to notice that Ballin had a little bit of fight left in them near the end of that set, specifically sets 3, 4, and 5. I believe we will be getting quickly into this next game. It is basically just waiting for it to start, as in waiting for this Potat to hit the play button. And there it is.
It started. There it is.
Anyways,
both of these teams really like this map. Names are off, obviously. However, we know who plays on what team. Both teams really like this map. Both of them kind of play that a very like pass-oriented, hold down the line sort of play style. And I think that if Ballin is going to take a map off this team, this is the map that they're going to do it on. I've seen a lot of really good things from Ballin on this map in particular.
For sure, Dr. Beatbop, a little almost scary there, but he's okay for now. And Ballin will claim the bottom barrier. This X is probably quite happy with that. And early level 2 means that they've got time to do something if X can get his hands on the ball. A Bellringer takes Vice off the map. And with the help of a Giga Blast, they'll claim that first barrier. Mako's got a flip to work with. However, that is that's not necessarily always enough. Sometimes it goes through. X trying to find something. Damage being piled onto Zentaro. No orb to be found. Zentaro will actually find the other barrier. Both goals are open. And now both teams have to be careful. Mako's walking the ball wrong with flip. They're chilling for now, but you know what? Things are happening. Bellringer is wide, and X is forced to burn everything, and he's alive due to a missed primary, but he's not going to live the Oni's Blade. That means Meows have a power play, and honestly, not even really going to need the power play. They'll just find an open shot to the bottom.
Bam said, I can play X2. I got this. And Killmonk fired right back, playing the Zentaro, with, you can't play X if I just kill you. I think it's a pretty good strategy. Vice and Zentaro work so well together just because they do so much damage. And then Mako can really help them kind of keep up with the power plays, giving them all the speed that they need because they just used all their abilities. And, I mean, yeah, just with the blitz that they have right there, they were able to take both barriers onto Dr. Bebop. And even though they're down a player, they're probably going to hold just because of the resources Mako has.
And they do hold it indeed. Sione Blades looking a little threatening. Oh, Kai has been left alive for now. There goes the slice and dice, unable to find anything off of it. And Kai is unable to get involved in this play out of the fear for his life. He will find a barrier, and the NATOs come through. It is kind of just a little midfield brawl right now as both teams try to find a way forward, and the way forward will be an ex-Bellringer kill. Dr. Bebop will try to find a power play, get the triangles set up if we can. Vice doing their best at trying to keep it down, and they've kept it down for a good amount of time. Nothing immediately, but there's still time for Ballin to capitalize, and they'll capitalize off of it with what I believe is a Giga Blast.
All it takes is a trickle. We said that last time. Now, Color Play's played that so insanely well, just kind of keeping the core up, making sure that Bam can kind of do the things that X wants to do, and with the power of inevitability, X was able to take the goal. And hey, I mean, he's walking up and making it so that Mako really can't do anything about it, just his extra size and the extra strikes he gets.
For sure, Dr. Bebop, Kai, X, they've got the barriers open, they've got the goal open, they just need to get off of the defense here. Zentaro is looking for anything at all. X, little unfortunately gonna miss that strike. Bebop forced to use the Era Beam to get a save, and that means that the Era is running low on resources. This is not a defensive goalie. You do not want to be back here for long. The NATO is actually going to find Vice, and that means a power play has come into the side of Ballin if they can get the triangle set up and get going, but Killmonk has not decided to let that happen easily. Everything coming out the flip will actually find the barrier. Bebop saving his, probably wants to use it for the offense, as the X with the flip and the just a strike. I mean, yeah, it's a spot where you reaction check the goalie, see if they will flip for your flip, and sometimes they just cannot get it out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zentaro was able to take the barrier, and then the second the core came back, Mako already used abilities to try and help Zentaro win those sequences, but Cardbox wasn't back in time, so that just really let Ballin capitalize on that power play, and they were able to take the goal from there.
For sure, and Cardbox has actually been taken off the field. Good flip by Natty means it's out for the moment. However, it is quickly regained by Ballin as they maintain this possession going forward. And Zentaro is up, trying to burn everything just to keep it forward, but that means there is nothing left in the tank. And I mean, it feels like every time this X gets his hands on the ball, even though he's into this Mako and this Vice and he's getting beat to death, he just finds the way through.
X with the pretty good awakenings here. Deny X challenge, but if he's first, obviously there's going to be no denial there. Zentaro is going to be seeing a lot more play too, I feel, with the buffs that came from the recent patch, and then like adrenaline rush and stuff like that as well. He gets a lot of value from it, with obviously like the dash that he can do and then strike right after. It's like a weird little quirk, but it's kind of fun. But other than that, Mako getting dash range is pretty huge, I think. I think for Meow, Mako getting dash range, like the two dash awakenings that are currently on Mako, are really going to kind of let them cascade out of control, and it's going to be very hard for Ballin to be able to defend against that.
I agree. I think double haste awakenings on any haste character, even though Mako herself is not a haste character, she basically turns her team into haste characters. Very strong, but Mako's got nothing to do with that kill and is probably wishing it didn't come through. Bebop, Kai will try to find their way forward. X is unable to get anything in the corner quite yet, but possession is possession, and possession is good. The Maelstrom looks good. It is not going to result in anything at the moment now, as Killmonk tries to get through the Era Beam. Giga Blast a little scary for Killmonk, but he's okay for now, and a double barrier means that Meow is suddenly way ahead as we prepare Supernova. A little bit of an own barrier, that's okay. We're chilling. Bebop walking up with the beam, the punch, and the dash. It all comes through, and actually Mako holds, surprisingly. And this is a bit of an odd spot to be whenever your Kai is staggered.
Yeah, the errant strike from the Kai really shut down the offense of Meow and let Ballin turn around and take the barrier. all on the side of Meow. And that's putting them on the back foot here. That's kind of exactly where Era wants the opposing team to be, is on the back foot. Because if she can walk up and put those tornadoes down, which Dr. Bebop has been crazy about, like, every single one of his tornadoes has been fantastic. That's really going to enable Ballin to kind of get these wins. And, I mean, there you go. These tornadoes have just been reading where Meow wants to be at all points in time.
For sure, both teams kind of waiting right now. Not a lot to do in the 2v2. Bebop will get his teammate back first. Color Craze is now suddenly involved. Barrage comes through the Maelstrom. Ooh, saves them from a bit of a unfortunate disaster as Supernova comes out and it bounces beautifully into the top corner. It was a really, really nice Supernova.
It covered every single clear that Bebop wanted to do. He couldn't clear it up, couldn't clear it down, and because of that, they were able to kind of take the point from there.
That is the kind of Supernova specialty? I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it is really good to see as Ballin immediately fire back and they are ready to kind of blitz. They've got a flip to work with on their X if X can get into a good spot. Color Craze will find a barrier off a bit of a stray core. And X, walking up with this flip, chooses not to use it there, which means it may actually be doomed as Zentaro is in a very dangerous spot for an Era to deal with. Tons of damage coming out onto Cosmic Balls.
All right, tons of damage, but also knockback kills coming in towards Ballin. Kind of able to take Color Craze out of here. It's going to be really hard for Era to defend against this. And, I mean, Zentaro with a flip in your face, even though he doesn't have any abilities, the second it gets to Zentaro again, Era's not really going to have any tools to deal with it. The extra special is going to help, obviously. Be able to kind of throw out small tornadoes in order to block space, but I mean, they were able to kind of shut down that offense, and that's all they really needed to do. And it turned around as quickly as I was saying it. You know, Cast a Curse, that's what Zentaro does. Zentaro is really good at taking the core, and then in, like, really tight sequences, is able to just kind of put it in. And, I mean, Killmonk just proved that.
For sure. Ballin firing back immediately. A good barrage run out means it'll get a barrier, and they are pretty comfortable. And oh my, that X is dead. And suddenly Meow has a power play. They will find one barrier, and they will find the second off the flip. Zentaro is there to strike war, and now they just need one more to get the goal. But even if they can't find it, you are very happy with what you have achieved off that kill.
Yeah, every one of the power plays that Meow is getting, they're just getting so much done, and then I feel like that's not exactly the case with Ballin. Obviously, like, they're a set up. They can obviously turn the set around. I'm not really worried about their chances of doing so. But it's just an observation that I'm noticing, and there you go. Because X was kind of in the back, Kai was displaced by the Vice secondary. They were able to get the goal from there.
And with Mao claiming that their first set on the second set, there are options here, and notably, the X is last, meaning he is going to lose out on these sparks, I'd assume.
Yeah, no sparks for X. You know, he's insanely sad about that. Now he has to choose between Built Different and 1-2 Punch and Orb Dancer. You know, all really weak things for X. But, I mean, they also have to be denied away from him, too. So if both sparks aren't denied away, making Meow kind of choose things that aren't as preferable, I think that Ballin's going to really get, like, a huge power spike because of that as well. So X getting Built Different, Kai getting a Hot Shot, and meanwhile, Meow gets Spark of Speed, which is good by itself, Spark of Focus, which is good by itself. But it's not going to be as much power, I think, as Built Different by itself is going to be for X.
Yeah, and Color Craze on this Kai, her build is coming along quite nicely for a Kai build. Hot Shot, Rapid Fire, Peak Performance, that is like... That might be the best build of all time, but you know what? That best build of all time is not going to save you from Killmonk, who just claims another double barrier. It seems like every time... Well, both the brawlers, really, are just doing the Lord's work whenever they touch the ball.
Hey, as I said, Bam said to Killmonk, I could do X things too. And sure enough, he is. He's really able to kind of... Every time he gets the core in front of him, with Mako there, it's really hard for Mako to defend against that. X always feels like a character that's really good into these kinds of goalies. And, hey, I mean, Killmonk exploding forward, kind of using the secondary and then the strike afterwards to keep the momentum going on the core. It's hard for Air to defend against that.
Yeah, it is very... Probably the main weakness of this era is that she's fast, but, like, she does not actually have that much coverage. Like, she's a melee goalie without the defense of a melee goalie, if that makes sense. Like, beam is, like, all she's got for range, you know? So if you can get it around her, she actually kind of struggles, and, you know what? She's probably going to struggle here, too, whenever both teammates die, but I'm kidding! Color Craze on the brink of death finds a Giga Blast, and the Mako is hit stunned and actually going to buffer the flip.
A hot shot made that core go insanely fast. I don't think it would have mattered anyways if hot shot was there or not. But it was an excellent shot from Color Craze, kind of recognizing that I need to get this core forward, because if it ever falls past me, I'm going to be in danger, or my team's going to be in danger. So, excellently played by Color Craze.
Both can be true indeed, as Centauro finding a tough barrier. The era cannot realistically defend against, passive and the rush. It's just too much. Mako, good save. Supernova burned. No value in the Maelstrom will actually take Boxcard out of this round for 12 seconds. Beat Bob and Kai are looking for something if they can find it. An out clear will not be found, and that means that every moment that it stays in this corner is scary. Cardbox is back alive, and they are, from what I can see, they've survived the power play.
Cardbox spawning in, putting that secondary down, kind of forcing Bebop in order to use the flip in order to clear the core out. That was huge. I think that's something that could easily win them the point. Obviously, if Dr. Bebop, or not Dr. Bebop, if Bam decides, hey, I want this barrier right now, it might be a little different. But yeah, like those kinds of plays, coming back from power play and doing that, are huge. Dr. Bebop got a little overwhelmed there, but he got overwhelmed the entire time. How about that? We'll just say that instead. I don't think the set's out for them entirely. They can obviously turn this set around. The extra special in the era means that she can throw out a Maelstrom early on, and if she can get a kill, it's going to be really bad for Meow.
I agree. The X era are never quite out, as they will find the KO onto this Zentaro, and they are looking for a barrier. They'll find one. If they can find two, they're very comfortable. Color Craze, a good strike war means they do, and I don't think they'll be here for much more unless something crazy happens, but nothing crazy is going to happen here. Vice, ooh, good little secondary into primary, takes the brawler off, and suddenly the power play has reversed.
Color Craze exploded, not Color Craze, I'm sorry. Cardbox exploding forward, they're getting that KO, and then immediately saying, you know what, I want this set to be over, and then kind of taking control of the core, moving it up, flipping in Dr. Bebop's face. That looked a little insurmountable. That's going to look hard to clear out. As far as this draft goes, I'm not seeing anything crazy. I'm not seeing anything that, like, I think that you need to deny away from characters like X. You need to deny away from Zentaro. Yeah, I mean, in particular, I think Vice getting Fire Up is huge. I think Fire Up is I don't want to say undervalued awakening, because I haven't really heard a lot of people talking about it, but I think that is an awakening that can really turn the game quickly. You get a flip, you get a lot of momentum built from that alone, and then you also have Fire Up as well. So I think that was an excellent first pick from Cardbox.
Yeah, we've also seen last round, Paul's is like not objective, it's just flipping just for the speed. Notably, it was Natty who did it, I believe, last game. But that is really, really good to know that that team is, is willing to play around with flips in ways that you can't really do otherwise. But you know what? Flips are not going to matter. All four barriers are gone. The goals are open, and teams are looking threatened. Zentaro brought scarily low, but with a flip, the insta flip does not work out, but that's okay. The era is too small to cover what she needs to cover.
I feel like Zentaro's like the one character I'm always frustrated to play against, just because like you're so mad because they always do some cool thing. I don't know. It's a cool character to play against. I'm also insanely frustrating just because of how explosive the character is. But I think it's probably my favorite brawler to watch is Zentaro. So, and just kind of like reasons like that, you can kind of just do so much with the flip, so much with the passive.
Yeah, it can certainly be frustrating whenever you don't know how to deal with it, but whenever you do start to like kind of play around with him, and whenever you've got like a midfielder who is, allows you to play the game, I definitely do agree. Zentaro is very fun to play with and around and just watch. Like it's a lot better than like the traditional dash punch brawler we've been seeing for the last couple months. You know what? W patch. Zentaro patch is always good.
I can agree with that, and I mean, just kind of from like watching this set in particular, a lot of back and forth going on here. The ultimates are coming out, the secondary and the Mako's coming out, but the core is on Meow's side, and it's gonna be so easy to kind of turn around just because that tornado with the Monumentalist extra special, which is something I missed in the draft last round. I think that could alone win them the game with how well these tornadoes have been coming out.
Tornadoes will be very impactful, but with Zentaro finding a kill, that is an ad rush proc and a power play. It will not be able to find anything off of it quite yet. However, it is being rotated around, and even if you aren't scoring goals, you are forcing abilities, which is a very important thing to get. X is now in position with a flip, and he might have a shot. He does to the bottom corner. Mako has nothing left in the tank.
All it takes is a trickle. Oh, I want to see the comeback. I want to see this go to game 3. That's all I can say. I'm enjoying. I really want to see how both teams play Demon Dies, because I feel like both these teams are teams that prioritize that map as well. The bloodshed that's going to come out. Cardbox, if you think he's getting a lot of KOs right now, just wait until Demon Dies. This man's insane on that map. And then obviously Color Craze. I've played with Color Craze, played against him. You know, I think that, yeah, that's something I'm going to be excited for.
For sure, but they will need to get there first, and right now, we've got a power play which might be able to do it. Unfortunately, the Bull Rush is not going to be able to find anything too far back. They do take it this bottom corner, and this is an okay spot for Kai X. However, in the power play, you are taking the 2v2, which means probably not the greatest use of that power play, but you know what, sometimes it happens. There's not much you can do. Little corner offense in the top side, a Bull Rush will find it, and suddenly Ballin are looking to be in a really good spot if they can keep possession in this corner, which it will not be kept. A scary Maelstrom. Things are okay for now, but Killmonk is a very threatening brawler to let float into open space. A Kai Giga's not going to land, but they will off the rebound strike, and Ballin have a little bit of fight left in them.
These Gigas from downtown, the Hail Mary Gigas have been crazy from Color Craze. I mean, it's in the name, you know. But I think that's what, the third goal that we've seen Color Craze kind of like get an insane Giga off of and just kind of capitalize on the momentum it generates, or just scoring off it in general. And even if Meow's getting all these kills, you know, like, as long as Ballin's able to score before they can kind of keep that momentum, or take advantage of that momentum, that's really all that matters.
Yeah, X and Kai will be trying to walk it up here. Zentaro is going to find a shot, and that's a very scary floater. Flips are coming out for everybody. Somebody died. I believe it is Color Craze. Zentaro with the ad rush is quite happy about that. Supernova comes out just to dish the damage onto Beep Bop. And suddenly, it's scary. A good core stop from Zentaro means that the beam is not actually going to save it, and Vice... nope, Vice is not going to have anything to do with it, actually. It's just all Zentaro.
Listen, you got to talk about the Mako, too. Mako press secondary. Things happened. Excellent from Natty. Really concentrated holding down that secondary button. All joking aside, though, I do think that secondary was really nice. It propelled the core forward and really helped the team kind of capitalize on it. And because of that, we're on match point now. And even if Ballin is kind of taking both barriers, you know, they have a pretty good energy advantage. They have Mako with Flip. And I think Mako's a character that's really good at dealing with Flip because of the ult being able to catch the core no matter what. So even if it gets up to X, I think she could do a lot.
Yeah, and a power play for Ballin is suddenly really, really good. Supernova tanked, but X has a flip to work with. A little bit of miscommunication. They're trying. The flip comes out, and it goes in, and we're going to a set 5.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's all. I'm hoping that we get a Demon Dies game. That's all I'm saying.
We will see. Ballin could get something big off this draft. No more sparks left, but hey, X is very happy with bulk up.
Yeah, I think Mako getting the third dash would be huge here, but I also think Zentaro getting a Dash Awakening is going to be, like, game-defining. Vice, if she's able to kind of get Catalyst, would be pretty good for Fire Up. And, I mean, bulk up on the X, you know, he's already got peak performance. He's going to get so much value from it. But also the tempo swing. The amount of damage and healing that he's going to be kind of getting from all this means that I think this draft is huge for Ballin, even if Meow is getting some crazy good picks, like Fight or Flight or Catalyst or the Dash Awakening on the Mako.
I agree. I think both teams are very happy. You know, Glass is going to be very helpful for Beep Bop, even though he is getting hit a bit. But, you know, in those times when he's not, it'll be quite useful. And Reptile on your Kai is always nice. Not really a flashy awakening, not something you're probably happy to take. But whenever you do have to take it, you feel really glad that you got it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here, a lot back and forth. I think that the Maelstrom coming out that direction, like that was such a good read, but unfortunately the core kind of went down. But I don't think you really care if you're Arab. Your team's kind of keeping possession, and even if you are losing barriers, taking Cardbox off the field means that your team can easily swing around and take this goal.
And swing around they do. The Giga's not going to find the kill, but that's okay. And now they just need to survive. Killmonk flip comes out. It's been reliable so far. Will it be reliable this time? It does not seem to be. It is hard to make a play when you're staggered, even with a flip. And it's getting a little messy here in this corner. I can't really keep track of who's touching the core, but nobody got scored on. Giga Blast looked crazy. Unfortunately, X is unable to get the shot that they need off of it. Roll Night Market bounce comes through, and it's Night Market. We're going back and forth. It's the midfield brawl. Whoever can get a real corner offense started is probably going to be the one to take this point. And it seems to be in the favor of Ballin Ballers as Kai and Bebop try to find something. Little out clear happens. Bebop forced to flip. X is not downfield far enough to catch. Fortunately, there's a lot of Maelstrom damage coming through onto Zentaro. Kai finds the kill with the flip. And they need to be careful. Mako does have a flip, which means a breakaway is scary if people overcommit. The Giga's not going to find the goal like we would have liked, but that is okay. Then the drum and bass comes out and shuts down pretty much everything from what I can tell. But it's an overtime. Anything can happen.
But both teams are hanging on by a thread. You know, Meow wants this to be over. They want to go play Grand Blue or whatever they want to do. And hey, there you go. Meow's the one that sinks it in. But Ballin isn't out yet. They really put a lot of pressure on there, and Natty has some crazy clears. The question is, can Natty keep that momentum up, or can Ballin like turn it up a little bit? Because I think if they turn this 10 up to 11, that's going to be enough to kind of crack Meow and bring them to game 3.
Yeah, Giga Blast finds a kill, and Cardbox being damaged quite heavily will probably be using this flip in the midfield if I had to guess. Otherwise, it will be lost. He will grab an orb, though, so that is a little bit of safety. And after grabbing a second, he's probably very comfortable. X Maximus is trying to force this out, but the speed gate means he is too fast, and there is not enough. Maelstrom looks good. Not going to find anything off of it, though, as Cardbox finds the flip, and it will be a bottom barrier that is taken. And there's tons of damage everywhere. Supernova, flip, passive, it all comes through. And Meow claim that second barrier. Immediately, though, Ballin fire back at the barrage, and they're going to claim it. It's back and forth. Both teams are trying their hardest. And a Maelstrom Cardbox has been taken off again. Bebop Kai have to find a way to get it to their X. He is shut down for now, but without the cage to deal with this flip, it is looking scary. And the shot to the bottom corner, Ballin, it seems like every time Cosmic Balls get their lead, Ballin just fires back immediately.
Dr. Bebop Tornadoes, just keep your eye on them. Every single one of them has been insane. Even if Cardbox put himself in the position to be taken out by the tornado, I think that kind of recognizing that that's the only way that you will be pressured as an era is exactly what you need to do to really succeed on this character. And like Dr. Bebop is doing very beautifully with it.
I agree. As they claim both barriers and a barrage, not going to find anything. The Maelstrom comes out. We'll see if he can do it. Supernova actually takes off somebody. It must have been a teammate because that's the one that's missing. X Maximus comes out there, gonna bully this Mako to the edge. If I imagine, there goes the bell ringer, the Giga. Wait, Natty, a little bit of movement. He's alive for now, eventually taking off. The Maelstrom finds another victim, and the barrage is too much for the Vice to deal with.
We're on match point now. A lot of KOs that round from Ballin. Maybe Meow can find like some way of changing their strategy a bit so they're not in a position where they can be taken out by those tornadoes or whatever. But it's not just the Maelstroms that are doing it, you know. The Kai Gigas, the X rushes, I don't know what this character's name of his abilities are. Big Man Tackle. It's taking out the members of Meow, and every single time they lose a member, they kind of get put on the back foot. And as I said earlier, that's exactly where Era wants you to be.
For sure, and now the Era is actually the one on the back foot, and this is not a good spot to be. Natty, look at him get involved, taking up as much space as he can, forcing that little gridlock onto Ballin Ballers. Color Craze is back up, but let's see if the damage is already done. Giga Blast, not going to find anything. Vice is unable to finish either. Suddenly, Zentaro is probably the person to watch out for, as Killmonk's looking for anything. A lot of damage piled onto him, and it's kind of a neutral. Not a lot here. Zentaro in the corner, the Oni Blade to stall. The passive goes through the cage from downtown. It's looking a little scary. The corner's terrifying. Supernova, tons of damage, but no barrier. And that means suddenly Ballin actually have the power play advantage, even though they just got nuked for all their HP.
It's looking like I'm going to get my wish, is all I'm going to say. But, I mean, Killmonk is back up. Zentaro's a character that's really explosive. If he comes in and overwhelms the Era, they can keep this set alive. They can bring it to a match point on both sides.
For sure, Mako forced to flip off an unfortunate shot. Zentaro's looking for anything. Killmonk. Bebop will flip. It's going to be shut down by the Oni's Blade. The Maelstrom comes through on the defense. That is one less tool for the offense. X in the corner. That was a bit scary, but Mako deals with that as she should. And everything from Zentaro comes out in the corner. The passive will be what claims the barrier. And Zentaro, soon to be flip, means that there is potential for Pause to find something. They'll get it forward. Killmonk forced to back up here as the X comes to hunt. And Bebop is stuck in an unfortunate spot, a terrible, tragic forced clear because the Vice pressure is just too much. It means that Zentaro's flip is taking us 0.5 of set 5.
Bam punched Killmonk, I think, correctly, trying to get that flip out. But hilariously, because Killmonk has Catalyst, that meant that he got the flip that he needed to score there. So a little showcase of why Catalyst is looking really good right now. But we're on match point. Game's not over yet. A lot of things can happen here. Killmonk or Cardbox kind of going in to try and get an early KO on Color Craze, but being unsuccessful means that he doesn't have any abilities, while most of the team of Ballin do. But hey, you know, like the Grim Reaper comes in to finish the job, and because of that, they're gonna be on a power play with Killmonk having flip. It's gonna be overwhelming, and Dr. Bebop is not gonna be able to answer it, and that's gonna be 2-0 for Meow.
That is a bit of a heartbreaking set 5.5. I mean, it is set 5.5, so you know it's a close game, but it feels really bad whenever you just like get blitzed off round and you like lose somebody immediately. But that's like the nerves, you know. That's just what happens. And oh my, I'm looking at this 12 goals and assists from Zentaro. That is a bit of a Killmonk masterclass in terms of Zentaro gameplay, having 9+3 for him. And it didn't feel like either team was like sweeping or anything. But it felt like a lot of the time the damage from Cosmic Pause was just so much for Ballin.
Yeah, I mean, like the flip is what scored them the point, the fourth point, and then the flip is what scored them the game. I feel like he just generated so much energy from all of that. Killmonk in particular, I'm talking about here. So even if they are damaging the members of Meow, all that damage is going on to Killmonk. He's just converting that into offensive pressure, and that was a huge reason why I think that they were able to close out the game there.
Yeah, and off that game, Cosmic Pause will claim a little 2-6. I do not know if there's a potential for them in playoff, but hey, EKC can make playoffs, so maybe anybody can make playoffs.
I have faith.
Actually, Ballin is somehow also 2-6. Crazy how that works. We love math. Regardless, though, both these teams have one more week of games, and there is a possibility somewhere in the futures, if the stars align for both these teams, to make playoff. Maybe, I don't know, I haven't looked. But we're going to cut to break, and we'll be back soon for more Omega Strikers. I believe the next game we have up is another North American Academy team, Flying Blobos versus People's Supernova.
Well, that's gonna be a good game. I'm excited to see kind of how Fly navigates this. I know that they have new members. I haven't really seen a lot of them, admittedly. So that's something I'm going to be watching because I want more of this. I want more games.
I agree, and we will stay tuned for that. Yeah, just stay tuned for that. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everybody. North American Striker Academy this time. Again, I'm joined here this time by Potat, or Prodtat Production. Whatever Potat wants to be, depending on the day. How are you feeling, Potat?
Hey, you know what? I'm doing pretty well. I'm gaming. We're having fun. I've been here the whole time, but that's all good. I am ready for a wonderful, wonderful match here in this North American Strikers Academy. We have Flying Blobos against People Supernova here for this match. Getting started on the market that is Nightfall, however you say that. As we got some good comps. What are we looking at here?
We're going to see the traditional Mako era Asher from PPL, or well, not PPL, People Supernova. This is something they play quite often. They're fans of either this Mako backline along with just buffing Daru, because Daru's a very good brawler. He will get it done. Guy makes magic on the field, mini side or 12 if you will. And on the flip side, Flying Blobos is another comp we've seen quite often from them, starring the Juno backline and then Mimi on this typically Blink midfielder. Sometimes Estelle, sometimes Amy. Overall, I'd say traditional comps from both these teams.
Yeah, definitely stuff you'd see very, very often here in these kinds of series. But, I mean, there is a power play for the side of Supernova. That's kind of what they want to do. They just want to buff their brawler, Daru, as you said. Kind of a raid boss in the offensive position. Just really is able to kind of show up and show off basically with everything they do. And now, I mean, they have two teammates with the flip. They're about to get a flip for themselves. So we'll see what's going to happen here as, Daru tries to take Ben Sundo off the map.
Yeah, a little dash to catch this ball, and with Daru on a flip, wrong team, sorry, Celici will be burning the flip first, and nothing will be found off of it. It may be Mimi's turn, flip to shut down the cage. The shot is not good enough. The secondary from Mako speed is very impactful. Daru, yeah, you just flip on the Juno, there is nothing she can really do about it.
Yeah, as in that point, I saw really, the side of Supernova knows how they want to defend with this comp. You saw kind of Moonbeam holding down that secondary, and Celici was there with the Bewitching Beam right onto the core from Emmy's flip. And then additionally was also there to get the strike. And there really wasn't any solid way for the side of Flying Blobos to get any sort of goal or score going at all. So, I mean, just really great job from People Supernova. They've played together for a little while now. They kind of know what each other want and are able to get some good stuff off of that simply because of that experience. But that's Alpha Me with a great slice and dice into flip. Oh, and Daru getting the revenge.
Yeah, and the revenge will not come at will not be free. It does cost them a barrier. But they're okay for now, and they fight back, claiming goals are open for both teams as everybody respawns. It's about to get crazy. Arabeam will push it forward. There's the firewall sentry that we are so used to seeing on these laned maps. A bunch of stuff comes in. A good strike shot to follow that primary means Daru's path player looked good, however, not able to find it. Pensando putting in a bit of a scary spot as he's running low on resources. He does have that flip to work with if they can get Daru a touch. Again, may have to burn that. Good clears by Moonbeam means that Alpha Me's a bit out of position, and a missed dash from Benzando, I believe, means that Daru will just catch a straight core.
Yeah, I mean, great job from the side of People Supernova. Nice 2-0 lead so far in this series. They're looking pretty comfortable. They still have that flip up from Moonbeam. I'm pretty sure that's the flip that Moonbeam got up in that first point, and just it hasn't really been used at all. As I mean, it does have flip. We saw them get one in the first point, but once again, the side of Nova had a great defense. But that's a flip right up in your barrier. Not much you can do there. As Daru trying to get the kill, he gets killed instead by a glitch prop from Emmy.
Yeah, and a little offense here for the side of Flying Blobos. They will get it forward, but Celici will actually find the midfield line to keep it up, and that is a power play gone. And not only is it gone, a power play costs you a barrier as well. Celici a bit low, however, not a ton of damage in the game quite yet. Means that she is okay to stay up if they would like. The Maelstrom's looking good, not able to find anything, but does find the goalie, and off that, Daru will find the bottom shot.
Yeah, nice quick 3-0 set for the side of Nova as we're getting in a draft. I mean, the anomalies from Celisea have been, or no, that's Rune, the tornadoes, I'll just call it that, from Celisea have been really, really good, right there, particularly just catching Pensando off the field. Pensando had flip, but didn't really want to get rid of that, and now we have more of those tornadoes from Celisea with that extra special pickup. Pensando, though, Juno is really, really good at scaling with that dash range. Maybe not as good as she was in the past, but Explosive Entrance should be really nice to have. And then Moonbeam as well, picking up that fire up could be really, really big for the character and the player. Gonna have a lot of speed, and that's kind of the little kitten comp that you have here, just buffing everything into Daru and then playing well on your own turf as well to just make sure that the other team can't really do much. And it's been working out well so far, and with that fire up it's gonna be really, really big, because now you have all the more energy to kind of make plays with.
For sure. Alpha Me looking to find something. Unable to beat the back line of Moonbeam and Celisea. Will beat that interaction, though, and that's good. Actually keeping in this corner. The Oni's blade is suddenly very threatening. Moonbeam, some good dribbles, means that they're still chilling for now. Will not be losing to the Slice and Dice today. That is going to cost our secondary, though, which is quite a hit for this Mako's offense. Cage comes out. The pass splitter, bit unfortunate. It means it's out, and Celisea brought terribly, terribly low. Will have to play his life for the foreseeable future. Maelstrom is not going to find a kill, but does get a ton of damage. There's our Mako secondary that we're used to seeing, and for the moment being, Supernova is in control of the ball as overtime ticks over.
Yeah, Nova just keeps it on the other side of the field. They may lose possession once in a while, but you can see just that flip there, instantly getting it back up to the side of Flying Blobos, and Supernova has just been doing such a great job of keeping this pressure flowing. They may not be getting these barriers down, but it doesn't matter if you just have all of these opportunities. But it is going to be Flying Blobos with the approach and are able to get that barrier down now. Open net for the side of People Supernova could be a little scary. We do want to see some sort of way for Flying Blobos to get back in the game here.
With an Oni Blade and a Cyber Swipe, it's not going to be it yet, but it could be. There's the rush. Suddenly, Flying Blobos is out of resources for this offense. Alpha Me trying to do something with the Slice and Dice. A good core stop. That ball keeps the possession, or not the possession, keeps the red speed due to Funnies and Taro Jank.
Yeah, as now we're getting into this next point. Flying Blobos finally with a response to Supernova's dominance so far in this game is that could be a little bit of a scary spot here now. Emmy doesn't have any energy to use Flip Burned, and Moonbeam, Celisea, and Daru aren't looking too scared when having to go onto this defensive line. You know, Juno is pretty good at playing defense. Her Blobos do give her some extra strikes, but Mako is known for just being a terrible abusive character in the goal line, and there's nothing you can really do other than just strike it through or stun her 3 million times to get through her 3 million strikes. And at some point it's going to be a lot harder for Flying Blobos to get these barriers down and get these goals, especially when the open net is so easy. As that's going to be Daru catching the goal and just buffed by his team, able to get every strike right through.
Yeah, I would really like to see, I'll do a little color commentating here if you don't mind. I would really like to see Flying Blobos play a bit more towards this Zin's strengths, notably the damage with this Amy. Juno not known too well for her damage, but she does have the opportunity to do it if she'd like. I think if they could shift that around to start dealing some of this damage, which we see Alpha Me immediately start doing, might have the stream pulled up, I don't know. But yeah, Alpha B has decided to start just kind of being that Zentaro kill presence, and it will be rewarded with a flip at the cost of his own, but I think that's a trade you're willing to make.
Yeah, as another trade going off the field, it's going to be your goalie now from the side of People Supernova off the map. No longer a problem for another 5 more seconds. This is Emmy and Alpha Me trying to find something. Gets the base to flip out of Celisea, and that is going to be no energy really on the side of Supernova. Daru has to find something here and now if they want to just end this point here, and that's going to be, oh my gosh, flip into NATO, into strike, and all of that. And I mean, great job from Flying Blobos. Kind of figured out maybe a little bit of a different game plan to look at, but ultimately it's going to be Supernova not caring. They may care a little bit here as they have basically no energy though.
Yeah, Alpha Me will try to find something. Daru's also looking for something on the flip side, and the Maelstrom's looking like it's going to set him up quite nicely. Fortunately, Alpha Me manages to find a clear, and that means that the offense for Supernova has died down. for the time being, and it's actually flipped onto Flying Blabo's offensive pressure. Alpha Me with a flip will claim that barrier. Pensando jumped out of the way for a little bit, but that eject button means he is okay to do that and not be too scared about anything. Straight core to the bottom, Pensando will catch it, try to play it up and get something, however, nothing is to be found. Daru will actually find a dash punch onto the enemy brawler, and People's Supernova have a power play here. If they can get this barrier, ideally without the use of flip, I think he would be very comfortable, but here comes Alpha Me off the respawn and immediately starts piling the damage on, but not before Mimi finds a goal.
Yeah, great job just finding the flip angle, finding the angle to score past Moonbeam. The one thing that Mako isn't very good at is covering range if she doesn't have her primary up. And even with that primary up, you still have to charge it up, as we saw. But Daru, I mean, such a powerful offense so far. Is the half the Flying Blabos are looking low, and Daru just looking so powerful up on offense here. But that is going to be Flip coming out from Moonbeam, trying to get some damage onto Alpha Mia, instead just using that fire up to get their teammates a bit more speed on the core, or on the running side of things. But, I mean, Alpha Mia just able to kind of evade and get out of harm's way, as that is a lot of abilities burned into that Zentaro to try and get a kill, and nothing found, and now that's a not healthy, but perhaps moving Zentaro that can stand on his own. So we'll see what happens here. As Alpha Mia still looking low, but nothing found just yet.
Yeah, Daru will actually be the one to find it and claim this second set. Bit of a stray core in the middle means that Daru is a brawler who will capitalize off that if he is given the chance.
Yeah, and I mean, getting into the draft here, I'm seeing a lot of scary things if you give it to Pensando. And by a lot, I mean Hotshot, but also, you know, aerials, Catalyst might be something that you want to block away. Team player is really good, and yeah, that's was opted to pick up by Pensando. Celsi opting to pick up that hot shot. It's not too bad on the character, but definitely something that is mostly just to block it away. But that also means that Moonbeam doesn't really have anything left online at the end of the draft. Is built different going down to that last pickup, and interesting awakenings overall. But I think low-key, I think Flying Blabos may have just won that draft pretty easily. Daru having that extra health from Tempo Swing may be a little nice though.
Could be. A path splitter comes out in top corner. Daru energy printing. There goes the cage. It's just not going to land. A good evade by Pensando. Oni's blade comes out. The slimes look scary. Slice and Dice is not going to find anything. Here comes Celesti's Maelstrom. If we can get something, Daru is looking, unable to find anything to stick at the moment. Daru will be the first to find a weakness, and with a flip to work with, if he can get the ball in this good spot one more time. Pass to Celesti looks good, unable to find anything. The Surrey comes down for defense. That is a good resource expended. And Pensando, oh no, a missed jump means that Daru is once again left in the middle.
Yeah, Daru just looking so powerful on the offense. As soon as their teammates' abilities come out, you're seeing just that Flutterfly from Celsi makes them run all over the field, and each time the German base comes out from Moonbeam, you see just that extra little bit of buff comes out. But that is both speed abilities burned from the defensive line of Supernova, and this is where Flying Blabos is kind of stalled out the speed and has some time to get these barriers down. As that is going to be first barrier going down. Flips burned from Alpha Me to get the kill onto Celsi, but that's Celsi's flip now out as well with the kill. So now it's looking like a power play for Flying Blabos.
Yeah, there goes the cage, and there's the rush, or the cyber spike as well. Glitch pop. Oh, Juno's jump. We are throwing everything at the wall against this enemy team, and we have found nothing. A momentary save from Mimi does not look good, but it is actually completely fine. And Moonbeam will not be able to find a weakness in the back line at the moment. And suddenly, Flying Blabos has an offense of their own, but unfortunately, nobody seems to be able to find the barrier or the goal when they should be able to. Alpha Me, some good dribbles, will finally put it away. There comes the rush. Alpha Me has built up a flip. Daru's got his, and right now, a glitch pop makes things a little awkward, but that's okay. Oh, Alpha Me. The flip will not find a kill, but Daru has the ball, and with the speed and the dash, Pensando has no evade to work with, and apparently no more abilities left in the kit.
Yeah, just so many abilities coming out. Great defensive sequence from Supernova. but ultimately, or from Flying Blavas and Supernova, I guess at multiple times, but ultimately it is going to be People Supernova locking in that goal, and now they're only 1 point away from taking this game for themselves. Emmy forced to burn the flip to get the core past Daru, but it just comes right on back with that Mako just having so many strikes, just able to get it right through. As now Celsi has flip available, may opt to use it here pretty soon. Yeah, there it is. As great defense, though, is going to mean that no barrier is down just yet from the side of Supernova.
Yeah, and we reset back to Alpha. Me will be claiming that barrier for himself. Probably feels very good about that, but it is not quite over yet. Pensando will help with the friend sling and find a shot through Moonbeam. And it is a point. However, it does not feel like a point that is super comfortable. I feel like Nova, or People Supernova, definitely still is comfortably in the driving seat for most of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like if you're Pantheon, if you look at the Pantheon logo, you're rolling that stone up the hill, but it has been falling so fast for so long that like you gotta like get a tank or something to just ride behind the rock and push it up. As they do get that kill, this could be the tank starting to take shape, but and second barrier down now as well. But it is all up to this flip from Moonbeam, and oh my gosh! Fireball Sentry from Emmy is going to lock it in.
Yeah, coming into this last point of this set, Daru and Moonbeam both with a flip to work with. Mimi building one, or has one, and Sondo and Alpha Me not far behind. It is going to be a bit of a flip fest, if you will. Here comes the Maelstrom to come out. Amy forced to burn the flip, but that is okay. You get Maelstrom and Pass Splitter at the cost of your life. And Sondo and Alpha Me will have to hold possession long enough, but it will be brutally difficult against this Era Mako backline that has nobody there to stop the Mako secondary. They've survived for now. Pensando flip is actually not going to save it. Daru, a good read, looked him dead in the eyes and said, I know what you're going to do. And there is Moonbeam Sama flipping for the move speed alone. Does not even care about the pressure. It is simply fire up value. 50% move speed for 6 seconds. It is very, very impactful.
Yeah, and that Supernova now going up to 1-0 in this best of 3. Looking very, very comfortable in this series. Just they didn't end up dropping any sets. Flying Blavos did have some sense of making their way back into the game later on in the series, but it was in the game, but it was a little dangerous of a spot to be in. And like it's kind of hard. When Daru just has so many things, you mentioned it, but Moonbeam with the fire up flip at the end just had the energy to burn and burned it in such a way that gave them the goal, because Daru just it's Asher. She's supposed to be this slow lumbering character that kind of abuses your team because she's just there and you can't get it out. But when she is as fast as a train, just going straight at your face, like, I mean, what can you do there? And unfortunately, that is the predicament that Flying Blavos found themselves in. It just an Asher just right in your face, and ultimately, it came out on the side of People Supernova just came out on top.
Yeah, and that is kind of, I feel like that is what People Supernova, even whenever they're not playing this like kitten-esque comp that you would expect, like in this comp you expect the Asher to be the one doing all the heavy work, right? You expect like Era doesn't really score by herself. She's got Maelstrom and that's about it. Sometimes she gets a beam. Mako's not doing too much besides maybe throwing a cage. But generally from whenever I've seen People Supernova play, even whenever they're on Estelle or like Amy or like Moonbeam maybe being on like the Atlas, which is something he's more known for, I think. Daru is a brawler that actually makes magic happen. Whenever he gets the ball, it feels like sometimes, even in spots where like it shouldn't work, he just figures out how to do it. And that is a really, really, really good thing to have in a brawler. And I don't know if Pensando is Juno, like, what does Juno do? I'm not saying you have to play a melee goalie, but whenever the brawler is so much of a threat, it feels really bad not having that melee goalie lockdown. No?
Yeah, I think one of Asher's, like, Asher when she gets into the corner, it's kind of very difficult to do anything against it. But definitely, I think the Juno is going to have some difficulty, whereas something like an Atlas or a Dubu are going to be able to kind of keep yourselves out of trouble for at least a little while longer. And that's kind of what I would like to see from this Juno, or from Pensando. I know they do have the hotshot capabilities in this game, and of course that is going to be a ban. But I think I would like to see them save goalie for last. Here they're kind of letting the timer die down, figure out what they want to pick or ban, and yeah, they're going to go with the Asher. But I would like to see the goalie picked up last, simply because Pensando can play a lot of can pilot a lot of characters, do a good job, but I'd like them to kind of pick into the other team to figure out. Yeah, the Asher Juno matchup did not work out well for us at all. So let's take a step back, adapt, see what we want to pick here is Nova picking up the Rastel and then the Atlas goalie. Pretty traditional comp there.
Yeah, this is a very standard comp. Notably, this is Celicy on the Estelle. We saw that show up a little bit in yesterday's EKC game, I believe. No, the Bombardiers game. So for any Nassau watchers, a little throwback to yesterday's session. We see how they rounded out this Flying Blavos quest or roster, that is, and they're gonna round it out with Feeney, which makes sense. I imagine this is not anything crazy. This is probably just Pensando Feeney. And then no, I'm lying. I understand now. Okay, normally I would say, yeah, this is a Feeney goalie. However, I know what these players play. That is a Feeney midfield. That Kaizen blocks. I think my co-caster died. Probably doing some fraud stuff.
I was muted. My bad. I had to cough. So yeah, I think it's an interesting pivot in opportunity to kind of figure out, hey, last game did not work out for us. How do you want to go into this next game? And I'm not ruling out the Finny already, but if it is a Finny midfield, there are a lot of glaring issues with some of her kits. Mostly just speed, basically exclusively speed. That something like Rastel, they're going to be able to get a setup into your team, into your defense, and make things really, really hard to play against if you are that Finny that doesn't really have the speed to watch out. And Kai as well, being the actual defender, theoretically, is also going to have that kind of difficulty. We'll have some speed to work with, but it's really not as much as you want to see.
Yeah, a little OIA on the boards for Alpha Meat and Pensando. This Asher may be a little abusable this game if Alpha Meat is not careful. And we were correct. That is indeed the Imi Feeney bars. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see if it can pay off. Alpha B will be the first to strike this round, though, claiming a kill on Celicy. And now, if they can get level 2, get a pass splitter down, it is looking a little doomed for Moonbeam, as there are just not enough resources in the kit to respond to a threat that scary.
Yeah, I think having this hotshot could be very scary if it's allowed to scale, but in theory, the side of Flying Blavos just wants to be able to get the core through you before you even get to that overtime proc. Is great defense from Celicy, and the side of Supernova is going to mean no barrier or no goal found just yet on this first point. But I mean, there's just so much pressure. It's great defense from Pensando, and great save conversely from Moonbeam is going to mean that still nothing found, no kills found either. Alpha may try to get the dash punch with the breakthrough into barrier beam, but nothing was found, and ultimately that means that now we're in overtime. That hotshot has time to scale, that's gonna be going straight in.
Yeah, and the pendulum swing is not even needed to land. It is just too fast, and there are too many options for that Rasmus to take. That means that People's Supernova will claim this first point and immediately go into the second point, probably looking for more off the back of what is almost 3 flips. Mimi has built theirs up. Daru tries to find something to hook. It looked good. Unfortunately, not able to find anything in this corner, though. Will not be using the flip. Alpha Me doing a bit of hunting this round, it seemed. It seems like every time I look over at him, he is dash punching Celici. Celici through the portal will find Crystal Thorns to take that barrier. And now, if Flying Blobos want a chance at this round, they need to fight back now, because I think in another rotation of abilities, it's going to get really, really scary.
Yeah, Mimi with the flip is going to be able to find the barrier down. Now this is where the side of Flying Blobos wants to be, saved away from the goal by Moonbeam Sama. And I mean, the flip available is pretty scary if you are the side of Supernova, but that is no flip now and no energy for anyone on the side of Flying Blobos. Supernova has theoretically just the opportunity to end this kind of here and now. We've procced overtime, but oh my gosh, Beam taken out that defense Moonbeam from the field, and Alpha made just nice punch right on the net.
That is a really, really good kill to find. Alpha Me's already stacking up a bit of a throne of skulls, if you will, and they will be taking it through the portal to the top side, taking that opposite portal side. But Mimi taken off through the help of Pendulum Swing and Beam. Alpha Mimi tries to find a dash punch, not going to land anything. And that means that people Supernova are just going to walk this up comfortably in. There we go. Trying to hit the tip of the barrier. Not going to find anything. A triple take will actually be what takes the barrier for people Supernova, as the place sort of dies down for the moment, but immediately, just like that, we are back in the corner, back on the defense. The damage is being piled onto Pensando, and with the help of Hit Stun, the barriers will... the core will go into the net.
Yeah, I mean, you just have constant abilities just straight in your face, and with all the stuns, eventually your cooldowns will run out if you're Pensando. And I mean, just great job from people Supernova to get that pressure going. I'd like to highlight as well Moonbeam's kind of usage of that Celestial Intervention, the ultimate, to keep everyone alive on their team. On this map of Gates of Obscura, you kind of want to hover exactly where we see the teams hovering right now. Just in that corner, kind of close, have one person close to the wall and one person kind of covering the out clear and behind the person on the wall. But you can get killed just like that, as that is going to be a kill from either side found too close to the wall were both those brawlers. And just like that, now we're on the power play for neither side, I guess. Dario back online, though, is able to get the rebound, and Alpha Me now back online as well.
Yeah, and there comes that Whiplash and the Pendulum Swing and just about everything besides the Death Touch quite yet. But a pass from Celici, well, not just Celici, from Moonbeam to Celici to Daru. Daru will sink it in top corner and claim themselves a set and possibly some good awakenings.
Yeah, as going into the draft, we got Recovery Drone hovered by Daru here on the Rasmus. I mean, size, Rasmus, you can't really go wrong there, and that's exactly what we see picked up. I think that's just going to make Daru a whole much more of an opponent, and also, of course, you have that extra revive for all of Alpha Me's dash punches. That is a bit more speed on the Asher. I was talking about it in the last game a little bit, but when Asher has speed, she's a lot more oppressive, and so I'm interested in seeing how Alpha Me is going to be using this fight or flight and kind of keeping this pressure flowing with these awakenings. Also, of course, a lot of good awakenings here on the other side of the field. But I think it is pretty even in terms of like what all we got and what all we were able to get. I think the glass cannon on Moonbeam is going to kind of counter Alpha Me's fight or flight a little bit. But if Alpha Me just keeps punishing Moonbeam, we'll see maybe less of that. As oh my gosh, that'd be great strike to catch the barrier, to catch the goal.
Yeah, the little portal plays, always nice to see. Especially those shots like that. Like you see a lot of those with core flip, but with ever like just taking straight shots like that. Bit rare, probably because it's a bit rare for it to actually like work. I think mini goalies are too fast, especially, or mini goalies have too many abilities to reliably make it work. But it'll claim a point, and quickly, just like that, will Supernova will do a little defense, go back onto the offense here for a moment. It's going around and around. We love the portals. Celici brought dangerously low, kind of forced out of this play, cannot get involved there, otherwise he will be paying with his life. And Daru, a Moonbeam Sama Whoa, holy moly. Moonbeam Sava's astral projection is not going to be able to get the ball back in his hands like you would have liked.
Yeah, now we're looking at Flying Blobos up 2-0 in the second set. Pretty comfortable lead here, and I think their game plan is kind of coming into fruition. They have a lot of that speed and a little bit of damage as well to make it more difficult for the side of People Supernova to really get these offenses flowing. Anytime they go into that corner, they take too much damage to really get anything out of the play, and now, I mean, Asher Alpha Me just able to absolutely stuff out that flip is crucial as well, because now you got 2 flips on the side of Flying Blobos, and they're planning to use it as soon as possible here. But that is going to be Alpha Me taken off the field, and Celsi great warp in, but oh no!
Oh my. Sometimes sources like demons from the deep come out and possess your goalie. It happens. It's okay. It's one set. It's not like it matters. They're up like a map anyways. May as well, you know. We'll see what this enemy team can pick up off that draft. It looks like peak performance that is very strong. I'm also looking at a little happy star for this Asher maybe. Oh.
Yeah, but you know, we see something that everyone hates or everyone loves, depends on who you ask. Is more size on Erasmus. That Demolitionist is going to be really nice if you are Daru, because you also get the cooldowns as well now. But also we do see that team player from Moonbeam is really big, just so much more core speed to maybe help you stall out. But that is Daru. No recovery during left in the set already to use, so that is a little scary if you are the side of People Supernova. As getting into this, we also have Celsi, you know, having more of those cooldowns, more opportunities if they get a kill, and it may not be the side of Supernova that's getting kills though, as Daru is looking really low.
Yeah, he's looking low, but he's got the portals to play around, and that means he is actually very hard to actually shut down. The Whiplash, Pendulum Swing, the Thorns, it all comes out. Pensando overwhelmed without enough strikes to, you know, consistently beat everything. That is the Rasmus Estelle that we are so used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the Rastel just tried and true, you know, able to do whatever they want for the most part. But I mean, you're seeing it again and again in this game. They just look so comfortable. Oh, incredible save from Moonbeam to get this save. And I mean, as I was mentioning a little bit earlier, just their Moonbeam has been doing a really great job of placing down these Celestial Interventions, preventing their team from dying and putting their team in good spots to stay alive. This almost second barrier going down. Great offense from Alpha Me, and Emmy is going to open up that barrier.
Yeah, and Celsi brought dangerously low, hunted by Alpha Me. Moonbeam will try to find some passes. Pensando up with the flip, not going to be able to put it in quite yet, but with Daru and Celsi walking it up, not able to find anything either. Barrage comes out, they're just trying to keep Celsi out of the play, and there is the Celestial Intervention. Celsi now brought back to full HP almost, will probably be able to play the game. Good strike pop shot by Moonbeam means that they keep possession for the time being. There is the Fini thing. The Fini ultimate. Good barrage. Unfortunately, Whiplash ends up beating it, and that's not Whiplash.
Yeah, the Pendulum Swing locking in the goal. As now getting into this next point, we're looking at People Supernova, kind of figuring out what they want to do. It feels a very shifting tides in this game. You have Supernova taking that first set pretty handedly, and then Flying Blobos, I think 3-0ing the last set, and now Supernova looking to turn this around, get themselves this next set 3-0 in a 3-0 fashion, as Daru has that flip online, may be able to use it here to kind of get some sort of pressure going. But, I mean, another incredible save from Moonbeam Saba is going to be that flip stays online and your Rasmus is still there to stun and be obnoxious for another day.
Yeah, Daru will try to find a possession, try to get something. And being forced off of this corner here due to low HP Alpha Me playing that dash punch game we've seen all game this so far. I mean, the flip is actually not going to land. Alpha Me's still hunting, actually going to burn the flip. Daru is probably feeling a little hated right now, if I had to guess, just based off the amount of damage and the amount of beatings he's taking. Celestial Intervention saves him once more. That is the curse of playing against Moonbeam. You cannot kill his brawler or his midfielder unless you put some pressure onto him first. He is so consistent with those revives.
Yeah, and Atlas with the hot shot off the start has another like cooldowns up constantly. It feels just able to defend permanently, and with that team player as well, you're gonna get access to the core and that fast speed so often. You have hot shot buffing the abilities, and then team player buffing the strikes. Is there? It's gonna be the strike into the pendulum swing as People's Supernova now up 2-0 in potentially this final game of the series, this final set of the series. As looking at draft, anything interesting you see here, Flop?
Notably looking at a spark of focus, not really because anybody sparked already, but because I think Atlas would just really like the CDRs. I don't think he needs anything else in this draft, and I think if Moonbeam got the cooldown on not only Expanse and Primary, but that Celestial Intervention is going to be all the more harder for Mimi and Alpha Me to find KOs, because Atlas is already doing a great job at holding it down. Celestia picking up that aerials. We've already seen a good amount of People's Supernova. They just drop the ball into open space and then they let Celestia catch. I think this draft is just really, really good for People's Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many more shenanigans that they can perform from the side of People's Supernova. I think Chrono Boost is nice on Pensando. You can see just that speed from that Orbancer, and the Chrono Boost just keeps it flowing as well. Right after is, oh my gosh, Alpha Miemi, able to get the barrier down and just looking pretty confident. I think it is a little bit of what we saw last game as well. Shades of last game, but perhaps with different players. As Alpha Me just constantly getting buffed by their team, has a bit of that extra size from Mimi taking that among Titans, and I think it is definitely a draft won by Supernova, but I think the side of Flying Blobos were able to perhaps further their point of kind of what they want to do in this game. Is going to be nonetheless Celestia getting that barrier and that goal.
Yeah, People's Supernova is looking really, really comfortable right now. It feels like every time I see these guys on the defense, they are either letting their Atlas take the interactions with these hard-to-beat abilities. There's the Expanse, and they'll see if Imi can capitalize, and they will. And, I mean, yes, we've claimed a point at the cost of... Was that 2 flips? I'm looking at the bars, and I want to say 2 flips, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure either. I think Pensando may have had to burn a bait or something a little earlier, but either way, they still got the 1 flip available. They could use it pretty effectively here if they are careful, but that is going to be a great stun from Moonbeam to keep it out for now. And I mean, as you're saying, we just have so much pressure on the defense and on the offense too. From the side of Supernova, Daru just a one-man army on the offense, not quite catching the goal, but making it so difficult for any defense from the side of Flying Blobos. But on the other hand, Supernova losing that point is Flying Blobos just Alpha Me so massive up in your face if you're Moonbeam.
Yeah, and with Daru and the entirety of People's Supernova all building towards a flip, we'll see if they can claim out this point. And stop this comeback before it begins. Daru, little whiplash, that's pendulum swing, will find it, and off that whiplash will actually find that barrier. The death touch will claim the ball, but not quite how you would like. Mimi not able to cover everything as she needs. Fortunately, that is the downside of this Fini pick. Even though she has Among Titans peak performance, it is still hard for her to actually cover everything without the traditional haste that these melee midfielders, if you will, typically have. Keeping it going, Alpha Me goes onto the offense. Yeah, Pensando forced onto the defense here for a moment. Intervention projection will keep it forward. They'll lose both barriers, and People's Supernova are closing in with 2 flips to work with. This is looking a little scary through the portal. Celestia beam comes out. Daru finds the top shot and claims the second map of the match, and will be the winner of the Flying Blobos Nova series.
Yeah, I found my voice again. Great job from the side of People's Supernova. Just had their game plan down to a T, it feels. were able to pull out that Rastel and play very effectively. And they did lose one set, but it never really felt like they were out of control of the game. With each passing moment, it felt like they were just able to do more and more. And eventually it just became a bit too much for them, for the side of Flying Blavos to really deal with. As we saw there, just great job from the entire side of People Supernova. They're going to be able to lock in this series victory. Let me do that real quick. Week 8 now. Both teams were at 5-2 going into the series, and now it is People Supernova going up to 6-2. I believe that does lock them into playoffs. And then Flying Blavos going down to 5-3. A little scary, but as long as they win, I mean, either way, they're going to end out the season with a positive score. It's just a matter of how much, and I'm not 100% confident on that.
For sure, and we'll see. Neither of these teams, this is not a devastating loss for either team. Both of them are pretty comfortable. This is more of a upper battle skirmish, if you will, kind of just to decide, mostly seeding, fighting for that first or maybe second spot, depending on how other games go. I'll say it, my games go. But we'll see how the rest of the league shakes up next week for those games before we can finalize standards. But stick around for now, because we will be getting into more North American Striker Academy games. Up next is Those Who Strike After versus Wee's Little Bees. Stay tuned for that.
We will be right back as soon as I can click the button. We'll be right back. Hold on. We'll be right back now. There we go.
They say a rabbit needs another's company. Twilight brings a cold wind, a heartache, where figure what you wanna be. Falling, fleeing, fading out, disappearing into nothing. To eternal sleep, that everlasting void, until I lose, searching for something. Where is my
Welcome back to the North American Strikers Academy Season 7, Week 8. I'm coming out from my personal victory against Flying Blobos, but this series is not about me. This is about Strike versus Weeb. And today we have Real Otaku making his debut in this season, in this week, against a pretty stacked team over at Strike. We have Breads, Obscure Breads, Zonseki, and Turbo. Today we have a missile prop and build different start, and it's a pretty polarizing start, especially for damage as well. Brayson, what are your thoughts about this?
This is definitely going to be a very interesting game because with Real Taku having this as his NASA debut, like huge step up from OSAS, where we last saw him as like his last tournament appearance. He has to play against Obscure Breads, and last season, I actually no, last season. Wait, I think this was 2 seasons ago, but Obscure Breads was a very strong Nazzle goalie, being able to make it to the playoffs, and I think they even made it so that Bozo Bunch made it to either second or third. I'm pretty sure they did make it to grand finals. So we are looking at like a grand finals Nazzle level goalie over here. And Real Attack is definitely going to have to be able to step up because on the other side, we also have Wii midfielding for him. So we kind of got like a little bit of some off-roll action as well with Wii doing a little bit of midfielding on the Estelle here.
Yeah, and Zaxmack also playing goalie. The Atlas goalie we haven't seen that since season 6. I find it pretty interesting how they're just going all out on this role swap right now, and Real Otaku just here to suffice for that as well. The only one on main role, but he is also the only one that has been put in as a sub for this week.
Yeah, that is for sure. I'm very interested to see how this goes, but I think the Awakens are definitely kind of in their favor here because Jakar does really like missile prop, and Alex is also a very big missile prop enjoyer. And as we're seeing here, this missile prop is getting a lot of value off with the Alex managing to take the barrier, and Real Taku looking to get control of the core here. Unfortunately, Zonseki is in the way, but he does manage to get it, but quickly loses possession, and Ree's not looking a little long for this world, managed to get an evade off, and gets the orb, so now they have some HP to stay on the field here, and Ryutaku is working the bottom corner here, rotates it up to Wii, but unfortunately doesn't manage to get the touch. And they do manage to keep the offense going here. A couple cooldowns are used, goes to the top corner, and the rose work from Estelle managed to get it in. They get the first point of the series with Ryutaku on the OSAS, like, from Daza. He's looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing that despite them being an entirely off-roll team, they are not going down without a fight. But Zonseki on his like, I don't know if he's like known for his X, but I think it looks pretty good. He's able to just walk in the goalie's face and just absolutely stomp them with all his abilities. And if Turbo and Obscure Reds are able to scale up, pinch Zaxmack and Wii, the backline with this like just onslaught of abilities, I think they can do pretty good and on the offense as well.
Absolutely. Zon is definitely, like, I do know that Zon is very comfortable in the Asher, and if anybody is comfortable in the Asher, they are definitely comfortable in the X as well. As we see, putting it in the corner here, being able to get that barrier, spends the core flip, looks to get it in, but unfortunately they weren't able to coordinate their abilities just close enough to be able to get the point here, but they do manage to keep control. Unfortunately, they lose possession here. Real Taku not looking long for his world, not really wanting to get in there to start the offense, opting to cover the up clear instead. And it looks like he might be getting killed by X here. There's definitely plenty of punch to go around, but on the other side of the field, Turbo gets it in, evening the score 1-1.
Really nice point coming out from Strike. Obscure Breads unfortunately wasting the flip. I don't know what it was for, but we'll see how this pans out, if that's going to affect them at all coming into this next point. And wow, both barriers just falling so quickly on the side of Strike. And it looks like Weave is in a very advantageous spot here.
Yeah, Obscure Bread's really wishing he had that core flip, but he wasted sooner, but luckily for him, his team is able to get both those barriers back. A whip, a shotgun from Real Attack kind of graced the offense a little bit, so we lose core control here, but beautiful offense on the top side from Real Attack, and we didn't really need that shotgun shell. You just have another one. And on top of that with Roseworth, that means Weasel Beast is now 2-1.
Yeah, Real Otaku and Wii with the with the needles and the shotgun, just able to cover so much space. Just able to, kind of get in your face with all the the AoE abilities and stuff like that. And it's especially going to help them in the open space as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And like with the way that they're playing this comp too, the fact that they have missile prop, they're definitely planning to just kind of cover as many options as possible, which is kind of something that Trek Brawler is kind of good at doing, to be honest. Especially when you have missile prop, it's definitely kind of becomes an option that you can do. And on top of the fact that you have an Estelle, oh, holy sad boys angle from Zax there, but yeah, like he said, there's so many range that both Drakkar and Stealth can cover. It becomes really scary for when you're just like a little now brawler, or well, now goalie, I guess. I don't really see a now brawler happen very often here, but Obscure Prince is able to hold down for a moment. Unfortunately, Zanzaki's Bellringer is not able to defend the goalie, and that's kind of why we don't see X in the net. But Real Ataku is definitely showing signs of life, and Weasel first gets the first set here.
Real Otaku showing that he is not one to be messed with coming into this next set. That being said, though, the Estelle is going to get the MVP as the pick of the litter here. Let's see what they pick up. They're not really opting to go for anything. Never mind. They do pick up the hot shot, of course, something very known for Estelles to always be taking. That's going to be a team player on Obscure Breads as well. Fire up on Zax back. It's going to be able to help just get in there with the front line as well as maybe himself. Breakson, what are your thoughts on this draft right here?
A lot of core speed is definitely going to be into effect here, and Magic is even more projectile range. It's pretty interesting. But Zon does get the Spark here, which is also pretty nice. Sparks are nerfed across the board because they're just that strong. But I still think even then, they're still good. But holy moly, Axe is now taking out the field, and Ratataku is looking like he might not be long for this world. Strike second now has Vopers open, looking like they want to take the next set here. Offense being 1v9 by Wii here, but unfortunately just strikes it to the black hole, keeping Ryotaki low. A little bit of a blunder on their side of the end here, but if Ryotaki manages to stay alive, you don't have to worry about that too much. And Turbo is being able to keep the core on their side, letting their team get the kill on Ryotaki, and it looks like they are trying to not trying to pass around the Wii, actually, opting to try to keep the pressure down in the edge, maybe trying to get KO on the ledge line, which is also very fair considering that you have Aimi and X on your team. They can definitely do that. Offense is now rotating on the top side. Real Ataku covering the out clear for the Estelle, which is honestly pretty good. It's a very solid fundamental positioning to do, and Saxmac managed to get the clear. Offense, the core control is looking a little frenzied right now. He gives up core control back to the Estelle, but it's okay. It's bouncing around like a madhouse right now. Neither team's really able to get the core somewhere comfortable, but the corner offense from X and Aimi unfortunately goes awry. Nothing is made. Oh, real attack with the core flip to the top side, and that is the first point. It is 1-0, and it looks like they want to win the next set here.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is that if I think if Real Otaku is able to just wait until we can kind of scale his abilities up with him and not leave it until he's staggered to do so, I think the offense will go a lot quicker, and I think that as well, if they can just play in general a little more patiently, I think it'll do wonders for them.
Absolutely. Is a lot of responsibility is on those shoulders. The backwards beam right there was a little scary, but it didn't really matter because Zanzeki was able to just send it to the bottom side anyways, and looks like Strike is looking like they are getting their bearings together now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting points coming out. Strike is finally finding their footing in these late points, but that doesn't mean that Weeb isn't out yet, as they do get 2 barriers, and Turbo is currently staggered right now. I'm excited to see how this point goes on.
Yeah, so damage keeps stacking up. I think that damage is definitely a win condition that Weeb can definitely take advantage of here. Even though they're staggered, they do manage to get that conversion. Real Otaku looking pretty comfortable, able to convert whenever he gets the core. Surprisingly well, to be honest, he is doing a very good job against this Nazzle goalie.
Yeah, the little sneaky Drakkar play with the secondary, able to catch Obscure Breads off guard completely there. That's going to be some damage on his Seki as well. If he's able to do that 2 more times, then Real Otaku is looking great, as well as the rest of his team as well.
Definitely here, and they are unfortunately. Well, actually, the berries are equal, but unfortunately, both berries haven't gone on Beef's side here, and they are looking pretty on razor thin edge here, and the glitch pop from Turbo, able to 1v9 the offense as Zanseki was just covering the outclear for a beat. The set count is now 1-1, and Obscure Briz gets the MVP.
Yeah, bunch of interesting stuff coming into this draft. Zanseki, I know he's fiending for that spark. Not actually gonna hover the adrenaline rush here, but Obscure Bread's opting for the Omega Infused Accelerator, and we taking the Spark of Strength as well. Is this going to be a double deny coming out from Weeb? Yes, that is. And we now see Zanseki getting the Adrenaline Rush. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this Adrenaline Rush will mean in this game right now, as they're not sorry, they have the kills. They're getting the damage down. If they're able to get the confirms, it could be pretty catastrophic for the side of Weave. But Zanseki fiending for this kill. It's gonna get the Atlas res. Great Atlas res coming up from Zax Mac. And I'm just really excited to see how these points go out.
Yeah, but damage is definitely looking like it's starting to come online for Strike Second here, as they are keeping Wii low, and they just popped the Atlas Res trying to kill Otaku. But it doesn't matter if Real Otaku just managed to get both barriers. Real Otaku and Wii, two brawlers, one of them is off-roll, one of them is just like fresh from OSAS here. They're doing really good, and if they're able to keep this up, bring the offense back on their side, I think that they will be able to get the point, but Turbo with the beautiful sentry at the bottom here, and a beautiful glitch pop managed to get the kill. Both boards are dead on the other side in the blink of an eye. Turbo has his core flip, he opts to use it, brings it around the Zax Pack, which is absolutely correct, because he does also have his core flip. Turbo, with the strike, loses it to the strike shot. Core control is lost, almost goes in, but they're able to keep it alive, and oh my god, Zanseki kills the goalie as well! He's not long for this world though, as he is very low, but he might be able to try to convert here. Unfortunately, he does not. Real Otaku looking like he's gonna die. Adarash is procced for the third time this set, and Turbo with all that core speed is able to send it in with an insane first point from Strike Second.
The damage is absolutely on the line right now. Zanseki playing like a damn madman in the face of Weeb. If they're able to do this like for a couple more points, even like they don't even need to do that for like the rest of the game. If they're able to just do that for a couple more points, they're looking really good as they do take the double barrier. But Turbo is looking pretty low right here.
Absolutely, Turbo looks like the damage is starting to be on the flip side here. They realize that the best way to deal with damage is to kill the other team, and with that black hole coming up soon and Turbo being low, he can definitely be taking a lot of damage here if he's not careful. The core flows over to Zanseki and he's able to start an offense. Glitch, Turbo's coming over to the other side to be able to help him. Turret is placed against the spatial. It managed to fight it successfully, and Zanseki in the corner manages to take out both Wii and Zaxmag. Zaxmag opting to hold the core flip for the next point here.
Yeah, gotta watch out for that X Maximus. Can't play around with it when it's in the corner in your face like that. Even when you're Atlas, you gotta be ready for it. And this means that Strike is in a really good spot right now, having one barrier down onto Weeb. But Wii with the flip here is going to get one barrier, but unfortunately not two. Let's see if they can, kind of collapse on Strike right here.
Absolutely, they're doing a great job with the offense here, managing to do corner offense and be able to put the damage back on Turbo, but unfortunately, Real Otaku looks like he is getting hit. Unfortunately, gets killed by the glitch pop. Turbo is still also low, though. He didn't commit too hard to the offense here, or else he might get shot. But on the flip side, Wii is also looking not long for this world, as they are doing a really good job at putting their cooldowns where they want their target to be, and Wii still low, but Zanseki, Obscure Briz overextending off the offense here, loses a barrier, now it's an open net for Strike Second, and they're probably looking like they might be dying soon as well. A potential power play on behalf of Wii here can really turn things around. Might be able to get this point if they manage to get out of the corner here, but Turbo does not want to give it up. The turret is placed, but unfortunately didn't get much value, not able to touch the core, but that core flip gets so much value, but Zanseki is dead, and they can't convert the... It's actually a power play for their side here, as Red Tacky just kind of wins the 1v1 against Obscure Briz. He just struck shotgun. Strike primary. Forbidden Drakar technique right there.
Yeah, Real Otaku, despite being a couple levels behind the rest of everyone on the field, he's still in this game and looking really like he's contributing. He's still trying his best to contribute, but if you're not getting the ball, unfortunately, both of your barriers just got taken down. not much you can do as the brawler there. And oh my god, that's a kill on Zonseki, but both of the two members on Weeb looking pretty low here. If they can, you know, make up for the damage here, oh, that's gonna be a kill on Real Otaku. Never mind. Yeah, if they're able to, you know, clutch out this point right here, you know, things could. It's looking pretty close here, and if they're able to like clutch it out a little bit, they're able to like, you know, kind of get their footing in the set. I could see the set turning around.
Absolutely. If they're able to keep this X and Ivy out of the corner here, or like so just successfully hold it down and take it away from them, and if they manage to survive as well and not get shot, because Otaku really hasn't had much participation in this game, partly because Cord doesn't end up on his side very often, but also because he's just been the focus of damage, which is very common for the brawler, right? You always just kind of have to be just a sign of something that brawlers are used to. They just kind of get shot all the time, but Castell actually is the one who gets shot here, the midfielder. Perfectly spent by Zack Smack. It bounces up and down a couple times, and the primary from Atlas. Real Otaku hunts it in to the top side, and Zack Smack is able to get the point with that.
Yeah, after it looked pretty bleak, going down 0-2 and at the start of the set, Weeb has managed to get their footing here and make it a 0.5. That's going to be one barrier down for Strike as well. Weeb looking pretty good coming into this 0.5 here.
Absolutely, both teams are looking very scary. Absolutely, either side, it could go either way. But another thing that you have to think about is this X definitely scales, and it's pretty good. X patch overall, just pretty consistent character this patch, I'd say. Definitely middle of the pack at the very least. And we're seeing a lot of damage being pumped out by this X here. And on top of the Ivy too, looking like they're trying to start an offense on the top side. A crazy strike from Zonseki. It seems like he simply struck second. And not only did he strike second, he struck third as he was able to win 2 strike wars there on his own.
Yeah, Zonseki, MVP for this set, has the absolute pick of the litter here. So many options. You can go for the bulk up, even the tempo swing, or the catalyst, even the reptile remedy to deny the big healing. But I'm looking at a tempo swing for him as tempo swing gives you a ton more damage, but it is going to opt for the bulk up. You know, respectable pick right there. Atlas getting this Manu is going to be a lot easier to defend his barriers with. And the reptile remedy going out to Wii for the healing, and catalyst on the IME gonna be. I don't know how good Catalyst is right now, but I'm thinking it's pretty decent, you know. And the Among Titans helping. The Among Titans on Breads is not only gonna help for his own speed, for his own benefit, but is also gonna help his teammates like quite a lot here going into this next set.
Absolutely, the size is definitely very nice to have on X, and Anya is also one of the midfielders that definitely appreciate a lot as well. And like the Obscure Briz just has a crazy speed build right now. But right now, Zack Smack unfortunately whiffs his strike shot, but gets the boys angle, tries to go for on the bottom side, but unfortunately whiffs it. But I respect the effort either way. Corner offense is getting passed around, and passed around the Atlas. They succeed, and they managed to keep the offense on their side. Turbo had a court flip, opting not to use it. Probably wasn't in range for it, which is honestly fair enough, but opts to use it now and able to get in the top corner with Wing with another backwards primary. A little sketchy, but sometimes I guess it's understandable. It doesn't hit Thunder goalie, so it's a little risky, but maybe it works out.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Weeb, Strike is able to collapse so much, you know, more consistently, as this X and IME are nothing to be like scoffed at, of course. They're just able to get in the corner so easily and just pump out all this damage. It's absolutely terrifying if you're on the side of Weeb. Even with that Atlas, isn't able to suffice for that healing. Yeah, as we can see here too, the damage is, or the corner offense just coming into absolute fruition here.
Absolutely, and X and Ami doing a really good job of passing it around them as well. And as we saw there, like Zonseki did actually opt to use the core flip to like strike straight at the barrier, but rather to add turbo there. And now they are looking like super healthy as they are 2-0 about to take the first game here. It seems like Beast is looking like they're struggling a little bit now.
Yeah, the energy economy is I think it's like almost exactly equal for both teams. If one team is able to get in the corner with the core flips, I think they'll be at a pretty good spot. But that's Real Otaku getting pretty low here. It's not looking the greatest for Weeb right here.
Yeah, they managed to get core control on their side of the field now, and they're just like taking out Turbo along with the core flip here. They managed to keep the offense on the top side. Turbo does burn the core flip here, but Real Otaku is also low, and Turbo manages to get the orb. Tries to glitch palm Real Otaku into the black hole there. We almost kills his brawler again. Luckily this time he was able to get out of the way in time. And offense on the bottom side here with X and Imi. If Imi has his turret up, that could spell doom for the barrier there. Turbo with the Cyber Swipe edge to kill them. And the turret is online now. Corner offense is looking strong. Alice burns his spatial expanse. Doesn't really get any value out of it, unfortunately. Zonseki's in this corner with the ult now. Looking to take Wii off the field. And I think he could very well do it. Zaxmac pops his barrier on the top side. And manages to keep it safe. It looks like V's looking a little low for his world. Oh, Zaxmac missed his strike shot again. Open barrier is now on both sides as Zonseki's hits the bull rush for the 3-0 in the final set. And now the series is 1-0 for Strike second.
Yeah, that was an absolutely amazing showing from Strike coming into this week with absolute confidence in the corner offense. I think they're looking pretty good coming into this game too, but that doesn't mean that Weeb is out of this yet, because they could have a couple of new tricks up their sleeves that, you know, the rest of the cast, you know, the rest of the people in the lobby haven't seen yet.
Yeah, definitely not. And Real Otaku, honestly, they did a lot better than I was expecting, considering the fact that they came from OSAS. They made the first test look competitive, but unfortunately, the damage on the side of Strike second was just kind of overwhelming. As if you look at the stat line here, both Turbo and Zonseki have so much damage. They're both over 30,000 compared to now, which is like immediately they even break 10,000 lowest damage in the lobby, but doesn't really matter when the other your other teammates, your forwards, are just pumping up the damage like crazy. And they were able to get so much damage out, and they were able to get so many kills. They converted on the power plays very well, and like they managed to succeed around passing around the Atlas pretty comfortably. Like they did a lot of corner offense, but they also rotated the core very intelligently as well. A lot of the times they kind of burnt all of Atlas's cooldowns and just passed around him, and when that happens, Atlas can't really do much. I think they did a good job at doing that. And on the flip side, I think on the behalf of like Weasel of Bees, I think we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with this corner offense, because a lot of damage is being dumped in that corner whenever they're doing it, and it's kind of hard to adapt to that. So they kind of got to get it out as soon as possible, but it's also really hard to do that at the same time. And yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my plan, if I were Weeb here, is to just ban that now out, so they don't really have all the options like for the speed and all that stuff. Like I think they should honestly just kind of ban them now. Maybe they might get Era, and I would just, if I'm Real Otaku, I'm slamming the X here, as he's also not foreign to that pick, but it also denies Zonseki, forcing him to go for that Asher, which I don't think will be as lethal as the X here. And yeah, honestly, that's just my plan. And also if Weeb is able to scale the damage as well as Strike did in this first game, I can see I could see the tables turning here. But we do have Imi's out for game 2. I'm really interested to see how this goes, as a Chrono Boost and Omega Infused Accelerator start is being shown right now.
It looks like it's definitely going to be a pretty speed-heavy game, but at the same time, we do have these two Speed Awakenings, but this is Imi's app we're talking about here. And honestly, I feel like all of Real Otaku's picks here, he is definitely a Jakar player, as we've seen, but he's also a Julie player. I believe Julie is definitely his comfort pick, but he's also certainly got hands on Asher as well, if I do recall correctly. And I believe in the first game, they actually banned out Otaku's Asher, so clearly he must have been putting the work on that character. So if he's able to get that pick, it seems like striking second does ban the X. They do not want Otaku on that character, as it seems like V does have their first pick here. I'm kind of curious to see if they opt to go for a brawler pick here. And yeah, Real Otaku gets his Julie.
Yeah, look, it's looking pretty good for the side of Weeb getting that Julie first pick. That's what you want to see coming into this. But interestingly, Weeb does ban out the Octavia. I mean, it makes sense because Octavia on Chrono Boost, Omega Infuse start pretty crazy. But I'm not sure if Octavia really puts in the work on Imi's app, let alone if Turbo, or I mean, maybe Obscure Reds plays Octavia goalie, but if Turbo is able to like pilot that Octavia as well, like as some of the like really good Octavia players. But that's gonna be the now being punched in from. I think Obscure Beds is just opting for the now goalie again, as Turbo does also opted for that Kai. Really speed heavy comp coming into this IMEZAP game.
Absolutely, and honestly, it's fair enough considering the fact that we have Chrono Boost and Omega Infuse Accelerator here. It's definitely not the wrong fix here, and if you're able to like not die, they were definitely did have agency over the damage game. So I think they're pretty confident into not really going into that. Oh, I think that's a Rasmus goalie that we have here. If it's a Rasmus midfield, I'd be pretty surprised. You don't see that very often. But considering the fact that we have Real Taku and we both brawlers coming into this map here, I honestly could see it happening because we is also a very famously so a Julie like X1 trick. Julie is definitely their strongest character. I honestly might be surprised to see maybe like we playing Julie and then Rasmus also being piloted by the Otaku here. They might go for that's a Dubu goalie. They might be opting for a double brawler comp here into the IMEZAP here.
Yeah, I think double brawler on this map, specifically on if you're on Rasmus, is pretty real, as Rasmus and Julie are able to just keep you at like that. You have to pretty much always be focused on them, or else they will catch you off guard and they will kill you. That's gonna be a Centauro pickup though, coming up from Zon Seki, as they're just planning on like relying on just the brute force and the speed to kind of overcome that this comp coming out from the side of Weave.
Yeah, absolutely. And we honestly have two pretty explosive comps here. I can't lie. Double Brawler is famously a pretty, very, very explosive comp because it's a very feast or famine comp. Because if the core is not on, like, if the brawlers don't have the core, then it's pretty miserable for the goalie as they have to be able to put in a lot of work to be able to give their brawlers some signs of life. And honestly, with a map like IMEZAP, normally this kind of thing happens on demon days, but if you're able to farm those edge KOs good enough, like Julian Raz can, it's definitely a possibility here. But I also think that this Centauro Kai now comp, it's very explosive and it's definitely going to be putting a lot of pressure on Madubu here. So I'm kind of curious to see if they would be able to get that core out of that very aggressive pressure and be able to get it in the hands of the double brawlers.
But I think Dubu is able to, kind of counteract this comp pretty well. As Dubu, if you don't have hit stun versus him, he's like he's pretty hard to get through. But this Centauro is going to be the only way of, getting the hit stuns onto Dubu. But Dubu is also pretty susceptible by getting outsped a lot. But I think he might be opting into the Omega Infused Accelerator, as Chronovus Dubu would be pretty interesting to see. That being said, though, I think this is a pretty like it's a really weird start, right? I I wouldn't be surprised if the if the Julie went Chrono Boost just so they wouldn't die, and I also wouldn't be surprised if Rasmus went Chrono Boost, as Chrono Boost on Rasmus is honestly pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I honestly definitely agree with that statement. And once again, taking OIA on IMEZAP is definitely a death wish because with a map that's already so KO heavy, just making yourself even weaker to that damage gameplay is definitely something you kind of want to avoid in general. And once again, we is definitely going to be enjoying that Chrono Boost as I see him hovering that Rasmus. It seems like Real Taku is actually going to be the one playing the Julie here, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing that. We seems to be giving up the reins and giving the Julie to Taku, and they are both kind of Julie one tricks. So well, I guess I shouldn't say one tricks, but they're definitely Julie specialists, I should say. And I'm very interested to see how this game goes and to see who opts to take OIA and who doesn't.
Yeah, definitely. As we come into this game, there's going to be 3 people opting for the Omega Infused Accelerator: Real Otaku, Zaxmac, and Obscure Breads. On Real Otaku and Zaxmac, I kind of expected it, but not on Obscure Breads. I mean, Chrono Boost on now is pretty dangerous. It's able to like give your team so much more speed, but it's not the worst pick of all time. As siphoning one Zentaro Chrono Boost, I honestly expected Zonseki to take Chrono Boost or Omega Infused Accelerator, but that's not the case here. As the dash range on Zentaro is pretty, it's not bad. Honestly, it's pretty like it's pretty decent, but it does also remove the opportunity for you to get explosive entrance well, it doesn't exactly, but you would have to be dealing with double dash range, and I think that it just kind of messes up the damage a little bit in my opinion, but that doesn't mean that they're out of this yet as coming to this game here.
Absolutely. Taking Chrono Boost on Zen. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, taking Chrono Boost on
Oh.
Zentaro can definitely be risky considering the fact that you're kind of missing out on that explosive impact, or at least giving a lot less value, but who cares about that if you're just able to KO them, as Sanseki and Turbo just kind of running him a soccer, killing both Wii and Zaxpack, being able to get the first point there.
Yeah, Zonseki being so explosive with this siphoning wand here, gonna be a quite annoying like hindrance for the Weave, as they don't really have anything to kind of counteract that, as I think the Centauro can honestly scale pretty out of control kind of easily.
Definitely, and this patch is definitely a very W Zentaro patch. I've been seeing a lot of Nassau Brawlers starting to pick him up here, and I can definitely see why, as offense is starting nice and calm here, trying to get it to the top side. Zaxmack does manage to clear it out. They do. Yeah, oh, yep, okay. Wee's looking like he's taking a lot of damage here. Obscure Braids with Core Clip being able to definitely comfortably be on that side. Zaxpack tries to go for the KO. Real Taku collapses on top, being able to get that kill there. Obscure Braids doesn't care as he managed to kill him with primary Core Clip, which is very scary. It's a 2v2. Power play has been neutralized. Turbo's running up here, but Zaxpack gets a W clear. But now Turbo and Zonseki are doing a trying to collapse on the bottom side there. Unfortunately, did not work out. Real Taku went for a greedy dash punch. Zaxpack going for an even more greedy dash punch, able to get it on Turbo here, and now they have a power play. First one was neutralized, but now this time they have the advantage, and they can manage to get the barrier, rotating it to the bottom side. Zonseki also used his ult here to try and get it out, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do it for 2 lines. Zentaro dies, unfortunately, to his dash.
Yeah, I mean all the kills coming out at this point, as the black hole is gonna claim the lives of so many people. That doesn't mean that either team is out of this yet, as we do see Obscure Breads putting on an absolute show. Zaxmack dribbling it off the center, gonna make this game pretty interesting. Real Otaku with the shot though, so close. If both teams are able to keep up the tempo, I think this game is gonna be pretty exciting.
Yeah, this game has definitely had an incredibly explosive start already, as I swear there's probably been like 10 bodies flying already, and it's just the second point. Unfortunately, we, with this support flip, was patient, but unfortunately, patience is not enough to score all the time, as now offense rotates from top side to bottom. We opts to spin it to the top, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Core does play this on second, he gets the point to the top, and now it is 2-0 for strike second.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Wii here with no evade. Zonseki and Turbo might just be able to jump on Wii, and he's not gonna be able to do much. That being said, though, the ball is gonna spawn on the top side here, so Wii is gonna be able to live a little bit longer, as he still has no evade here, but scaling in Breads' face. I think honestly, if Weeb is able to catch these KOs in the black hole and on the ledge, that they will be in a pretty good spot coming into, future sets. They can lose a couple, but, Julie and Rasmus are able to get KOs so easily, and if they're able to keep that up, I mean, who knows how this game will go.
Big damage. Well, not so much the damage, more so the KO on just like everything. Nobody's really been expecting to get KO'd where they have been, I'm sure, because people haven't really been getting stagger first before they get KO'd, but right now we're definitely seeing that happen with Real Taku. No evade, no stagger, looking like he is definitely doomed to die in the top corner here, but he'll be off to walk back, which is understandable. Zaxmack walking forward as the new brawler. Fresh stagger from Real Taku lets him come back in. Cork floats around the bay behind the barrier there, able to save it, which is very good for them. They managed to keep the barrier up, and it's now overtime, and neither side has taken the barrier. I spoke too soon, as Turbo just managed to take the barrier. Zonseki's looking to get a point. Backwards dash to get control of the board, and I never saw it dash backwards like that, but it worked out so well, but I just saw it happen, as now it is 3-0 for strike second, and Obscure Bread gets the MVP.
That was absolutely crazy from Zonseki right there, dashing backwards onto the black hole, ricocheting off the black hole into the net. That was absolutely unexpected. This now with the MVP is going to offer the Monumentalist, but Dubu here, he's going to have a couple options here. He's going to offer the Fire Up. I was more so expecting the Rapid Fire to deny from the Kai, but Fire Up is nothing to be scoffed at. As we see a few good picks here as well. Catalyst on the Zendaro is really good for Zentaro, even with the reduced energy on hit and a real Otaku getting the Spark of Strength, just with the more power, is might be able to catch a couple more KOs here.
Absolutely. They haven't. Oh, I mean, I suppose we see it as chaos is definitely something that will be happening this game. There's definitely not a matter of if, but a matter of when, as all first 10 seconds of the game, Zentaro does in fact fall. It seems like that they're really struggling against, like, not dying, but it doesn't seem to matter because they are doing a really good job at the offense here, regardless of the fact that they were down a player. Turbo was able to keep offense going, but unfortunately Turbo is no longer here with us. And Real Attack with a beautiful dash punch, able to score against Obscure Breads, as we're seeing them starting to be able to convert these power plays, which I think is what they were struggling with in the first set here, but they were able to do it this time.
Yeah, this game can turn into a slaughterhouse pretty quickly if Strike isn't able to answer on, getting these evades out, just being able to dodge the confirms, maybe even countering the damage with damage of their own. And in general, I think Weeb is looking pretty good coming into this next set, as they're absolutely just trying to pummel the wall, but isn't going to be able to, and in fact is going to be able to be answered by Strike with a bear of their own.
Absolutely. Zach's back, showing that this isn't a double brawler comp, but actually a triple brawler comp with the aggressive walk-up that he just had. Now Zonseki almost gets it in from the top side there with a nice mix-up with Zentaro. Still has more left to throw in the kitchen sink here. Walks away from Core Club, which is honestly understandable, considering the fact that it was just stuck in the Toku Fortress. Turbo passes to Zonseki. They tried to get the shot in, but they tried to collapse the corner, and Zaxstock was too busy in the middle of a log as I eventually flew past him somehow. And Zonseki was just able to strike it through. Now it's 1-1.
Yeah, I think the real answer for Wade here is I'm not sure if they should be trying to push it through the corner as much as they really are right now. I think if they kind of just take their time on, getting the rotates out versus this now, because I think now is kind of like, especially with the Monu, it's kind of where you want to be as as the answer to the offense that Wade was kind of putting out. But that's a goal onto Real Otaku, a greatly placed shot from him, and that's going to mean that they're up 1 point, and this is set point for Weasel Bees.
Yeah, good point from Real Otaku there, able to get the point against Obscure Breads there, looking pretty healthy, and if they're able to do that again, they're able to just get power play and be able to start to convert off these conversion or just off these plays. That would be great, but unfortunately Real Otaku taking a lot of damage here, and Obscure Breads also used the core flip to do even more damage on Otaku, and he doesn't have an evade to really dodge anything, so he does not want to be in this top corner here. But thankfully for him, both Weed and Zaxsmack are able to cover all the options, able to keep the side on behalf of Weed, or Strike Second I should say. But unfortunately, they did finally break loose. But if Real Otaku managed to convert, but he does not. He's still low HP. He can't commit too hard, but he wins the strike forward against Obscure Breads, and now the set's 1-1.
Real Otaku not going down without a fight. Like I said last game, he's looking absolutely great coming into the second set. But Zaxsmack is the MVP for this one. It's gonna have a couple options here. He could. I'm not really sure where Zaxsmack goes. I think he just kind of slams the hot shot right here, as on the side of Strike, Turbo has a lot of options here. Could go for the fight or flight, which is going to be what he picks up, but I could have seen an explosive entrance coming out as well. And Juliet getting the heavy impact as well. That's going to be a really strong Juliet, but Zentaro getting the explosive entrance. That's nothing to scoff at if you're both teams actually, as the double dash range actually, I just realized, is going to come out from Zonseki. If he's able to pilot that pretty well, then I can see the game, I could see the game's tides kind of turning here.
Absolutely, and another thing too is there's that secret instant teleport tech that you can do with Zentaro too. If you manage to pull it out with all that dash range, it can become quite the tool. But with a beautiful offense on the top side here, he clearly does not need to use it, as Zonseki and Turbo were able to take the barrier and also get the point without having to take any lives.
Yeah, Zonseki and Turbo being able to counter the Dubu wall so well here. That's Turbo going crazy in the corner, not one to mess around with. And Zonseki with the flip here is going to be countered by Zaxsmack's ult or log right there. With the Rasmus hook, almost going to catch the life Turbo, but fortunately he did have an evade here.
Yeah, but we unfortunately does stay able to play for a little bit. Unfortunately, gets hit by Zanzeki, and with that dash range, is able to cover space so quickly. It's now a 1v9. Zaxmack versus the world. It looks like he's going to get rotated. Oh my goodness, he gets the Tofu Fortress on Zaxmack, walks to cut the pass, and passes it up to Wii after the power play, which is honestly a correct play, even if it looked pretty scary. And oh my god, it almost went in with all that core speed, but thankfully it did not. Zaxmack with this beautiful control over the core, able to put like so much chaos into order, and now the offense is now on their strike second side of the field here. But unfortunately, it did not last for long, as we was not able to be in position to help Altaku on the offense here. And Zanseki with the core flip also go to the top side, but both of the forwards on the defensive back line were able to catch it there. Oh my goodness, catches Zanseki off guard with that hook, and now they're trying to get it through Turbo. Passes it around, but unfortunately Ryotaku isn't there to be able to capitalize off it. But with a beautiful Tofu Fortress and Ryotaku trying to convert it with that punch. It was very good, but Zaxback was the one who got the point there, and now it's 1-1.
Yeah, we've just. I was gonna say that they were kind of falling out of the kills there, but they absolutely answered back with violence in that last point. As in this corner here, it's like. Yeah, I think if they're able to just keep answering with kills of their own and make sure that they're not that the side of Strike isn't able to get any kills of their own, it will look really good for them.
Yeah. Oh my god, beautiful striker win from Ryotaku, and that's really all that you need to do after you get a power play. You just kind of have to win your interactions, and Ryotaku definitely showed me he can do that, despite the fact that Zaxback is level 9, approaching level 10 already. Ryotaku, when he gets the core, is able to convert. And that is definitely looking like he is also able to get the KO, as Zanseki is dead, trying to contest the corner there, but unfortunately it was not safe to do so, as now Lee gets the core, looking to try to get it to Ryotaku, puts on the bottom side, but all three members of Strike Second are there, so Ryotaku with the ult and the dash, trying to get it in, but unfortunately he's looking not a lot for this world as he's staggered just for his core flip, and now he's dead, but we responsible for KO of his own. Now it's a 2v2. Zaxmack looking to help on the top side here, leaves the bottom open. Zanseki is able to walk with the core here, but Zaxmack does not fall to the bait, as he looks like he has to spend a core flip, doesn't spend the core flip and loses barrier for it. Now Zanseki is looking like he's ready to collapse to the top side with core flip, with passive strike, but it does not do anything as Zanseki it looks like he wants a kill on Ryotaku, walking backwards for that KO. Unfortunately does not get it. I mean, Turbo to engage in the offense. He tries to rotate up and dies from the hook, and Ryotaku with the ults, despite being staggered, managed to get it in.
Ryotaku is looking really good coming into this next set. As I thought it was 2-1, but actually they just take the set of their own. And we looking really good with these Rasmus hooks, doing absolutely a fantastic job of shutting down the offenses or even the defenses or the rotates coming up from Strike here, as Dubu does have the first pick, has a lot of options here, but I'm looking at this potential spark of focus coming in from Juliet, but it is going to be denied, and now Juliet is going to opt for the Orb Dancer. I was more so thinking the Tempo swing, but Orb Dancer is also a pretty good pick, as we got more size on this Rasmus too, is maybe able to proc the Deadeye on the Pendulum swing. It's already proccing on the ult too, and yeah, I think honestly, I'm really liking the drafts of both teams here.
He's definitely pump out a lot of damage here. As Ryotaku is taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, pops the recovery drone already for the Giga from Turbo. And Obscure Bread is taking 2 half HP just for a single dash punch. Unfortunately, there was not a core there to be able to convert it, but offense from the top side is once again being engaged. Tofu Fortress of the top side helping out Otaku as much as it can, but Obscure Bread is able to hold it down. It goes over to them, and both the brawlers are able to get the barrier here. Ryotaku is looking low, possibly dead if he's not careful, but with a beautiful evade there, he was able to keep it up. Zaxback a little greedy with the offense there, almost gets it a little lucky as it tries to float behind the barrier, but doesn't quite happen. Spencer's, oh my god, Zaxback hits the core flip to the bottom, but 3 brings it back to Turbo, and it goes in.
Turbo being able to cover the core flip that unfortunately, Zaxmack and Wii had a little bit of anti-synergy there, pretty unfortunate if you're the side of Wii, but Strike still in this game is gonna have a great time. But that's gonna be 2 kills coming from that's gonna be 2 kills from the side of both teams here, and looking at a pretty neutral state here as but Ryotaku does come back, and yeah, honestly, Yeah,
Oh my
honestly, the
goodness.
corner offense from Weeb looking absolutely like fantastic right now. And if they're able to keep, answering with those corner offenses, I think they can probably take this game as they are up a set currently.
Absolutely. We and Alpaki are showing the power of double brothers here as they are able to convert this point almost meticulously, but not quite as now. We is looking no longer for this world. Almost puts it into the top top corner there. Or I guess bottom corner I should say. Oh my god, we gets the hook and is able to oh my god. The offense is being put on the top corner, but unfortunately nothing comes of it, which is honestly fair enough because tried to pass around the power play here, but Obscure Breads is now looking pretty low. 2 brawlers is definitely enough to try and kill Breads here. It's definitely worth going for it, and now we with a beautiful conversion in the corner, and Otaku able to convert it with the up clear. It's now 1-1.
Yeah, the corner offense from the side of Weeb is looking so fantastic right now. Real Otaku and Weeb just being able to collapse onto strikes so well. Obscure Breads, despite being an Asa goalie, is having a pretty hard time defending against this double brawler here. As that's going to be hill onto Turbo from Real Otaku. Real Otaku is just looking great this game. I think we Strike is regretting not banning out this Juliet here.
Absolutely, it's kind of shocking to see both Rasmus and Julie together on Amizap. It's definitely characters that pretty normally get banned out, but clearly this game that was not the case, and we're seeing them run rampant, as we can see. But we trying to get out of the top corner here. Everyone's on Zeki, fighting along the midfield line, trying to get on their side. Obscure Breads, unfortunately, kind of an awkward secondary placement, but it doesn't seem to matter, as offense does manage to rotate successfully. He sends it to the top side. Or they send it to his top side. We gets another hook KO. I swear, that's probably like the 10th one. I'm surprised we haven't seen a kill streak or anything like that yet. I mean, it may have showed up. I definitely didn't notice. They sent it to the top side to try and rotate it to Turbo, but he's too fast and manages to catch it. We tries to bring it to Real Otaku. Real Otaku with dash punch. Oh, Zach's back with the core flip. Unfortunately, he misses the corner, not able to get it out. And Turbo is just patiently dribbling, looking to get into position with Zonseki. But it doesn't seem to happen, and the beautiful top corner from Zonseki from across the map. I don't even know how he got that much core speed, but Zaxvac wasn't able to react to it.
Yeah, I mean, Zonseki's gonna have to, watch out for these Rasmus hooks as they are catching him absolutely off guard, but that's not gonna mean that they're going down yet, as, the side of Strike is gonna be up a point in the set here, is maybe gonna be able to take it to set 5. And both teams here are just looking absolutely great as the core flip through the barrier, behind the barrier is going to be what happens, and it's just unfortunate, but that's going to be a barrier taken down from Weeb, and now they're in a pretty disadvantaged spot here.
Absolutely, this offense is looking very scary. Obscure Breads is so far pushed up, and he also has a curve flip looking suspended, but it doesn't matter because Turbo with a beautiful Giga managed to win the interaction against Wii, and Zaxac was in position to be able to catch it afterwards. And now we're going to set 5, and it looks like Weasel V's is back on the back foot.
Yeah, I'm looking at the adrenaline rush on Julie right now. If Strike does not deny this adrenaline rush right now, it could be pretty catastrophic. However, that is going to be what Turbo takes here, as it's not really ideal on Kai, but if you're able to get the Giga Blast kills, Giga Blast is a pretty strong ability. If she's able to get some of those kills, then I can see it working out, as Juliet here, despite being taken adrenaline rush from down, is going to opt for the bulk up. And I'm thinking that, honestly, I think that the side of Weeb is absolutely taking the favor of this draft here.
Absolutely. They have all the Stagger Wakings, making sure that Strike Second didn't get a single one of those, because they actually had every single one. They have Reptile Remedy, Bulk Up, and Peak Performance, not all the same person. But that's not really the point, as that's just so much survivability taken away from these guys, and we're definitely seeing it in full effect here, as Zonsek is already taken off the field. And now, it seems like Turbo's trying to 1v9 the offense, but he isn't quite able to cover everything as it goes to the top side to Wii. Wii tries to, convert here with Real Otaku, but it's a little chaotic, but they do manage to keep it in the top side. They tried to rotate it around Turbo, but managed to put it back up. We with a beautiful punch, able to get the barrier there. And oh my god, I've never even realized how far that hook was going until a whip like that. And I think did he get anything new? No, he did not. That's just the... Where is all that range coming from, actually? I'm not very sure, but despite that, Turbo holding onto the core here very patiently. Zonseki splits up the top bottom. Oh my god, A poorly timed court flip from Zax back there. The first point does go to strike second, and it looks like they want to win the series right here and right now.
Yep, the answer from Strike looking like it's coming into full fruition right now, as they're able to answer with just the brute force and the pure, like, the Strike Wars coming out. But that's not gonna mean that Weave is out of this yet, as Wee is gonna get another kill onto Zonseki, and the rotate coming out as well. If they're able to, like, kind of get the rotates going, and if they're able to play this corner offense correctly, I could see We've maybe taken the advantage here.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're struggling a little bit here as Turbo once again running a truck, but it doesn't matter because now he just got shot. But all that they have is now Obscure Brett's turning to 1v9, but competition here managed to hold barrier, but tries to go to the round, but wasn't able to get the proper angle. Crowd was too close to the barrier, and now he has to pull it down. Oh my god, there's so much to do! And oh my, he almost managed to get it, but unfortunately, Wee was there to cover the outclear of the bottom. That Tofu Fortress putting in so much work, making it look like there was a fourth strike on their team, and now it's 1-1.
Yep, the side of Strike are just gonna have to answer these absolute, this absolute entourage, this absolute onslaught of kills coming out from Weeb right here, as the Juliet and Raz is not gonna be one to scoff at, as they get a barrier of their own, and it's looking pretty good. Wee with the 10 kill streak. If he's able to keep these kills up, then I am looking at Wee for taking this second game here.
Absolutely, which is honestly very surprising considering the fact that they're pretty unconventional COD. Double Brawler and Real Tactics, once again, like, that's a debut, but it's kind of putting on like a crazy show right now. But unfortunately, Sonseki is looking to put an end to that as a beautiful core flip after taking that barrier. He gets the point, and now Real Taku and Weasel Bees is looking like they are once again on the back foot, but it doesn't seem like something that they're uncomfortable.
As there's gonna be 3 flips here coming out from the side of Weeb. Gonna have to be able to scale up with these flips here quickly, as the flips from the side of Strike are gonna be all expended here to get this defense. But that's gonna be a kill onto Real Otaku. Wee with the flip though. It's almost gonna be able to put it in, but it's not quite able to. As that's another kill onto Wee though, or that's another kill onto Zonseki, and Weeb are trying their absolute best in this game too here. They're not out of this at all, but it's it looks like the side of Strike is able to sustain the onslaught coming out from Weeb. Just that they have a lot of answers with the Kai here, with the just being able to hold down the fort so well with the now, and I think it's pretty exciting going into these last couple points here.
Absolutely, now doing a surprisingly good job at holding it down despite against 2 brawlers, and now Core is flying everywhere as Obscure Brits gets to touch Core after all that chaos, and it flows to the top side, and Zaxback was unfortunately not able to touch it in time. Such an explosive entrance, as soon as it hit overtime, they were able to get the point, and that is now a 2-0 series on behalf of Strike Second.
That was so unfortunate coming out from the side of Weeb, almost being able to catch it with the Duber roll. I think that the roll and the core were going at the exact same pace, but Zaxmack just not being able to catch it, unfortunately, as the Rasmus with 14 KOs, he has more saves, or he has more KOs than he has saves. I think that the Rasmus was almost able to clutch it out single-handedly, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case, as Strike does take the series 2-0 here.
Yeah, definitely that. They definitely had their roles defined, and there was not a midfielder that game. There was a KOer and there was a scorer. We had we have 14 KOs there, which is insane. Compared to the other team, they only got like what 7, 8? 9, I guess. They got 9. That's not even as much as we got, and that's honestly pretty crazy. Like, we didn't get much like goal participation, but that didn't really matter because Ryotaku was pretty independent and just kind of scoring. They kind of had a system set up, and it was basically just we gets the KO, they do the power play, and the Ryotaku scores. And then both Zaxback and we just kind of cover all the clear options, so that Obscure Brits just kind of has to try and win the 1v1 against Otaku. And unfortunately, he was not able to win them enough, as he was able to bring it to set 5, which is very impressive. That's very impressive indeed, considering like the team that he was up against, like Obscure Brits, once again, very strong goalie, and definitely the most decorated player on their team. But that doesn't discredit the work of Zonseki and Turbo either, because they were putting on a clinic with Turbo's the MVP here, getting a crazy Kai build, and Kai's also a very strong character this patch. I do believe he did get nerfed, but originally he did have like a 1 second buff on his secondary, which is crazy. But he did get rid of that. But even then, I still think this is a pretty strong patch for him overall, considering the fact that Chrono Boost is in rotation, and we saw so much value out of that, on top of the fact that we got aerials. I think that this Kai was able to scale out of control, and despite the fact that these little birds were playing the damage game, which is what you want to do on Amizat, they were able to just core control better around the damage comp, and they were able to win the series because of that.
I definitely agree here, but that does not discredit the three off rollers here and Real Otaku making his debut games, as he was looking honestly pretty strong despite not looking like it, as the stats kind of show otherwise, but he was looking pretty strong. I honestly, like, if you were to put like a NASA brawler and him in the game, I'll not be able to differentiate it much. Of course, that like might be a little bit of an overstatement, but I think in general, for his first time being in NASA, he was looking pretty good in my opinion. But yeah, that is going to be Strike taking the series 2-0, absolutely playing their hearts out in these two games here, as the set 5 theater was an absolute show to watch.
It was definitely a beautiful last game and a great debut performance from Otaki, despite the fact that he lost. Like both games were definitely competitive. They brought the second game to set 5, and he was definitely pulling the weight. He looked like he was he was comfortable. He did not look out of place at all, and I just like to say congrats to him. And I don't know who we have next up, but I don't think it will be us casting it. So with that being said, it was a pleasure casting with you, Daru, and I'll see you guys in the next time. Peace.
say a rabbit needs another's company. Twilight breaks, a cold wind, a heartache. Where could your true one be? Falling, fleeing, fading out, disappearing into nothing. Through eternal sleep, that everlasting void. Until I was desperate, searching for something. Where is my one?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the last streamed match of the NASA/Nasty series. It's second to last of today, and here we have a nasty match between Lions Eat Bears and Pantheon. Big tilt. Right now, we're looking at draft, and what are some key things you're looking at right now on our beautiful Night Market Game 1?
Yeah, I mean the Starting Awakenings is extra special OIA, and I'm expecting 6 picks on extra special. But this IME
Whoa, whoa,
X
whoa, whoa, whoa! We cannot be downplaying OIA that badly. Are you a dog?
no, they're gonna pick 6 extra special. No one's gonna take OIA. Be for real. Be for real.
Yeah, they did draft 6 extra special characters, which is true, but I'm not taking the disrespect for that awakening. Fat speed modifier is always good. But yeah, Rune was picked, and X and Imi. Oh, okay, never mind. Enemy team has
Dog now.
misdrafted, and the last character is going to be Finny, which is a character that will probably be going Omega Infused Accelerator. Anyways, next game we should definitely take away Pantheon's ban.
Yeah, this is the classic. But I mean, these rosters are pretty interesting. Line, I don't think that has fielded their main roster ever in the league. I don't know if Bertram's alive. And Pantheon's basically the same thing that they did once. And Pantheon hasn't fielded their main roster since week 2. So it's the battle of the
Week 2?
Yeah, because Loki, Oskil, Loki, and V has been dead for the past 7 weeks, and we've not had a consistent brawler ever. So at this point, Cows, he's the starting brawler for Pantheon. So it's just whoever shows up on the day, and that's basically the play style for these two teams.
Yeah, going PLX mode, I guess. Just sending in whoever is available on the spot. Whatever, man. Anyways, looking at our draft, Drakkar, character that has been through the thick and thin recently, being banned and then unbanned within the last week or so, being picked on the side of Lions Eat Bears, most likely going off to the Brawler, which I don't know if the stream can't see the lobby, but currently Flowers is sitting in the goalie position. And I am pretty confident that Chunk Dinky is a brawler, which means they do have 2 brawlers on the team between Natty Fangirl and Chunk Dinky. So I don't know which one of them is going to be taking the mantle of picking this Vice character, but we are heading into draft now.
Yep. A bit heated game, and for the current standings for both teams, Lion is 0-7, and Pantheon is looking to secure winner sides on playoffs with the score 4
thank God. I thought you were going to say they were at like 1-6. I thought we were having
No,
our
our team is not that bad. It is really hard when I feel for the backline of Pantheon has to play with a different brawler every single week, but they've gone through it, the trials and tribulations. But we're looking at this draft right now. It is the Drakkar brawler, and Flowers is on the Atlas pick instead of the Vice.
Yeah, not shocked about that. But Natty Fangirl has wiggled his way into the brawler position once again, repping out the Drakkar with the extra special. And I will say, Vice Drakkar, that's an extremely high damage forward pair. And when you have an Alice in the back, and brawlers know this character hurts, but he just hurts you. Like, it hurts the brawler that has to eat these primaries and secondaries constantly. So I'm gonna hoping to see a lot of good wiggles coming out from Cows today if he's gonna survive this pretty high damage primary trio.
Awakenings. No one picked OIA. Courtesy of
major misdraft from Vex, but you know, it's okay.
But I feel like in terms of Pantheon's game plan, they're looking to damage dump either Chunk Dinky or Natty Fangirl. But Flowers with the Atlas, big extra special Atlas can't be disregarded on the healing factor. Oh my god.
Loki kind of can, but the res factor is what he's all about. But a bunch of beautiful strikes coming from Natty Fangirl, taking both barriers on his own and just kind of playing around all the strike ranges of Strages and Vex, getting out so many resources. Honestly, a flip going down that point is pretty huge. And start off the point with a lot of damage on Strages, getting 2 ultimates off on him, and a Drakkar primary just barely missing. This Imi maybe is about to go down, but is looking to kind of just keep this offense going regardless.
Yeah, I mean, now you're looking to push up with this flip. You're looking for this bottom side kill. Lloyd invis trying to catch people lacking, but the res from Flowers saving Chunk Dinky's life. Dre's pushing in with the Cyber Spike. Does secure the second bear. Flip does come out from Flowers. No dice in the save backtrack. Natty Fangirl secures the power play for Lion Beast Bears.
Yeah, very rough being forced to spend 2 flips to get that kill. And on top of that, this Finny character is just doing too well of a job keeping the ball out of the hands of Chunk Dinky. Vice just not having the movement speed or blink or immediate access to blinks that they would want to start their power play. And now, immediately, Cows goes in with the IME turret behind him, taking Flowers off the map and getting a beautiful little kill there and bringing us to 1-1 to start the series.
And the chain lightning almost saved the point there, but Chunk Dinky unfortunately misses their strike. And it looks like Lions Eats Bears' game plan is just to funnel all the damage into someone and hope that they find a pick with a kill. But the reversal power play here for Pantheon securing them. These two bears are looking to secure these both bears, but the reversal from Chunk Dinky securing the kill on Stratus, now it's basically even, but Vex does have the flip though.
Yeah, a Flowers-esque kill there coming out from Chunk Dinky, Flowers in the back, and a bunch of
my
hit
God.
stuns coming out from the entire team, just blasting Vex all the way into goal arc. And honestly, that makes me bring what you said earlier. You brought up, surprisingly, a very good point about the difference that both these team comps want to play damage, but the way that Pantheon wants to play with the Finny Aimi is looking to kind of play damage in the corner and get everyone as low as possible, force them out. And Lions Eat Bears, they just want to pick someone and murk that guy. You know, but get that Dracar off, get the poison, a little bit of slows, and just drop one nuke on their head and instantly take them off the map. But on it, with the missed Dracar primary and 2 barriers going down, that game plan is going to be looking extremely rough right now. Not spending these abilities looking for the kills just means that we're not able to keep these barriers up, and we're not able to keep Natty Fangirl alive. And a power play is now starting up for the side of Pantheon.
I think Flowers just didn't pull the trigger on the res, unfortunately, and they unfortunately strike right from Cows. Now, it's even both sets, Cows does have a flip looming in the dark, and I think Cows should look for like an easy speed gate kill with a flip the X
Gate
back
primary, full flip.
Yeah,
Outplayed.
Outplay him like that. Oh, but the good res.
that was terrible. That was terrible. I'm sorry. My little X backseating is gonna have to come in. Don't do that. Do not ult like that. But we are almost finding the kill. If only we had an ultimate ability to punch this Dracar off the map. Instead, Natty Fangirl and Cows are both kind of walking around, both unstaggered, but extremely low, not able to get into any good plays. But it's actually Natty Fangirl just getting all the way up in there with not having any fear, looking for both barriers, but unable to get any. Straight just did too well of a job securing both barriers, and the AB turret firewall just pushes it in slowly but surely. Flowers barely losing the strike ward to it and giving Strangers a comfortable position up a set in first place in draft. And I was honestly rewarded with a lot of really broken awakenings, whichever one he wants to pick up.
1-2 explosive, timeless creator. A lot of the pick of the litter here, but
explosive, kill the ball, kill the ball. Kill the ball!
Wow, okay. Drek does probably take 1-2 here, or BD, just a nice size from X. If I was Atlas here, I'd probably take BD just to deny, but now I have to face size X with extra special, and he's a bit scary.
Yeah, I'm honestly most surprised that we have opted into Fight or Flight on the Finny. Glass Cannon was up, and Finny might just be the best ice skater all around. The Glass Cannon Mom Boots build, she kind of just runs around faster than everyone else, but in Fight or Flight, needing to get a strike or an ability hit off to get that speed, just a little bit too conditional compared to Glass Cannon, so I'm a little surprised that we've opted in for it. Maybe we thought it's old Fight or Flight, which was kind of broken, but it just doesn't matter because the side of Pantheon is doing such a good job getting these double barriers down. Stranger's looking a little low, but it's Chunk Dinky's that it's being knocked around the map. And Stranger's moving the ball up with the core. But Natty Fangirl is just doing such a good job at denying this possession, using all of Dracar's abilities, but it just keeps going around the map, and no one's.
Oh my god!
Right, I was gonna say no one's able to get a strong possession going, but you know, just pew 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 primary and just catch Vex lacking.
Shotgun Slayer. Natty Fangirl's low-key play out of their mind right now. They're playing like they don't want to lose another game in this league. They want to be the reason why Lion Eats Bears does not go 0-9.
Do you know for playoff implications if Pantheon is secured? Like, do they need more wins or?
I think they need it. I think they need to win this match to secure playoffs. but they're looking to secure winner side, so they have to win both of the series next, like this series, and then against I think Boss next week.
Okay. Anyways, back to the point. Vex moving up the field, looking to get into a great position to pop this flip, but is kind of forced back into the box with Natty Fango looking for the kill. Good little corner starting, but not a lot of damage is coming out from both teams. Both sides actually doing a pretty good job at evading the main chunk of damage. Amy glitch pop being dodged, or yeah, dash punch combo, and Chunk Dinky not being able to land either their secondary or ultimate ability. And as a result, the passive damage just from being around Amy X Finny is a little bit too much, and Natty Farragul is forced to give up too much space, allowing Strages to get the ball and go for the bot side, top side mix up off the corner.
Yeah, they're breaking Flowers' ankles right there. And that was 1-1 here. Going in this next point, Chengdi just win the kickoff with that primary. But a lot of damage being put on. Now they're trying to sneak around with the Xenocloak. But both forwards on the side of Lance's Bears are really low. And the res does not save. It does save Chengdi, so it is only a one-man down power play here for Lance's Bears.
Yeah, I want to shout out Flowers' strike shot from like a couple seconds ago. That was pretty awesome. And unfortunately, a barely missed angle means that Cows is not able to secure the second barrier. We've got a bit of a wall to get through Alice right now. And Chungniki and Natty Fango are looking to start their own offense. Drakkar positioned well in the corner. And a good pass to the teleport could mean this barrier is going down, but a great... what's Vinny's ultimate called? Big finish to defend this barrier for as long as possible. And now Chunk Dinky is kind of forced out. This is the game plan that the Pantheon's looking for. Get the ball in the corner, get this damage going. Unfortunately, Vex is walking a little bit too far up, but a beautiful pass to the top side. Oh, he cast a CCL-esque shot coming out from Strages. And the ball is just going everywhere. Everyone's like, a little nervous right now. At bot side, Redcore, a great call out from Vex, cutting the pass. Just going and gets the turret set up, but not fast enough, meaning the ball is able to come out. Like glitch pop to himself, and a beautiful strike coming out from Chaos to secure the last interaction of the point. I mean, that one was a little bit of a roller coaster all the way through.
Yeah, I think Flowers hesitated a little bit there. If they
Oh yeah, if Flowers struck immediately there, we could have kept it out of the range of Cows. But Flowers just kind of didn't want to play that interaction to get a bit more advantageous position afterwards, then be forced to go back into Strages. So I kind of get it, but also like Loki strike first.
Yeah, you might need to take over for a bit. I'm dying,
dude. We have an entire series to get there.
Okay, I think I'm back. My game just kicked me out to the lobby, and now I think I'm loading back in.
Okay, whatever. I'll just go for now. Cal is looking extremely low on the net right now, but a huge combo kill coming out from Cows, and Vex immediately takes Natty Fangirl off the track. His defense looking extremely hard. Flowers, I'm just been the flip late. Looks for the shot on the bottom barrier, but it's actually the side of Pantheon to lose it. A beautiful angle coming out there on the defense to secure that barrier at the end. Trey just looks for a little fancy shot off the night marker wall. Cow's using the night mark speed to beautifully get into position and finds a shot towards the top side. Flowers just not fast enough to get there in time. If only we had OIA from the beginning of draft, but you know, it's just the way of the world sometimes.
I think I'm back. It looks like Pantheon did take the second set, and I see an ad rush here. Would you be willing to take this, even with? I think you should still take ad rush, yeah. In the first slot.
Yeah, the game plan of the side of Pantheon, you can get too much damage up and too many kills at once for Adrenaline Rush not to be taken. We can outpace this Alice ultimate. But, yeah. But honestly, I think the two most important things this draft are actually Finny on Rapid Fire and Team Player on Atlas. Team Player is something that I think Vice and Drakkar will appreciate a lot, especially Drakkar being able to get a lot of extra core speed off the secondary now. It's something that Team Player can go well with and just get these really, really fast out clears. To kind of just get around the Finny before she gets into position to be in a good place to strike. And of course, Rapid Fire Finny, broken ass character.
Yeah. Junkie pushing up on the top side does get deflected by the primary from the Finny. Pushing down on the bot side now. Strike shot comes out from the Atlas, trying to secure the out clear. But so much speed. Faust is playing they're playing on the mid line. They have so much speed, and they're trying to help the offense up because it seems like they're inclined to push up and help their team out. but sometimes he just a reversal like that with the double barrier coming out for Pantheon.
Yeah, it was a great offense to get the barriers there, and it just doesn't. Okay, it does
Another
matter. It does
Kaz.
matter because
Another
we did
Kaz.
Kaz, but the catalyst value was going kind of crazy at that point. Now you can go defending valiantly, Brawler in the net. But how much longer can we hold it? That's right, we got one more strike shotgun to keep up this point. Flowers coming back up just in time to strike shot the core back up, trying to keep the ball away from the
Wow.
spinny. But the kill barely missed from Natty Farangirl. Jakar ultimate just does so little knockback now that it does lead to a missed kill. And what possibly could mean this entire point, because getting a power play from that position would have been so good for the side of Lions Eat Bears. And now that the ball has gotten back in Strage's hands, we got the firewall up. X is in position to do so much damage. Now, that is a recovery drone on Chunk Dinky, so we could be. Oh my god. I have a great call out from Cows, just taking out the Atlas primary, and she top side. Flowers not reacting quite fast enough to cover it with strike shot.
Yeah, I mean, when the offense gets started for Lions Eats Bears, it looks really good, but they're not really getting many interactions to get set up because Pantheon's putting so much pressure here with the strong comp of Imi X Finny.
The very, very strong comp of IMX Finny. And well, yeah, even though
Oh my
that-
god.
the crazy angle, the once Chunk Dinky and Natty Fangirl can get into position to start their own offense, they kind of have a similar like rate at getting into the situations as Cows and Strages, but XIB's conversion rate, I think just might be like 3 times higher than Vice Shrakar. And it's not even towards any of the players in this game right now. I just think this is a pretty major comp gap right now.
Yeah. Um. Whenever the ball gets in the backline of Lion Eats Bears, you kind of have to like. They're like worried about, oh, am I gonna get stuffed in the corner? But when Vegs has to deal with something, I mean, Finny has like 10-second average cooldown, so they're not really worried about, oh my gosh, losing any of their barriers in a successful checkmate scenario. As we have a power play here for Pantheon. Now they're collapsing on this bottom side, trying to reaction check, but Flowers, it's a strike off and the beautiful down clear, securing the that was a risky play, but it paid off in the end.
Honestly, it wasn't even risky. Just a beautiful angle 2C, knowing that Strages is gonna run out of his strike timing there and get a free out clear, a very tight but a good free out clear towards your Vice. But it doesn't seem to matter because this at the point is not looking very happy for Natty Fangirl. X is kind of running over this Strakar right now. Pops the trying to get the stagger, but not quite enough. But yeah, there's just so much little space you have access to right now on the map as Natty Fangirl. Even though we did just get that orb, luckily the X prime we're missing is pretty huge for our stagger timings. But we're just not able to get a super strong offense going. Oh, we get the great strike from Natty Fangirl means we do get one more try, but just keeps getting shot around. Great passes from Strages and Cows getting into the corner of their own. Vex position towards the backside, getting the anchor, but a great clear up from Natty Fangirl means that, oh, never mind, back into the corner. Back into the corner. That's just the game plan of Pantheon. We want to try to get into this corner as many times as possible and keep it there for as long as we can.
I mean, the recovery drone does fall here for Chunk Binky. Now I'm playing, rotating up, trying to see the perfect opportunity to collapse on this barrier with the Imi turret, with the flip from Cows going insta, and the layered strikes will secure the first game here on Night Market from Pantheon.
Yeah, I said it before. I'll say it again. I think the comp of Pantheon is really in tune with this patch. XIB, 2 notably weak characters, and also notably weak character Pity. Just kind of do whatever they want all game, and we kind of see just in the damage numbers. Look at that. 33k coming up from Cows and 27k coming up from Strages. Kind of ahead of both the forward pairs of both Drakar and Vice. And when you got that many redirects over the enemy forwards, or you got like a notable 30-20 redirects over both Strages and Vex compared to Flowers and anything else, you can kind of just see how these possessions, the more secured corner interactions that the side of Pantheon have, was able to just get so much more value throughout the course of the game.
And they had a more established, like, concrete game plan. They would rotate to see which side of the field would be better to set up their corner offense, and they just executed better. Whether on the other side, it was just seeing if core speed could like take a barrier and not for Lion Seeds Bears. And going into this next game here on the Atlas Lab, I would like to see Flowers pick a goalie that kind of enables their playstyle of wanting to walk up, so like a mom boots or eject goalie. I could see eject Vice, eject Kai, or even the ever so devious eject Jakar, which is
Hello.
real, which is real and very strong. And I really hope that they could kind of pick it here, but I don't think Plus has ever done any
Yeah, I'm not
decent
gonna lie.
stuff.
This start looks kind of dookie. I'm not even like towards any characters. No one wants to play this start. Recovery drone, siege ring.
I mean, I assume everyone is just gonna go 6 recovery drone, and then it's just gonna be
And then we're gonna have the most boring
like,
game ever. First ever
yeah.
seen in Nassau yesterday, where man, recovery drone starts are boring. But yeah, I do like to see the X-Men coming out. That character is problematic media. And of course, on a side star, it gets even worse. Another Estelle band coming out from Pantheon. I am a little surprised for it. Or
I think it's a one
honestly,
trick. I think Chunk Dinky's a still one trick. I think they
okay.
think they are still one trick, but I seen them play like Aimee, like Era and stuff like that. So
Well,
I
we
think
are
this
running
can
back the
comfort.
Atlas though. Yeah,
I
I'm
would
kind of with
think
you there. I don't think Atlas is what this team needs. Or at the very least, I hope Flowers can consider just kind of having to anchor behind whichever midfield that either Trunk Dinky or Natty Fangirl are looking to play. Because the main difference between the two comps that were being run last game is that Vex on the Finny was so comfortable sitting behind Straight as Imi, which let these offenses be so scary, get so much damage, and of course kept possession for way longer. So I'd like to see the adaptation for possibly either two characters that can hold the ball better on their own from the side of Lion, or Flowers is gonna have to boss up and walk up and strike primary herself.
Yeah, exactly like that. If Flowers just I would say position correctly on like behind again, like behind Chunk Nikki and then just throw like a primary or something like that, it could really help the forward duo of Lion Teeth Bears kind of get any semblance of an offense started because Atlas primary is pretty good, especially with like Siege Machine Strike Shot. So it's a lot of range. So Alice doesn't need to commit that far up. They do have a little bit of range,
Okay,
but ooh,
okay, this is kind of exactly what I was looking for. Two characters that are way more comfortable on their own. They don't need like an extra character in the back. So they can, both Chunk Dinky and Natty Farrell can run whatever offense they want, and then once they lose it, that's when Flowers can kind of sit back and relax and play rebound afterwards. So big adjustments, big adjustments. I'm a very big fan of the new direction this comp has taken. But we might be playing against Pipe Breakers right now. Zentaro Amy, almost as weak as Amy X, of course.
Bite
And yep,
Breakers
yep.
is out.
There's Tiffany again. Right, Bite Breakers round 2. We're not. I don't think they're as strong with the recovery drone, making KOing a lot more annoying, especially when you have to get through recovery drone and Atlas in the back. I think that's like a secret thing on recovery drone starts. If you have an Atlas on the team or a recovery drone, man, it takes forever to find kills because if Atlas is on their toes, they get so much value out of it because not only do they deny the little inching forward towards kills that you get from the first recovery drone kill, and then it's just no recovery drone in the back, and you don't never get anything done. But
Yeah.
we'll see how both sides decide to adapt to this kind of commitment that you need to get through these revives.
I mean, the side of Pantheon probably will not disregard killing KO, but play more towards the ever so coveted playstyle of shove it through corner and hope something happens, which is very good with a backline of Finny Aimee. And Tataru is he's more like, would you say he's fine?
right now.
Yeah, he's broken, but like, is he like, can you like play him in corner like fine? He just covers the out and then he just primaries people.
It's more he kind of just hovers around there and looking for more greedy hit stuns. But yeah, you can. This comp still works beautifully. They have a lot of damage, and of course, I think more notably, Centauro, his position as kill confirm is way more valuable than X because X kill confirm, as I've always said, is hot dookie doo doo dogs. And Zentara's is pretty good. Zentara's is pretty good because sometimes forced to spend an ultimate pretty often. But if he has passive, he can do literally any kill combo he wants. His imagination is what will let you decides whether or not you will survive against them while staggered. But Well, with the recovery drone, I don't know how often we're gonna be seeing these kills. So I do think a shoving character like Juliet or Asher might have been a bit stronger here. But hey, if we can get through those revives and just
Oh
keep
my
smacking them,
god. It's
okay,
not
90
even.
Fangirl is in the net. What
the
is
kill
going on? Oh,
honestly,
hey, no, no, no. There's no honestly.
I think
Backs
I don't
against the
know.
walls, chips
Yeah.
down, nothing to lose. We've got Atlas goalie in the North American Strikers training grounds.
Alice Brawler. It's Alice Brawler and Chunk Dinky Kai midfield and Natty Franco goalie on the Rasmus. And now looking at that, did he even take like pummelers or anything? I guess he can't because it's a recovery start. So I mean, I'm just hoping that Flash just gets a random primary and takes a barrier. But that is not a consistent of game plan to win games. But good patience there from Chunk Dinky waiting out the primary there. That was pretty good.
Yeah, the main thing that I'm looking at here is that Flowers does not have, like you said, does not have a recovery drone. Opting into the Siege Machine instead. Siege Machine Alice is actually pretty good. But we saw at the start of this point, and a little bit right now, that if the side of Pantheon decides to wail on this Atlas,
Oh my gosh.
it's going to be looking pretty easy to kill Flowers, but a well-placed position in a well-placed secondary means that the first point is going over the lines, despite the qualms I have with this team comp.
If they can do it, only takes 8 more points to win the game. So if they can just keep this up, keep this consistency, I could see them taking the game, even if we lose a barrier like that. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but a great play secondary immediately calls out Natty Fangirl looking for the clear, and again a good passive coming from Cows is keeping Natty Fangirl on his toes, and unfortunately tripping at the little mix up there, passive into flip, and you kind of just gotta eat that timing mix up, and a mix up that Natty Fangirl was not able to win.
I mean, he went insta, and then Natty Fangle did go insta, but he just lost for some reason. I don't know. Unfortunate strike timing. That can just be based off of that.
Yeah, but here it is, that the corner.
Oh.
Okay, I was gonna say the corner offense we've been seeing from the last games, but a Sad Boys angle right through the barrier, and immediately gets it down through, or immediately gets it out. But it doesn't matter, because we're still in the corner, we're still keeping possession, and Imi's and Taro don't care. They just keep going, they keep getting their tries, and eventually they find their ins, and that in did get two barriers almost immediately. But that's a lot of damage coming out from both Chunkinky and Flowers, both the Giga and okay. Questionable secondary coming off of Cows. Both Centauro and Imi are looking to be staggered. And the flip coming up from Flowers, barely missing the kill on Strages. Vex just trying to keep the ball up the field as long as possible, but there's the Centauro primary. Like I said, once that primary or the passive is up, Centauro can kind of do anything he wants, and primary into passive is what secured the kill there. Strages is looking a little low, but we are looking to get the rotates onto the top side, keeping going, passing back and forth. The flip missed from Cows, meaning the possession goes to Trunk Dinky and Flowers, trying to get the barrier. Well-placed primary snipes the bottom side of the barrier, and we're now open barrier. And this point could go either way. A lot of resources being spent. Actually no abilities left on the side of Pantheon. So if this point goes down now, we got full kits on the side of, oh god, I forgot their team name. Lionsy Bears, but nothing was found regardless.
Yeah, I mean, this open net here does favor, I would say Lionsys. Oh,
no, it does not. That's Atlas
really?
Brawler.
Oh, that is true. That is true. I forgot that there was so devious Atlas Brawler in the back. But I mean, these points are looking decent. I think they look better than last game. Because I think Trinity is like flying. They can take like these 1 or 2 barriers, and then Flowers can take a random barrier itself with the secondary from Atlas. Now Atlas is securing the open net is the biggest trial and tribulation here for Lions and Bears.
Yeah, I will say Alice Brawler can snowball surprisingly hard on certain points, because if that secondary can ever get into a good position, that first barrier is gone, right? And Atlas Strike primary is kind of fucked up. It's better than John Strike primary in Drakkar by like a significant amount. So any really good position that Flowers can get to use both those abilities means that there's a lot of value to be found. And as we saw with the double barrier at the start of this point, possibly even more going at the series. If Flowers can just have Chunk Dinky get her the ball in a beautiful Atlas position, and just spend our resources all at
Oh, what a
once,
save!
we get a lot of value. Oh,
I
that's our. Is that our first recovery drone? I think it is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but the buffer comes out from Flowers. It's not. That's unfortunate timing there on the flip. Oh my god, the snipe from downtown, trying to reaction check, and now you're hearing, oh, this ripped the strike a bit too early. I mean, that's a hard interaction to win. So, Lion Bear does fall. Pantheon does take the first set here, which Trages as the MVP.
Yeah, round 2, you just feed Amy the ball. She gets as much as she wants, and now she gets her whatever pick she wants. I think the two main things we're looking at here is either Spark of Focus or Timeless Creator. Honestly, if you want to go Catalyst, that's pretty chill. Although I think that should go to Zentaro. But more importantly than both of those actually, Chrono Boost Kai. Yippee! This is a pick that can 100% take over the game.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Curry's kind of looking really good.
Oh my god,
Inside
come on,
on-
you Atlas.
Now they're
Chills.
now the
Chill,
second-
full body chills.
Siege received Manu until his Atlas round. Wait. All line these bears need is one more set to infinitely scale out of control here. Because the Kai can take both bears by himself, basically, with all the speed right here. And if they look for these just collapses, just hope that the Kai just finds a random double barrier or something like that. And Flowers can find like a cheeky kill with the combo. They could easily take a set or two and even potentially win this game.
Yeah, but it is up to Chunk Dinky to kind of move the ball up the field themselves. Atlas is just not a character that you can really rely on, or not even rely on, expect to help out in these situations. Outside, looking to find the final secured shot, but great layered strikes coming up from the entirety of Pantheon means that nothing was quite found. Now Chunk Dinky's sitting comfortably in the corner, but a beautiful or I guess less beautiful for the side of Lions Eat Bears, but a beautiful strike back down from Flowers to secure that barrier. And again, we're sitting on the open net, but now that Kai has Chrono Boost, this open net should be just way more comfortable. Before last set, I would say that the side of Lions Eat Bears is a way more comfortable open net scenario. But now that Chunk Dinky has this...
No, Flowers, they're cooking too much. But it's not going to matter because Flowers secured the second point with the strike win. On Thomas Radius, on his head, and the plat emotes are coming out right now. Which is deserved.
Yeah, as they should. As they should.
They just played like a hot diggity dog. I could say so myself.
Yeah, we're looking nasty out in the nasty series right now, but it happens. And Chunk Dinky's getting in there, losing the strike war at the end, unfortunately, to the Finny card. That could have been an early first barrier, but there's the Monu Atlas value coming in, taking Zentaro off the map, and that's actually already a recovery drone down. And a great angle to find a good setup for the double barrier means at this point it's looking so easy for the side of Lions Eat Bears. And oh my god, I think they won draft pretty hard, surprisingly. Like, dear god.
And Chunk Dinky just is just outpacing Ivy because she can't be in two places at once where Kai can just overwhelm her with all the speed. And they're not really finding any collapses here on the side of Pantheon. And low amount. My fault. Natty Fangle is doing really well, pushing up and with a purpose, and having cooldowns to back it up. Unlike the previous sets and games where Flowers would just push up and then hope something would happen. And look at this aggressiveness here coming from Lions Eat Bear. They look like a competent team right now. They're pushing with effort, success, and with the barrage securing the kill there. Now it's a power play. That's looking really good for them.
Yeah, I like what you said about the Rasmus, how Natty Fangirl is walking up is actually being really helpful, because it's actually giving a lot more autonomy to Chunk Dinky and Flowers. And as we saw early in this point, Rasmus walking up, if we can get good situations to do it, that's like low-key a lot of damage. Strangers is looking extremely low right now. I don't think we'll be able to find the kill, especially after the missed second. Oh, they flip to put it in anyways. Doesn't matter. But the Rasmus is just such a good character, kind of in the caboose position, sit behind both forwards, kind of support them from the back. And the Rasmus is a super good character to do that, but Cows just does not care. Finds Natty Fangirl walked a little bit too far up, immediately taking the barrier. And now with both barriers down, Rasmus doesn't have the range to kind of just or speed to walk up and do whatever he wants. And now it is a strong glitch pop to put it in past him. And the side of Lions Eat Bears, or not Lions Eat Bears, Pantheon, they're mad. They're mad they're losing to Atlas Brawler, and they're fighting back.
Yeah, they just gotta calm themselves down, realize that we're still playing a broken out comp, and just got played to a game plan. But the good defense here coming out from the backline from Mandy Fangio and Chung Binky. Look at the damage on Cows here with the flip. And maybe they're trying to look for a reversal,
kill
but the
them all,
time is
kill them
created
all.
is putting so much pressure on, and Flowers is taken out. But Cows does have no evade, so if they play towards securing a kill here. Good layer on the defense here from Chung Binky. It's still a scary predicament, but no strike from the barrier. They're trying to rotate around it. But the unfortunate hook coming back. No, unfortunate. They were looking so good, and now it's even set. I mean, even points here on the second set. It can go either way here.
Yeah, little bit of a tragedy. The core falling back into the hand of Rasmus Hook. And Natty Fangirl was just not ready for the enemy team to rotate it into it. And unfortunately, it loses the last barrier, which was kind of what was holding that point together. It's extremely important for Rasmus to not lose these double barriers because unlike some characters like eject goalies or Finny, characters with range, he needs that extra space to have to be able to walk up safely. Because like look at how much getting in there that Natty Fangirl is doing right now. We may have lost that possession, but if both barriers were down, it's just not comfortable to be doing that, but a great snipe from Finny. Vex finding at the cross map primary, looking to immediately end this point with an early flip. And both Strages and Cows are sitting with their flips right now. Both popped, and Cow strikes it straight through Natty Fangirl, losing the little 50-50 that was going on there. And Natty Fangirl was either guessed wrong or just could not react in time. But honestly,
Yeah.
shoutouts to Vex for securing that barrier with a beautiful 50 car from the other side of the map. And it's not rewarded with possibly 2 sparks, or could just opt in to chill out and pick the team player. Okay, we picked Missile Prop.
I mean, I'm trying to deny the Atlas here, but I don't
Come
know.
on, guys. Atlas Brawler, who cares?
Well, what? I mean, Missile Pop, Loki could have taken over the game here, but they do take the stagger from the peak requirements, allowing them to stay alive a little bit long. And picking up Boy Dancer and the team player, I'm liking these awakenings here from Lion. And I feel like if they can secure a set win here, and they can get even more dash training. Wait, all the dash trainings are gone for Chunky. Maybe like more speed, or I don't know, maybe this is the peak of Lion Team's base scaling here, and maybe they just need to.
Rapid fire. You're welcome.
That is true. Rapid fire is pretty strong on all 3 characters here for Lion Team's Bears, but the double barrier does fall here. Vex is honestly the unsung hero of this team. They're playing out of their mind. I think this is their first league match, and they're showing up here. Because Storm had to call out because I think was feeling.
Oh, this
sick.
is a real player? I low-key thought someone
Yeah.
just renamed.
No, this is a real player.
Okay. I respect that. Just showing up first time ever, playing like a beast, and I agree.
what a try.
I think while there have been some mishaps defensively, unfortunately choosing to not strike shot there, just happens. But Vex has a really good feel for how to play these offenses with Strages and of course Cows, but more importantly, has a little bit of that X factor, finding some crazy ultimates, some crazy primers, just raw value that I'm sure no one on either side were really ready for. And the point just starting off strong, looking at that strike shot barely missing, could have secured the second barrier, but hey, rotate to the top side, immediately had to go into the timeless Amy turret. And yeah, that's just a lot of damage coming out from the side of Lion or Pantheon. Again, I keep getting mixed up. It's just looking hard to defend. They are trying to get their own offense in, but we've spent so much resources keeping this ball away from our second barrier that we just kind of can't get the best offense we want going, especially compared to what we just had to defend against for the last like 30 seconds.
Oh, these backward tugs have taken another barrier from Night Fangirl. Does read the straight shot, and now it's playing against this timeless creator. With the res doesn't even do anything. It's still pretty low. Kaos is still staggered, but good reaction from Vex to secure it. And the missile prop Fiddy. No out clears are suited for you.
Vex has done it again. Just complete read of the situation, going for the card to call out the down clear, and it's just getting so much value with this Finny during this series. Last game, they were playing good. Don't get it twisted. I liked how they were playing offense. Really looked good, especially whenever turrets were up. They knew exactly where to position to kind of get more value out of that turret. But now we're doing the same thing, and we're just finding just random, beautiful little interactions to secure so much more value. So I really like what I'm seeing coming out from Vex right now.
Yeah. Oh, good rotate here from Flowers. Oh, this is a scary situation here. Trying to layer. They do layer successfully on the defense. Really good defense coming out from Mighty Bears. Vex does have the flip though. Calson pointing on the back line. Straight just getting a bit shot in the back. Just staying there, emoting, not contributing to his team like he usually does. But he's just still standing there, disregarding his team with the power play. And now Vex has the flip, pushing up with the passing plays, secure the top barrier, secure the top rotations. But the Atlas secondary with the Amani does not let them go. But another... That's like the third time the hook has like reefed defense. I think Danny Fango has to put away those hooks. Just hook the brawler. I think that's
You
a
know,
better idea.
yeah, I do think that we should just be hooking the brawler when we can. Although it's kind of hard. We're not into like Atlas Asher who want to just be in his face, so you can just strike past them. We're against Zentara Aimi. Those characters kind of stand a little bit further away than your other average characters in their positions. And yeah, Rasmus is having a little bit of trouble playing this, but you know what else is hard to defend? An Atlas Primary and Kai Barrage just flying at your face, and Finny does not have the defensive tools to kind of deal with that. And I will give that the seal of unsavable. Nothing you can do there.
Yeah, but Kaz will be the progenitor of winning this series here. He has the flip. Trying to secure the first barrier. Does pop it, but no dice on getting like a core or anything like that. But the first barrier does fall. Yeah, no dice. I love no dice. No dice is my favorite saying of all time. Oh, probably comes out. Flowers trying to collapse on his top side barrier. Good defense coming out. Trying to layer. Flowers just get the out. Just secure the out. And Flowers looking for the bottom side mix up. Vex thinking they're gonna strike up, but no strike shot anyway, so they had to guess 50-50, and they guessed wrong. It wouldn't even matter. Chunk Thinking does secure the first set here for Lion D Bears, and this is where the scaling could happen.
Fire up! Woohoo!
There's no fire
I'm not gonna lie. Oh, not fire up. I meant to say rapid fire, but I'm not gonna lie. This is a little rough for the side of Lions D pairs. You're pretty happy getting out of that set at all and getting a good awakening for your Kai, but now you're eating a Timeless Creator Siege Machine extra special turret from Aimi every single point. And on top of that, Cows is about to start bug abusing all over this lobby. Passive Zentaro, strike reset off of Adren, just go completely cheater mode. And Natty Fangirl, I can guarantee you, has never once in their life had to defend against that.
Yeah, and we're looking at the Finny, ever so dubious Finny with a double spark, missile prop, and the Aimi, I was gonna say their build, but they got taken out back. Shot, taken out back, and taken out.
Yeah, and Hook trying to accelerate this power play coming from Natty Fangirl, but Vex and Cows doing a pretty good job at slowing this down. Straigers is able to get the full respawn. On top of that, a barrier, or a great pass down, keep possession coming out from Cows. Looking for the Zentaro mix-up, not quite able to find anything. Chunk Thingy defeating Straigers in the strike war at the end there. And now Flowers is looking to try to get the ball into a good position. Look for the Atlas combo, secondary strike, primary, whatever bullshit. But a great clear from Strages and Vex means that nothing's able to happen, but it's actually...
No.
Wow. Okay. A beautiful flip from Flowers, just taking Strages off the map, but an unfortunate bounce towards the bottom side. Means that Zentaro's got what he needs to cover that space, and the point goes down. Resources spent, and unfortunately leading to a loss. That's gotta hurt if you're the side of Lions D Bears.
Yeah, and now it's looking really good with this corner. This is a hard interaction to win here. The Natty Fangirl, let's keep possession, but does lose the strike shot, unfortunately. Just the Eyes can't really get anything started, even though they have like many tools to like secure a barrier. But Vex is playing very good, just stuffing out any approach. And now it's a power play here with the ad rush. Oh, try to shimmy around.
High aura?
Yeah, high aura, but nothing ever gets done here.
Yeah, nothing ever happens. Cows looking for the primary down to steal a dribble. And nothing quite able to happen there. Straight just almost dying to another Atlas combo. You do gotta look out for them when the Atlas does have the double stagger build plus a Monu in the back to just keep amping up that damage. But great passes coming out from Chunk Thingy. Oh, but an even better primary flip coming from Cows means even though the barrier goes down, that's an Adrenaline Rush power play. Amy's looking to get this started. No flip position is able to be found. Straight just keeps looking to get the ball up the field. Good great dribble even. Gets the ball stealing right away from the clear and shoots it right towards the top side of the barrier. Not even needing to spend flip that. And now you're just 1 point away from taking the entire series with a flip in the bag. You gotta be like, woohoo, yippee, if you side of Pantheon right now.
And it's game to lose, so It's all up to Pantheon to execute here, try and secure. Look at here, at least with a date with either SCP or Furret, but Strange is known for dying to random stuff. Will secure their 5th death of the game to the same thing that Flyers has done every single interaction they've tried to. But the second barrier does fall here for Pantheon. What double dashes come out, but they both went to the same position
Yeah,
that they
I
wanted
stepped on their toes. Yeah.
Yeah, and a bit of miscommunication will not secure them the open net, open goal. But the black hole always secured the dribble. But Chunky is not losing any strike while he's trying to secure this final point here, to secure their lives, to make sure, but stealing their flip here, Traders is. I think Traders is trying to single-handedly lose this game. As
No,
he
no,
gets
no, that
caught.
was fine. That was.
He got caught lacking again. Yeah, if anyone to take it, to be abused and taken advantage of, it is Stranges, because he's playing
Abused and taken advantage of.
I don't know, it's like you have to take advantage of them not being locked in right now, because I assume in the VC call they're just laughing, having a good time here. Well, they're not really focusing at the meta at hand, and it's looking really scary here from the side of Pantheon. You don't want to lose this point because you're up 2 points. You're looking really good here, and the problem comes out from Atlas, but the good defense here from Vex secures out.
Yeah, and Chunky going down, the damage game was just played long enough, and now we are sent into the corner, looking a little unsavable right now. And the flip comes up from knife angle just in time. Love to see it. But a huge black hole pop means that Cows is going down staggered. And Akai could possibly look for something here, maybe get into a good position to kind of take Cows off the map. Grab his primary a couple times, but we have chosen to spend it on the ball. And it means that we aren't able to get the kill. He is still. Okay, never mind. Deadeye Rasmus hook. You know, I was gonna say that the hook's damage is just not super high. It's gonna be hard to find a kill. But nope. We got Deadeye, and now we got Deadeye team player. And it's Sad Boys angle, but doesn't matter. Beautiful passes around from Trunk Dinky and Flowers. Means that second barrier does go down, and it's now up to Flowers to find some hero play on the Atlas. Trying to get it around. Pops the flip, but all the abilities are popped to call it out. And just nothing's quite able to be found yet. Looks for the red core pass. Team players Knife Angle's trying to get into a good position to pop the team player, get it up to his teammates, and everyone's spending all their abilities to keep it out. And the angle from the other side of the map, Deadeye Rasmus Primer just sends it red, sends it to the other side, and puts it in, keeping the series on the board for Lion Sea Bears.
Yeah, it's looking really good here for 90s Bears. They do have a flip coming up. And Chunky could find a sneaky double barrier here, but the damage game is really looking good here for Lion Seas Bears. Cows is low, Shraders is low, and this defense here is looking really scary here for Pantheon. But trying to force it on this top side, trying to look for a rotate, but the reversal here from Cows with the ad rush. Flowers is taking over, trying to win one strike interaction. All they need is one. And the kill is found. As long as we don't lose the Ivy turret, we'll be fine.
Oh my god, Vex tried the strike shot, but we were on the wrong side of the field. We didn't read how our abilities work, but it's okay. Vex currently holding on for the strike shot for as long as possible, but just held a bit too long and did get checkmated near the end there. Once again, Kai Barrage up top, Alice Primer on the bottom. That's hashtag unsavable.
Unsavable. And now we have a precarious situation here. Atlas is forced to deny the fire, but then Zentaro just either gets heavy impact swing, so it's a bit scary here.
Now, but like low-key, fire up is so broken that this is the kind of tomfoolery that Flowers is looking for to secure this game. But actually, you know what? Everyone is leaving this draft happy. I won't lie. Okay, we didn't get. I low-key think OA could have gone crazy, just kind of out-wiggle them. But everyone outside of Kai got something they really like. Tempo Swing Aimi is a huge pickup. She's just a character that gets so much value out of it, especially when you have this Siege Machine Timeless Turret. That's a lot of Tempo Swing shots that you're going to have to be taking for the enemy team. And of course, Heavy Impact Razmus. Broken-ass character. And yeah, already with the BD. If Natty Fangirl can find some Deadeye hits with this primary, I'd be pretty awesome if we just found some random-ass kills off the side.
Yeah. Well, Chung Dinky does not want to lose this game.
There it is. There it is. Boom.
And the recovery drone is gone. And it's looking really good here for Alliance Seas Bears. Cows does have the flip though, so I have to play around that. But Chung Dinky is playing these defense interactions so well. Flowers are putting pressure on with the primary, and the good save out from everyone from Lines Against. They're playing out of their minds right now. Flowers does get the final barrier here. Natty Fango trying to find this hook, just secure it. But the primary does not secure the point here. Oh, but the recovery drone is taken out from Chunky. Only one that has recovery drone left is Natty Fangirl. And the primary from Natty Fangirl with the red coin speed was secure the first point.
Like that's the Deadeye heavy impact power Rasmus. Just smack that. Send it way faster than anyone was ready for. And yeah, like I said, this is the kind of bullshit that this team needs to kind of get this ball rolling.
Yeah, as when you play around it, Natty Fangirl is not losing these interactions here, playing really well. Oh, but the good res here from Flower saving themselves from peril. Chunky pushing up the top side, just trying to get these cooldowns out from the Finny. But Flowers just want to find this fire up core speed here. They could secure the second point. Cal's looking a bit scary here with the flip. Does not secure it. The slowdown from the big finish and the Deadeye heavy impact BD Frasmus. And Flowers is up the flip here. Oh, and the Chunky Giga Blast, the Giga Go. And now Flowers is looking here with the flip, trying to pull Vex out. And the clear comes out from Traders. But the flip does not reaction check Traders. They played that interaction very well, surprisingly. Usually loses in that scenario. But Fat Fango just right here on the bottom side taking so much damage here from the turret with the tempo swing. Everyone is dead.
Oh, the Giga saves!
And then, oh my god, Trade has to flip. Oh, with the second on the top side, the hit stun. This is a heater of a set. It's 1-1 now. It could go either way.
Yeah, we've got a series and a half on our hands. I was ready for after the first game. I was ready for Pantheon. Just like, yep, 3-0 roll out. We can go play Fata Morgana. But nope. I am ready for this to go to game 3. This is awesome. I am hyped as hell watching this.
I was just looking on this top side, trying to build so much energy from that Atlas secondary. And now they're trying to play for this rotate here on the bottom side of Natty Fangirl. Shark does come out, trying to secure the second barrier, the bottom side barrier. But Shrek just looks so dangerous. Cows looks so low as well. Oh my gosh. Trying to damage some Cows here. Rasmus with the Deadeye hook could secure the kill. Pushing up. Oh. Oni's blade comes out. The passive does not secure it. Flowers is forced to pop the flip. So much speed, 6 seconds. That is a long time.
6 seconds.
Oh, rapid fire hot shot. So much damage putting up. But save on the bottom side. Knife out, trying to push up with the primary. Chunky is trying to rotate down. But with the secondary, with the Manu, so much damage, so much pressure is putting on for either team.
Yeah, but not enough damage was found on Cows, barely living there because that Chunk Dinky did unfortunately whiff every single barrage shot looking for the kill. But hey, it happens. We do still have possession. Flowers is looking to get into a good position, just pop the secondary and just do some things, just kind of smack the core back in. A lot of ultimates are spent. The Cows, Strangers, and Vex have all put it down to get this barrier, and it does go down. And where are we going? Natty Fangirl getting lost in the Atlas's lab. The AB turret just slots it back in. Oh goodness, we have a brawler in the goalie position.
If they popped the flip a bit earlier in that interaction, they could have potentially saved the point there. But so much damage is put out. Trade is trying to react, just standing there trying to out. But we do go for the cross clear. It's so scary. It's so scary. Vex does have the flip, trying to secure it, but the Alex Prime is staying there with the Giga Go Chunk Dinky rotating around the Natty Fangirl on the bottom side. So much damage putting on the Cows again, but Traders does body block the projection, the big secondary, and now it's back to neutral here, trying to see who will secure the last barrier here on the Atlas.
Oh, we do find that Amy extra special turret is looking as broken as we thought, and this set has finally led to Natty Fangirl losing their recovery drone, and Vex just barely getting the clear through the primaries. And everyone, dude, we're just defending for our lives right now. Oh my god, Cow sent across the map. Finished off by Natty Fangirl. The Deadeye heavy impact field is just too strong. Looking for the team player passes, moving up the field, but it is denied.
No, He's gonna die. He's gonna.
Oh, the team player pass. We're looking for it. Oh, and Flowers gets into position, finding it beautiful. Alice expands to hit it into the top side, and we have reached set 5.5, and both Flowers and Strangers have their flip brewing up.
No, they went for the Divas double barrier.
50% 6 seconds. 50% 6 seconds.
And now just playing here. Not trying to lose to just raw Oni's blade, but the glitch pop put the koi speed. Oh, pops the black hole. Oh my gosh. I'm losing my
Dude,
words
I'm
right
gonna,
here.
I'm gonna take casting for you. We need more energy. We need more energy. Start
We're gonna
yapping.
clap
Oh,
at a bar.
beautiful primary coming out from Chunk Dinky.
Beautiful.
Vader
Oh,
goes
it's
down.
dead.
A kill from Flowers. And now it's that Stranger's effects on the back foot, trying to survive the hook coming out from Natty Fangirl. The team player passes. We aren't able to get in position to look for the barrage
no.
combo. Oh! But Stranger's just barely missing the angle to find the cheeky steal on the second barrier take. Oh my god, the turret missed. Okay, Natty Fangirl, but oh, it's actually Stranger's to go down. The Flowers build coming into play once again. Too much damage on this Atlas Brawler character. We're taking off the map for what feels like the dozenth time this game. Oh my god. And the Atlas. That clock chimes and another primary hits and another kill is given to Flowers. The Atlas Brawler has taken this game covered in blood.
Yeah. The Alice took over the game, but Chunk Dinky, with all that speed, just had so much presence on there. They could run around, get a primary or two with a hot shot with the Giga Blast. Natty Fangirl with the Deadeye heavy impact build with primary securing some cheeky kills on the bottom side. That was a 30-minute masterclass, and of course, the star of the show, Flowers with 10 kills, 8 goals, 200 meter eggs, 46k damage.
46k damage, Atlas. Oh my god. Even though Stranges and Cows put up 60k damage in both of their nets, them combined were not enough to match the killing prowess that Flowers found with the 10 KOs from just the raw bulk up plus monumentalist build. And honestly, if I'm the side of Pantheon, if I'm Strages, who I'm pretty sure is manning the drafts right now, you just have to ban the Atlas out of shame.
I think also Atlas is a bit better, I would say, Gates of Obscura because it's more closed, and that secondary could just really shut off any like out clears, corner clears, and I feel like the overall game plan here for wake up better Gates of Obscura as long as they play around the portals.
I will say the main thing I'm thinking about for Gates Obscura is that if Flowers continues to brawl, and we might get Freak Mode and pick Atlas Brawler again, but that's a lot of dash punch potential. Just knockback chaos. Even ignoring Atlas, that's kind of Flowers' specialty. That's her thing. That's what she's known for. Finding these knockback kills from when people aren't expecting them. And Gates Obscura is one of those maps where, especially if you're caught out on defense, just kind of walking up a little bit too far towards the wall to strike it out of the corner, you get farmed a lot. And I'm sure you have a player you'd like to talk about who gets farmed by these knockback KOs.
Yeah, I don't think he has the player, aka me, to be in his ear saying, "Watch out!" And he's died like 15 million
Put
times.
away the self plays. Just start playing.
No, that is true. Yeah, I don't think that he has the midfield top players have, recognizing the situation of when their life is in danger. And especially, Strangers put no respect on Flowers' name, even though she does deserve it. Especially, how did we lose to Atlas Brawler in the big 2-6? And now you gotta put some respect on her. Now you gotta recognize. I'm gonna die to these primaries. I got positioned better. I got stuff, but I know Traders is recognizing that, telling his team, okay, let's not be the team to make Lion go 1-8 or 1-2-7 potentially. Even if the stipulations are pretty big for either team.
Let me put on my best Stranger impression. We're losing to the Lions right now. I can't have any of that. He probably said that word for word, flaming his teammates, not happy about how that last game went. But I don't know if it does show on stream yet. What we have seen, like the spectator link.
Oh my
actually,
god!
ads are playing. Potato. Do we? I see ads. We didn't get to control these apparently. But to the people that have subs, for the people who have subs, Twitch drop the primer on Bestian slot. We got a chilling berserker tempo swing start, which just translates to a tempo swing start on Gates of Obscura. And I will note that Pantheon really likes tempo swing. All the characters that they want to play just love this awakening. It is so good on Amy. It is so good on Exentaro. And even though we haven't seen Strangers go to his secondary picks yet, yeah, Estelle likes it quite a bit too. So we'll see what we have in the back, and what Lion's response is to a team comp that will probably end up trying to kill them off cooldown.
Yeah, the Frightfully Rush, we're not gonna talk about that. I'm not the one in the game. So I'm playing the guy who's losing the Atlas Brawl in the big 2-6. Also losing to a team that's 0-7 when they're projected to be third seed. So hey, I'm not the one on the field. So I'm flaming my teammate for playing like that. And when I expect better from him. So yeah.
You are
We
so
can't be
hopeful.
dying.
Let's be positive for once. I still have no idea who this Vex person is, but they're kind of sick nasty. I'm just gonna go into the match thread right now. Okay, hold on. Who is this player? Who are they originally?
No, there's. I'm pretty sure there's that.
Oh, Vegs.
Yeah, same thing.
At Vegs, you be playing sick nasty. You should pick up a new team next season. All right.
Truth.
All right, message sent. I got 3 retweets on that. Yep, everyone loves this Vex player. Looking good out there. And it had draft that's still not started. Lions currently just thinking about deliberating what do they want to pick into this game. Looking to Flowers, team captain. What drafts from heaven do you have for us going to this Gates of Obscura game? And honestly, I have no idea. I cannot tell you what to be ready for this game. It could be anything. We don't even know what roles other players are going to be on. So, oh dear God.
I would like Chunk Dinky to actually pick Ivy here if they don't first pick Ivy here from Pantheon, because I'm pretty sure they can play it. I see them play it in ISS. I think they got top 4, top 3 last season. I saw him play it with his team with AJ Cannon and Grant Attack. I think that was a brother, and they played pretty well. So I would like them to kind of pinch Strages' pool, even though he could play like Vice or something like that. But I feel like the IME just enables so much on this map, so they would look to be away.
IME also kind of enables the game plan of the side of Pantheon. This IME is kind of what keeps this team rolling, keeps people staggered, turret keeps possession for as long as possible, keeps it contained so that Vex can walk up and do whatever they want. So I really, really hope to see that. We are going to do something about this IME going into this series. Oh, and draft is starting now. Dubu banned for Pantheon. Why? Okay, Zentaro ban coming out from Lion as well, but that does mean.
Please pick IME Lion, please.
Dude,
Anyone.
can we just low key? It's time to move Chunk Dinky to the net. Let's like lock in IME Vice right now. Yeah, let's just kill them. Let's blow their heads off. Oh, you see this pick ticking down to 1. Estelle. Okay, you know what? Still solid. Still solid.
Yeah.
I'm still very happy with this pick. We can do whatever we want, and now we just lock in IME still anyways. Like, think about it. Strages is about to be completely homeless, and we locked in Atlas again. And we locked in Atlas again. Okay.
Back to the Iron Sphere. The Iron Sphere is coming out. And now we let Ivy X Fitty fall on a tempo swing start.
Are we even trying to win?
It's not looking good, man. Not looking good.
Okay, whatever. I'm over it. I don't know who. Honestly, if
we picked Era. Why? My team is throwing, man. Why did we pick Era on a swing start?
It's looking like the CCL seems to have taken a little bit too much agency in the draft there. I don't know what Strages decided to let his teammates pick Era in the third game of this series. Not what you like to see. Honestly, is looking even worse than the Atlas Brawler pick from last game. But hey, we could still save it. We could still lock the IME. It is an Era goalie, which is like, I mean, it's a Berserker tempo swing start.
Like, if we picked Finny here, we would have just died.
What happened? Do we hate Finny on this map? I don't know.
What is Night Pharaoh pick here? Because he might play Rasmus again. Rasmus isn't that bad. Like, I don't know what his other goalie picks would be. Boone?
Drop the
Maybe?
fin. Drop the fin.
Oh my god, you picked Asher.
Okay, Asher. Okay. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on here. I assume it's still at Atlas Brawler because that's Flower's best brawler pick. But honestly, anything can happen. Anything can happen this game. If
Yeah.
Era somehow ends up on stages here, I mean, it just might you might have to be solo casting for the rest of the game. But we'll see. We'll see.
No, but if you're Asher here and you're in the goalie position, I think you still take Berserker and you get damage dumped and then you look for a dash punch. I don't know, either one of them. Like you try to shove it through them.
I think you take tempo swing and drop an ult on someone and they explode.
That is true. That is true. But I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't think they're fair. Because that's the first time I've ever heard about that. And I would not expect Lolamau, Natty Fangirl, who is now a goalie player, to know that Temple Swing Asher ult is broken. But that's a lot of damage, so.
It does do like the 40% of her max health. It's kind of messed up. But we'll see. Vex is okay. It is straight just sold Imi, one trick acquired, and we're back to X Imi. So we're gonna see a lot of damage on the board with an Era in the back to do something. Move them around a little bit faster instead of just being a good character. But yeah, it's whatever. But honestly, at a glance, both sides clumps look like pickable, and then you take a squint, you squint a little bit closer, and that's Atlas Brawler again. So and on tempo swing, so that's no extra. Atlas does not have any extra knockback this game. Flowers got the God build last time, got the Monu, got a bunch of power, and got a siege machine on to top all of that off. So now our knockback is gonna be pretty bad, I'll say, but it's okay. We do get the double barrier anyway still, so it just doesn't matter. And now we do have to get through the Asher goalie in the back, which X is never a very big fan of. So we'll see how Cows and Strages take to approaching this, and they are approaching it the exact same way as last game. And honestly, as they should. Just pop the AV turret, put it in the corner, and just be annoying until the ball just eventually goes in. Ooh.
Oh, scary stuff here coming out. Flowers trying to look with this slick kicks. But Chunk Dinky just fine. Gets pushed around, but does not secure the open net goal. This is kind of scary. Nightfall does have to push up here and try to interact with the ball before Cows does. But the reverse bull rush does secure the out. Line T Bears does need to reset this game back to neutral here, trying to play around the barrier beam. But Flowers just leaves their team behind, and they do kept position though. But with the portal play, Chunk Dinky secures the dimer, the Flowers, and secures the.
Yeah, a little bit of a unfortunate open net play there coming out from the side of Pantheon, not quite able to get the ball through the Asher goalie, but hey, that's always hard. It's very difficult to get that through. Both ults going off, getting the first barrier, but Vex not quite into the position to get the ball immediately back into Strages. But we're looking for the portal plays, gets around the Asher, and getting a free flip out of it as well. Things are looking up to the side of Pantheon all of a sudden at this point. But a great strike from Natty Fangirl means that we get the out, we're getting into the corner. And honestly, Alice and Stella look pretty comfortable from where they're standing. Things looking good. Dodge or stands right out of range of getting B and Flowers looking for I don't know, Alice.
Oh,
wow.
There.
Wow, the active frames on that.
No
wow.
way.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. The ball gets back up to Cows, and we slot it in right through the middle.
Yeah, that was such unfortunate. They played that interaction so well with the top side from Lions Bears. And an unfortunate mishap from Natty Fango. Mispositions a little bit with the ability, and does lose the point there for their team. But it's not looking scary here. They pick the mom boots, kind of fly a bit more. But look at this damage coming out from Flowers and Natty Fango.
I got that, by the way. I got that barrier. Dude, double strike reset or end ult strike reset. Yep, I'm good.
Yeah. But this game is not about you. This game is about Lions Bears and Pantheon. Top the self glaze.
Man, there's a difference between me self-glazing and you self-glazing, okay?
What's the difference, man? What's the difference?
I'm goated. You're
right.
smoted.
Right. And Shark Dinky and Flowers just try to collapse his own barrier here.
Yeah, but honestly, Chunk Dinky and Flowers kind of taking a page out of Pantheon there, getting the corner off and set up, and there's the signature Just send all your
What is
bullshit
that?
at the corner of the net, all your projectiles at once. And hey, if you had to choose any projectile to send towards the corner, Loki, you should probably be picking Atlas Primer anyways. So we're getting into Atlas Brawlers actually winning positions here. So
Yeah.
good looks for the Flower Shrunk Dinky forward duo.
And Chunky is looking playing out of their mind right now. Securing both barriers for their team. Flowers looking. Knife Angle finds the out clear. Looking to secure it. Bear Bean does come out. Do layer correctly. Knife Angle trying to secure this out here. They have to take a risky play here because they do not want to keep taking these interactions on the corner. And I think that's the proper way to play against corner. You have to take a risky out there because if you keep feeding it on the bottom side, it's just never gonna end well.
But it did go a little bit too long. Now Chunky's looking really low. Can't really get in there and layer strikes anymore. Flowers out of position. Orb denied. The creations are coming in. But of course, Asher just does not care. Pops the primary. Pops the ultimate. And just ends all of that. And Vex just gets a Vacler barely surviving the Estelle onside. And a great hit set coming from Cows. Forcing Natty Bearing with a flip. And Cows just calls it out completely. Smacking the ball right back in. And evening up the tally at 2-2, looking to stop this Mickey Mouse comp from taking another set over their heads.
Yeah, when it comes down to the real open net scenarios, Vex is playing out of their mind. They did not lose to Crystal Thorn piercing shot, which cannot be said to 95%.
Hey, that's hard. That's hard. Yeah.
Oh, they tried to take the out clear, and now this is what you do not want to be. As Lion Siege Bears, but they do find the out clear through the turret. And it's looking really good here for Lion Siege Bears, but the double flip lurking in the back from Pantheon does not look too well. But the Berry Beam does stuff out one. Trying to take these out clear. Strangers is looking with the other one, but the ball just slips past him.
Yeah, not able to keep this going for as long as we want to. Oh, we popped the flip. Unfortunately, not getting any value out of it. And now it's actually Flowers moving up the field. But great portal rotation coming up from Strangers means that we just go on to the offense again, the top side. And honestly, most importantly, a beautiful walk-up from Vex to secure the second barrier. But even the primary just keeps catching us out with the active frames. Flowers finding so much value with these primaries. Oh, the passes are looking so scary. But Vex, another great call-out. Chunk Dinky sending her straight back to Natty Fangirl. Getting the play started. A little portal play happening. Oh my god, and Cows hits the fudgy angle. Sending it straight towards that corner off the wall. And taking the first set in the series. And I mean, once again, what feels like for the 1,000th time this series gets her pick of what she wants in this start of the series.
Yeah, extra special. That's just an insta click here. But the Siege Machine, that's the they take hot shot. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't want extra. I guess we don't want to deal with Estelle hot shot or possibly these Alice primaries with hot shot. You know, looking a little scary out there. But I don't know. I do think this draft could have gone a little bit differently. Era is not particularly happy picking up an Adrenaline Rush. Maybe we can get some cheeky ultimate ability kills. 1 second off primary isn't terrible as well, but I mean, look at this. We're on Adrenaline Rush tempo swing era. This is not the first thing you think of when you try to imagine a strong, powerful, game-carrying era build. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, they do find the out clear here. Chong Dinky trying to secure the first barrier here. Knife Angle pushing up here. And the Iron Spear from Flowers that secured both barriers. And trying to win these strike interactions here. Trying to look pretty low. Trying to play for the life. Ooh. But the positions there. Cal's playing really well. But the Strike War from Natty Fangle does secure the outs. Is that Berserker coming out from Chong Dinky? Take the risky clear. Oh, Chong Dinky strike at the ball. Yes!
You know what? I respect the walk-up coming out from Vex there. Almost immediately secured that point, but when the slight misplay or slight outplay from the enemy team means the ball gets out to all this open space that Chunk Dinky gets to cover. And if you give this guy a little bit of space, yeah, he's gonna take it immediately. But oh my god, look at the damage. Chunk Dinky and Natty Fangirl are looking so low right now. X is beamed, and of course has nothing to do with the beam. This always happens. This X era synergy just does not exist, I swear to god. Ooh, but a great shot towards the top side. Gets a fast rotate. Straight just moving back down. Gets a turret shot. And it's actually Chunk Dinky to go into the goal line. Finally getting killed at the end there. And a great strike from Cows. Gets it right around the Asher secondary. She's not able to defend it for that long. And we are sitting on an Asher flip. And Atlas, the secondary, barely able to secure the first barrier. but things are looking scary. Cows got flipped, got ultimate, looks to put it in, but Asher's ult place was just too strong. Natty Fangirl forces him in the secondary and flip, but looking for the portal rotate. Stranger's got nothing yet, though. We have poor timing on the ultimate ability, means that nothing is quite found, and we're layering against Flowers right now. Looking to take so much value, gets the rotate up to Chunk Dinky, looks for the thorns, and we're just kind of resetting to neutral. Oh, team player! And we're just resetting to neutral once again. Nope, never mind.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, the open net there. Lions Bears securing the first point here. And the team play here from Natty Fang is the key element here. Because, I mean, if Asher, Atlas are just stuck in the corner, they can just dump abilities. They could probably stall till overtime. But the biggest counter is just so much damage coming out from the tempo swing. Comp of Asher, X, error, not really error, but mostly just.
Hey, okay, you know, I'll forgive Era, but yeah, tempo swing ult Loki do crazy mode damage. So, you know, if we ever get ult lineup, which we unfortunately have not quite able to see at this game, that's like a solid, like, you know, like 1,000 extra 1K throw on top of it.
Oh my gosh.
Where are we going?
Unfortunate bouncer from the glitch pop, and Chunky was trying to dribble around, but Vex just had none of that, shutting down the 1v1 opportunity. Lockdown defense.
Yeah, but you know, Wumpus defend, as they say. Hold it down in the net.
They're switching.
Wait, hold on. Okay, Natty Fangirl now moving up the field with the Mom Boots. Hasn't been hit yet, which means we do get to hold on to the movement speed and a great evade, making sure we don't go down to the Aeronata, but we do go down to Cows just wailing on us with full abilities. But yeah, we got the goalie swap now. Goalie Asher is moved up into the forward position, and Flowers is looking to lock it down as Atlas, but it's just not enough. The change has happened too late into the series, and now they're just down 2 sets in the face of Pantheon.
Yeah, the shot isn't really that good for X. Yeah, he's missing a lot of like power awakenings. You could take like explosive or something. It's mostly probably like I think
fire up, fire up, fire up.
No one's gonna take it. They just don't like it. There's other stuff they want to take.
Fire up, guys! Please, it's so broken. It's 50% for 6 seconds. That's a really fat number. Please. Okay, nice. Flowers, head on tight there. You know, was able to put 2 and 2 together and figure out how broken this Fire Up Awakening is. God bless.
Yeah, and they're still going with this rotate here. And Flowers back in the goalie position, where that was a bit scary here. Chengdi is pretty low with the res from Atlas. Not really doing anything because so much damage being piled down there. And now nothing really is happening. The scaling has taken out of control, and so much damage taken out. They do get the out clear when they needed to reset this corner offense, but I mean it just falls back again.
Yeah, you said nothing was really happening, but what I saw going down there was the health bars of Natty Fangirl and Chunk Dinky slowly but surely going down, as they do when you have to face down and Amy X in the corner for just a bit too long. But you know, I thought about it again. I'm a little bit nettled that we decided to go Glass Cannon on Asher, even though we've decided to commit to the position swap. I think Atlas getting access to Bomb Boots through Glass Cannon would be pretty strong this game. But it doesn't quite matter. Natty Fangirl does get a strong-ass primary. You know, of course, Asher, when she's on her side of the field, just can still lock it down. But just too much damage is coming out from Cows. And I'm forgetting the name because I forgot. Chung Dinky goes down, and we're just spending this power play. It's just so hard to defend when we had to. We did X Amy scaled, basically. That's what I'm trying to put down.
And now they're rotating back with Natty Fangirl, which should be happening now. Flip comes out with the fire up. Now everyone's so fast, but this slick speed from the slick speed from Exo is still keeping up with it, and this time they're striking. Unfortunately.
Hey, that was a good little play from Cows and Strages, though. You know, quick up, get the strike out from Chunk Dinky, and boom, strike it straight back down. Strages and Co. Well, I feel bad calling a team that. Pantheon are looking to secure this series, not letting this tomfoolery go down against them in the North American Strikers training grounds. Stray just pops the flip, goes for the shot, and finds it on the bottom side, securing the series. And pretty telling 3-0 near the end there. There was a beautiful game, honestly the best game too of all time, throughout here. But Gates of Obscura, it's just not quite the map that Atlas Brawler can get it done on.
Yeah, a bit of both drafting and execution, and I mean, just wasn't the game this time around. Looking at the stats here, I mean, 35k on X, a lot. The flowers got 0 kills this time. Couldn't get it done. But no, this is pretty important here for Pantheon. They want to secure winning side up for playoffs. I'm not sure where they're at right now. Probably like either 4th or 5th place, but they're trying to aim for 4th just to make sure they have that little bit of leeway coming in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. And I will say a great showing. They did show one. If this team can get the ball in the corner, they look good. Pantheon looks really good when they can get the state game. We saw even with Atlas on the team position, regardless of his position, we are getting through these reses, getting through the healing, and just putting so much pressure on the board. Even if we're not finding as many kills as you would think, they just get, it's because they're forced out. They have to walk away, and the amount of space that Amy actually able to take up is just a little bit too much. So happy to see the corner offense game plan that I'm always a big fan of being shown in North American Strikers training grounds. But that will be all for this series. We'll be moving into, I believe, Slime Mold Colony versus
Frickin' esports, I think.
freaking
frickin'
esports.
Is there?
I'm double checking. Yeah, freaking esports. But we will be signing off for now. So goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. We are back from our break, possibly at record time, as today, well, I guess this is the end of today now. We're on our last match. It is Mold versus freaking esports. And today it looks like we actually have almost all of the main roster from Mold here. Unfortunately, General T wasn't able to make it. I was very looking forward to seeing him. Unfortunately, he's not here. But besides that, our first map is on Night Market, and we got Ember Monarchs versus Julia Stella and a Juno goalie. Presumably, I think, anyways. Dara, what's your thoughts on this matchup so far?
I personally think that the side of Mold has a really strong comp going into this game. X Era is absolutely nothing to scoff at, and with the Kai as well, they're gonna have so much speed to go along with the Night Market speed gate. Freaking esports, they don't have a terrible comp, but Juno with the nerfs that she got this patch, and Estelle also getting the nerfs this patch, as well as Juliet, I think they're gonna have a little bit of a rough time against this X Era who's just able to, like, if they play their cards right and if they utilize their potential so the way they could possibly like just stomp them with all the speed they have.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And honestly, this lore accurate team too is quite strong this patch overall. I gotta admit, Kyle's definitely a big winner coming into this patch, which honestly kind of gives a pretty big buff to his overall team. A lot of people like to consider that like Bite Breakers is the strongest lore accurate team, but honestly, this patch, Ember Monarchs is very strong. You can definitely run Kai or Era in like the goalie and midfield position. You can probably rotate them around pretty flexibly, but they can pretty consistently have the same value in both positions, and I think we're probably going to be seeing. Uh, I think most people are probably going to opt for a fighter play here, but I think both the midfielders are going to go for aerials. If I had to take a guess, actually, freaking Chris opts to take fighter play, and Andy opts to take the aerials, which is honestly pretty understandable on Juno goalie. When you B-check, you want as much range as you can to be able to put as much pressure forward as possible.
Yeah, fighter flight with the nerfs it got isn't as strong as it was previously, but that's gonna be a kill onto the side of Mold. Cero just placing that dash punch so well, and with the fiery fury, it's gonna try to get that barrier, but isn't able to. And Dave with the Giga Blast is gonna take that first barrier and put Mold at a huge advantage here.
Absolutely. Dave with this fighter flight and the slicks here is definitely going to get as much value as possible from touching the core, and that's definitely something that Kai likes to do. He likes to abuse haste as much as possible, so when he can just kind of do that on top of his base, like secondary, he can get a lot of speed, as we saw that. Like, he was able to get it to the X, and now they got the first point in the series.
Yeah, it's looking like the comp from the side of Mold is going into full fruition right now, as we see that the X is getting buffed here, but Dave in this corner playing it so well with the flip and just being able to sink the ball in, just completely overtaking freaking esports in the second point.
Absolutely. Gold is looking pretty strong. Straight pass from Everlasting Taco, which honestly I don't think was entirely necessary considering the fact that they are currently up to 2-0, and July pushing up a little bit aggressively there, which is kind of what you do on that pick, and kind of forced to have to do it too when the Kai goes down. Kind of got to cover that offensive pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave with the Giga Blast is gonna send it around frickin' Chris here, and the defense from Julak is, oh my god, almost gonna get the barrier, but not quite. Julak just placing that Aeronado so well. I don't know how that saved the barrier, but back on the defense here, we have Cero with the punch. Isn't gonna be able to, quite secure the barrier, but that's gonna be fine, as Mold is gonna have the offense going here as the core flip goes into the Aeronado with X Maximus coming out, not quite able to get the barrier just yet, but now it's coming back to freaking esports, and now like it's going really back and forth between these two teams right now.
Absolutely. Alright, and we're just only 2 points in, but Julak's nails have been looking absolutely gorgeous with like every single nail he puts down. Minus the last one has kind of been like a prophetic vision that he knows exactly where he needs to go at the right time, because that backwards air he did to like hold that point was honestly very impressive that he managed to hold that barrier with the native that he had, because it kind of looked like it was great in the offense, but he actually was able to hold it down and be able to clear it out.
Yeah, I'm honestly honestly something else I wanted to point out is I'm quite surprised that Julak or nor Dave decided to opt into the aerials instead going for the fight or flight. Again, fight or flight did get nerfed this patch, so it's pretty interesting to see that they don't really care and just want the extra slicks value. But that's gonna be a barrier taken from Sero onto Mold, and Dave, I mean Julak just striking it right into Sero, and that's gonna be Sero sinking in the first goal for freaking esports.
Definitely an unfortunate point there. I think Julak might have thought that Dave was going to try and stand on top of the Julie, maybe try and contest it with the strike core, but unfortunately, a miscommunication there kind of led up to the point. But that's honestly all good because they're as long as they're able to keep the offense running like it is right now, it looks like they have just won the set pretty comfortably, and they might even win the other one considering the fact that X and Era don't usually scale, or well, they scale very well, but like early on they're pretty weak. But we're seeing an X MVP in the first set here.
Yeah, X looking really scary in this MVP spot. Has so many options here. Could opt for the spark, could opt for the size. Could even go for the rapid fire. It's gonna go for that spark though. That means Juno is gonna have quite a bit of options. It's gonna opt for rapid fire, but that means Kai has. I'm looking at this chrono boost right now. It's definitely gonna go to one of these two. Yeah, gonna be opted into the chrono boost on Era and missile prop from Dave. And I think honestly, the drafts are pretty equal, like in terms of how good it was for both teams here.
I absolutely agree. The rapid fire on Juno, I think rapid fire in general is just such a strong awakening overall, and having it on the goalie just gives him so much presence. But I am honestly kind of surprised that Kai did not opt to take one of these, opting to hold it in the hopes that maybe Air would get it instead. Because now that I think about it, Dave actually didn't opt to get Dash Awakenings at both the start and at the first set now. So maybe he's just kind of like opting for a little bit different playstyle, possibly just kind of a more chill, high playstyle where you just kind of proc all your speed on your. Well, I guess it's a more consistent warmer than burst heavy is what I should say, because he also has missile prop, which gives him a lot more range of influence too, and I'm still like a pretty stable tie build, is like what I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sero does sink in the first goal, despite all that being said. Yeah. Frickin' Chris gonna get the piercing shot, almost able to get that first barrier, but isn't quite going to just yet. But all the slime's coming out from Andy. It's gonna get the jump, get the save, but Taco is just on top of things, getting in this corner, so active in it, and but the side of frickin' esports, it's not letting it happen. And Andy getting the jump, gonna finesse Julak there. Sarah with the fiery fury is almost gonna get that barrier, but Julak striking it right out of it, and that's gonna be a sharp clear coming out from Andy. Just looking so precise with these clears, the flip coming out, and that's a KO on to Sero, and Mold is looking absolutely like really good in this first point in the second set, but that is almost gonna be the second barrier. I thought that was going in, but no. Oh, well, here we go. The first point coming out for Mold here.
And Everlasting Taco was able to follow up successfully. This Era is once again putting in so much work with Nados, able to somehow manage to get an edge KO off the Nado. Once again, another soul read being performed off of his character. I feel like Julak must be like very comfortable in his character to be able to perform this distance, like have Era Nados that are like this consistent. I just can't stop talking about it. But like on the flip side, this X and Kai are also putting in so much work on the offense here. It's and like they're also rotating goalie and midfield pretty consistently too, which I think makes sense because Dave was originally a goalie player, but role swapped to midfield up until recently, I believe, and we're definitely seeing some very good efficiency from Dave here as they managed to get the second point.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that as well. Julak, I thought it was honestly going to be Era midfield and Kai goalie, but that does not seem to be the case here, as Julak has opted in for the off-roll Era goalie. But it's looking pretty strong here in this first game, as both barriers are going to be taken down on frickin' esports. It's not looking too great if you're on their team, but it is going to be, this point, it's going to be in their favor now, as the double barrier is being taken. Frickin' esports have a great offense now, as Julak is also looking pretty low here. The course can be rotated out onto Dave and Julak, both looking pretty low with no evade, but Dave just able to fight for his life here in this bottom side here, as freaking Chris is gonna try and get that score, but is not gonna be able to, unfortunately. And Sarah with the dash plunge is just gonna be able to catch Julak so off guard and take the second point, putting us at a 0.5 here.
Well played by Serve to be able to dash one from there, knowing that Julak really doesn't have any options as an area goalie to be able to contest that, even in the midfield line. I think Sarah has been kind of like struggling to get the core to them, but as long as he can get in a comfortable position and he has some cooldowns to score, he's honestly pretty consistent at it. The big question is actually getting there in the first place, as, oh man, Mold's just doing a really good job at keeping it on their side of the field right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As Everlasting Taco is looking pretty low, gonna have to get the evade, or gonna have to get the orb, but that means that Julak is gonna be taken out from Sero's dash punch. Gotta watch out for it. Everlasting Taco going for the out clear, but it's not gonna matter when Sero is on top of things. And Andy lagging a little bit is almost not gonna be able to save that, but he is in the end. And Sero going for the dash plus the flip, or the Fire Fury, but it's not gonna matter when the barrage is too much for Andy, and unfortunately lagging out a little bit there. It's going to mean that the side of Mold is going to get this second set.
Yeah, and unfortunately, leg spike from Andy there. Thankfully, didn't amount to much in the moment, but it probably just meant that he probably had a little bit more ping than what he was comfortable with, and as we can clearly see, the hotshot is denied from the Juno, but it doesn't really matter because not only was 1-2 punch there, but it was also a team player. It's honestly kind of impossible to deny the incoming core speed that the Juno is going to have here, but I think another huge pickup awakening here is also, there's actually quite a bit, I gotta admit. The heavy impact and the ad rush. Heavy impact on the air is like very strong, but also the ad rush on the Julie with the build-up they have going with the pumps. That could possibly turn things around if they manage to fish for those edge KOs and manage to get some success from them.
Yeah, I think the main pick here was absolutely the Julie with Adrenaline Rush plus Pummelers. If he's able to get the Adrenaline Rush online, this game could turn south really fast, as that's a KO. On to Mold, and Sero just going absolutely crazy in this corner, taking the first point for this set. It's looking really good for frickin' esports right now. I'm not gonna hold you.
Absolutely, Sarah's already turned into a beast with just one awakening, as Adrush is really showing why Julie just loves this awakening. Even though Adrush has been nerfed over the course of a couple passes, Sarah with a really gritty dash punch there, but honestly respectable. We're just seeing how scary this awakening can be on Julie right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, but oh my gosh, Mold not going down without a fight though, as Everlasting Taco with the X strike reset is gonna get the barrier, but that is a dash coming up from Sero, gonna catch Julak. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Andy just whiffing the core. I think he might be lagging a little bit too much, as that is another point onto Mold, and a really back and forth kind of game right now. Of course, Mold is up 2 sets, but you know, I think freaking esports can get back into this game kind of easily if they're able to get this game if they're able to get this Julia ad rush going, as that's 2 barriers down, and Andy with the flip is able to secure it.
Frickin' Chris looking pretty strong right now. Is Andy acting as the midfielder and the brawler, being able to just jump forward and play very aggressively, which is kind of what you expect to see coming from a Juno goalie, especially since they have a very good build for just being able to dive in there, and they have plenty of cooldowns to be able to make something happen. And like once again, but Julia Adrush has so much offensive pressure that they are able to capitalize off of right now.
Yeah, the ad rush is coming online this set, as Sero and frickin' Chris are gonna try to get the blasting plays going, but it's not gonna matter because frickin' Chris in this corner is just gonna sink the core flip into the net. That's gonna mean both barriers are down for Mold, and Sero with the perfectly placed shot. It's gonna mean that frickin' Chris is not out of this game yet, or frickin' esports is not out of this game yet, as they do take a set for their very own, and that's gonna mean that Andy is the MVP.
Absolutely, Andy was the MVP this set, but Sarah was definitely the hero, being able to get so many clutch kills and goals. We're seeing people first being covered by the Kai here, which is honestly understandable. A spark gets picked up by the Juno here. We're coming into the 4th set, so that might not have as much value as we might think, but it's still possible to get two. Well, actually, the 2nd spark is right there, so it seems like we're going to be having some contention over the 3rd spark here if they manage to win in their set. But honestly, I think this is like a pretty stable draft overall. I think the highlight is definitely Sero with the bulk up. That can be so much power added on top of this already scary looking Julie.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But one thing I am quite surprised about is that Tempo Swing goes undrafted. Is Tempo Swing a weak awakening? I think Tempo Swing might be one of the best awakenings in this current meta right now, but it's not going to matter. The Tempo Swing does not mean that you're not going to lose out on barriers, as frickin' esports is down both barriers, as Dave and Everlasting Taco able to collapse so good on these barriers, and Everlasting Taco is gonna follow freaking Chris around like a hawk, as he is looking pretty low right now with Saro and freaking Chris being able to almost collapse on them pretty well, but it's just being cleared out back left and right, and now it's on the side of freaking esports, and the backwards Giga is gonna catch their own barrier, but they are not out of this point yet, as Taco walking up with the ball is going to shoot it, but the Juno Slime is able to deny the score, and Andy with the great strike war against the big era, doesn't care that his teammate is gone, is just going to take it for himself. Gonna even save that flip for the next point. Very bold of him to not use his flip there, and it's looking quite good, honestly. I thought it wasn't looking too good for them, but they've turned it around now.
Absolutely, this Juno goalie is honestly putting in so much work, and now that I think about it, freaking Chris, usually kind of known for his Juno gameplay here, is actually not the one piloting the Juno, and it's actually Andy who's actually putting a lot of like very solid work on this Juno right now. As freaking Kiss on Nestel, maybe not looking quite as comfortable, but it seems to be okay because they have been starting to take the lead on this game here. So if they manage to snowball, like keep snowballing this lead, they honestly could easily bring this to a set 5.
I definitely agree here, as Taco with the X Maximus is going to be able to overwhelm freaking Chris and Andy. Going to take this second barrier, and the blob's going to come out from Andy. It's going to mean that entire top side is covered, but Saro, again, with just such precision on these shots, means that they are up 2 points in this set. It's going to potentially take it to a set 5. The tempo of the game is absolutely favored in to freaking esports right now.
Absolutely. So we're actually seeing the Julie scale harder than the Era X right now, which is honestly hardly not as surprising as you might think, considering the fact that Julie did manage to get ad rush, and now they also have bulk up on top of that. So just like there's so much threat around the edges right now because of this Julie, and if you're out of position for even a second, this Julie is gonna dash punch you like that.
Yeah, absolutely, but that doesn't mean that Mold goes down without a fight, because they do take freaking Chris down with the goalie of Mold being Julak. And in this middle, we see that Mold, or Everlasting Taco, is kind of backing off here, not letting them get really past him, but that doesn't mean that freaking esports are not going to get that, through him, period, as now the offense is on to Mold, but Sarah with the dash punch is going to catch the barrier. Looking low, though, is potentially going to be KO'd here, but he's not, and the dash almost catching him, but Everlasting Taco does get the kill. Okay. Everlasting Taco looking pretty low now. It's looking pretty scary at this point. Freaking Chris going to have to hold the fort here.
Oh
and Andy with the great jump, going to be able to secure the second set for freaking esports, and going to take us to a set 5 heater.
Oh my god, Gino's got. I mean, this Andy person is just kind of playing on a 1v9 show right now. I'm kind of curious to see what he opts to pick here in the first pick. I'm looking at this fire up here as it's just so scary, and the moment that you like proc that fire up speed boost, it is just insane. But he actually opts to take that extra special, potentially to take it away from the X, which is understandable, but they choose to take the Reptile Remedy for that survivability, which is honestly pretty fair. X is a pretty bulky character naturally, and I can see that coming, and now it's actually Sarah with the fire up now, and the crazy build he has right now, he can definitely get so much value off of just doing stuff.
Yeah, Saro having so much potential to get so much speed off of the pummelers plus the fire up. If he can get those 2 awakenings online at the same time, I don't know if Mold is going to be able to take the point in that scenario, but right now, freaking esports looking great on this offense, but it's going to be cleared away from Julak. And freaking Chris looking pretty low. He's going to have to watch out a little bit, but Andy's going to be able to suffice for his low HP. And Dave with the great Giga Blast, being able to contain the ball even more. But Sarah with the great strike board is going to mean that the barrier is down for Mold. And Sarah and freaking Chris trying to collapse with the dash punch, but is not quite able to. Dave and Everlasting Taco with the great synergy there, taking the second barrier. But Andy, with just the well-placed slime, is able to completely stun Julak, gonna make him shell-shocked and not being able to do much there.
Sometimes the best mix-up is just that there's no mix-up. And Andy clearly proved that that was the case as he was able to get the first point here in the set 5. And it seems like the momentum is still swinging in freaking esports' favor here, as it is just so hard to stop the momentum of this Julie and everybody else on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. But Mold is not out of it yet. But however, the barriers from the side of Mold keep falling as the ball is on the side of freaking esports right now, but it's going to be rotated out by the well-placed strike of Andy, and Sero just completely mixing up Julak, but Andy just stealing the goal for himself, taking every single goal in this game. I feel like Andy has probably scored about 6 of the goals here. I'm going to be honest, like approximately. But
Andy might have scored 6 of the goals, but I think at least 3 of them were deserved to be Sero's, as Sero's just been going absolutely crazy this game. And honestly, understandably so, with just how insane of a build that he has right now. It would be kind of surprising if he wasn't just popping off, and we are seeing that happen soon. Trademark, watch this.
Oh, well timed there from Breakson, as the ball is just going to sink into the barriers of Mold, and that's both barriers down for them, but they're not going down without a fight as the Monu. Arenado is going to get some pressure as the dash punch from Sero is going to be in that Everlasting Taco's recovery zone. It's going to be popped, but it's on the side of freaking esports right now, and they're not going down without a fight as Everlasting Taco just simply striking it in Andy's face is not going to be able to do much there. I think his strike might have been on cooldown, but they're going to take that swimmingly into this next point.
Absolutely. Taco and Dave were able to compose themselves for a second there, and were able to note a pretty consistent offense on the corner there. If they're able to do more of that like they are right now, if they're able to just keep control of the corner without dying, they'll be able to potentially swing this around.
Yeah, Sero just so precise with these dash punches. I wish I could play a Juliet like this, because this is looking absolutely ridiculous. Sero being able to pilot this Juliet so well, and being able to utilize the speed to his absolute full potential. But that is going to be the Arenado coming out, doing a lot of his HP, of Sero's HP, but the Juno Slime just being able to stun Julak and put the second barrier down to both teams, actually, as we do see. But freaking esports with the offense here, are they going to be able to get this offense going? As no, it's gonna look like Julak is gonna be able to contain this pretty well, or gonna be able to hold this ball pretty well for himself, and not being able to quite secure the goal yet for either team. But Dave with the strike, with the well-placed strike, and it going right to Andy, and Andy just so on point this game.
Oh my goodness.
That's a bell ringer straight to his face, and Mold has officially tied this game up. Set 5.5 Cinema in this game.
We are looking at a banger set 5.5 right now, and it's also been going all over the place once again. G-Likes Nados have been having so much value with that Monumentous pickup on the last draft, which somehow has gone unnoticed for so long. It's honestly just having so much value on the pressure here. It's really stabilized the corner offense, and it is really become a cornerstone, letting them be able to win the series with that last point from Everlasting Taco. And now they're up 1-0.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that point was winnable from the side of frickin' esports, as every single one of those players on Mold had the flip available and ready to go, as Julak and Dave just barraging themselves into the play. But that is gonna freaking esports did put up a good fight in this first game, but that is going to mean that Mold does take the first game, and it's gonna, in best case scenario for freaking esports, it's gonna take us to a game 3.
Absolutely. Freaking Chris definitely making, well, I mean, freaking esports, I should say. Honestly, putting on like a pretty good showing, despite the fact that they lost that series. By no means was it not close. It was set 5.5. They absolutely had some pretty insane plays from just everybody on the team. Like, Sayer was just going absolutely insane with the ad rush. He had a really crazy build and was absolutely capitalizing off of every moment that he could, getting all that ad rush. And on top of the fire up too, giving so much burst mobility of their, not only him, but also the entire team. It really added up, and it's what made this game so competitive. And not to mention the fact that Andy was contributing so much on offense as well. it was honestly kind of surprising that like you kind of forgot that Ember Monarchs was on the other side, and like Mold also is a very strong team, and they're able to put on like a really consistent like just offense as well, because they also had like a team comp that's just like explosive. Obviously, with Era on the net, they always had to play up really aggressively, and they actually managed to maintain like their monk mental, and they're able to like turn around in the last set. Despite the fact that they almost got reverse swept. I think it was like they were up 2 sets, but it went to set 5 if I recall correctly, because Sarah was able to pick up the ad rush, but they were eventually able to recover from that deficit and win the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Stereo going absolutely crazy with that ad rush in the last 3 sets. But it's nothing to scoff at when you see your Juno has 5 goals and 5 assists. I think the most credit out of anybody in the game, aside from Dave, who has the same amount of goals and assists as Andy, that is nothing to scoff at. But going into this game too, we have Demon Days, and I don't know how this game could possibly go. I don't know who's like pick this is. I don't know whose pick this is. I think it's the side of freaking Chris or freaking Esports that decided to opt for this map. I'm not sure if it's their comfort. I'm not sure like how they're gonna like pilot this map, but honestly, if they can keep the momentum they had going into this next game, I think they'll be pretty. I think they'll be able to maybe set us up for a game 3 here.
I can absolutely see that happening as like the entire team in general, really. When you're playing for damage, it's the whole team. They got a lot of KOs that game. Sero, especially, obviously, because they had the Julia rush, so they wanted to secure most of the KOs, but they absolutely can play for damage, as we showed. And I could definitely see them winning the second game in Demon Days if they manage to get like a pretty comfortable comp. I know Sarah is also like pretty comfortable on that X, so we might even see it get banked out, to be honest. But if they manage to get like a forward duo, like actually, now that I think about it, Sarah's playing like 3 pretty damage-heavy brawlers. The Julie, obviously, as we just saw, but Sarah's also known for the X and the Zentaro. And Zentaro's been doing pretty good this patch, and I think that they could probably pilot pretty comfortably in Demon Days here. So if they get like something, for example, like a Vice Zentaro, a very iconic damage start, and it's Demon Days, and also there's an Adrush Among Titans start. I I'm actually very intrigued to see how that turns out, because usually when it's Among Titans, everybody usually opts to go among, but in the case like this, I wonder if a team might go full ad rush, or maybe they just only have the brawler go ad rush, but then they have everybody else take Among Us.
Yeah, this start is looking extremely scary no matter what team you're on. Adrenaline rush among Titans, very polarizing start right now. Yeah, I think both teams either have to take Adrenaline Rush or both teams have to take Among Titans, or else you are missing out on some very big awakenings, possibly. And freaking Esports is going to opt for the X. It's going to take out Everlasting Taco's X. But that means he's going to pick up the Drakar. Drakar being banned last week, he's nothing to scoff at, as he is looking pretty strong in this patch, as well as the Vice. Being able to just complement the damage so well here. And freaking Esports, I think, is a little more well known for the damage, as I think Andy has the highest damage in NASA, but he is opting for a signature Luna pick, as X and Luna being able to again complement each other so well, as yeah, both teams are just playing into absolutely so much damage here. But on the side of freaking Esports, they do opt for a Juno, so I'm interested to see if the Juno goes for Among Titans, or are they gonna opt for Among Titans and hope that the side of Mold doesn't go for Among Titans, or hopes that a Mold doesn't go for Adrenaline Rush themselves.
Yeah, we have like a bit of a gambit in the ground start here. It's kind of just hard commit to Adrenaline Rush, or you hard commit to Among Titans, and with Demon Days, you're not really sure which direction you want to go, which is completely understandable. And both sides here having pretty damage-heavy comps here. Like current device can be absolutely disgusting, but on the other hand, we have X and Luna, which are honestly equally as disgusting, even like especially with like an average start here. But Juno's a bit of an odd duck, but like at the same time, a lot of people kind of forget that Juno is very tanky and also has a built-in evade, so it kind of makes Juno a pretty stable pick to as a midfielder to play into damage, and that's kind of something I would like to have coming into Even Days. and she's not too bad at just kind of having chip damage as well, to be honest. And especially with your characters like X and Luna, there's definitely gonna be a lot of evades being burned as well. So we might be trying to capitalize on that evade economy as well coming into this match.
I absolutely agree here, but going into this game, I don't know. I'm just stuck on which team is gonna pick Adrenaline Rush or which team is gonna pick Among Titans, or if they're gonna opt into, or if both teams are gonna opt into one or the other. As Juno and Asher, specifically like Asher goalie, they aren't known for their damaging capabilities. I mean, Juno still has a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong, but they don't have the best confirms, and they're not known for their damage. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see which team opts for what awakenings here. But I think if I'm the side of either team, I would opt into Adrenaline Rush here.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing's for sure, like you said, I don't think either team really has particularly strong kill confirms, minus arguably the Jakar. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a slobber knocker coming to this match for sure. And as we see, I think it was as predicted. Both teams both midfielders and the goalie picked the Among Us, but the Brawler opts to take Adrenaline Rush, which honestly makes sense. I think both Brawlers are pretty good size enjoyers. I guess Jakar not so much, but we're having a really fast first game right here, actually, as the first both areas are already opened up on the side of freaking esports.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is that Julak and Dave have role swapped. So the Drakkar midfield coming out, I honestly thought it was going to be Asher goalie or Drakkar like goalie, and that is not the case for either of that is not the outcome of either game or either situation, as any, I just realized, opted in for mom boots, but that's going to be a great goal coming up from Everlasting Taco, by the way. Yeah, just perfectly placed Asher secondary just straight into their net and being caught off guard by that as well.
Absolutely, I didn't even notice that Dave and Julak did roll swap, which means that the Asher Brawler is in fact in play, which means that Among Us actually has so much more value on like the Asher than Julak, as expected. And you're seeing a lot of damage already being laid out this game. But once again, a lot of people are. Oh my god, never mind. I was gonna complain about kill confirms, but they just shot Andy.
Yeah, Andy being shot dead in the streets, but Mold is kind of on the back foot right now. Never mind Everlasting Taco being just there for the count, as they're gonna be able to sink this ball into the net of freaking esports, and that is going to be Mold has a clean 2-0 lead coming into this first set here.
Very short lead coming in from Mold here, and it seems like this Asher Brawler is honestly a very strong match fit to Luna here. As historically, it's honestly probably one of the worst. Oh, well, I mean, that matchup doesn't really matter when Asher's off the field, but once again, I feel like Luna really struggles into Asher. Even if it is Demon Days, it's just historically such a miserable matchup for Luna.
Yeah, Luna being so squishy is going to mean if Asher is able to get online with the corner stuff, with the Asher shield, it's going to give Luna such a nightmare to deal with. And that's a lot of damage being thrown onto freaking Chris. Julak and Everlasting Taco synergizing the damage so well, but Andy is out of his net. You're going to be wondering if he's going to be able to run back in time, but he is, with the momentum boots and the Among Titans giving him so much speed. As Sarah with the ball here is going to be able to strike away with the X Maximus, but it's not going to be the goal, as freaking Chris is looking really low here. He's going to have to walk back to the orb. He's going to have to throw the slime out. Andy and freaking Chris just roll swapping for a minute, as they're in position now, but they're looking pretty good. But never mind, as I say that, Everlasting Taco just shoots at the bottom corner, just taking the set for their own.
Yeah, a bit of a caster's curse there, unfortunately, but I think Andy is really trying to make as much value out of Among Boots as possible, and also there's the Deadeye right there. He's not offering the Deadeye. I guess he's thinking that he might not get it, which is honestly understandable, but he actually does. That is honestly a huge deal, but on the flip side, that does mean that Vice gets heavy impact. Damage is already skyrocketing on both sides here, as Temple Swing is still hasn't even picked yet, surprisingly. I'm honestly shocked that X didn't opt to take Temple Swing, because on a map like this, not only is that damage a blessing to have, but that survivability as well just comes in so handy on Demon Days.
Tempo Swing looking really weak coming into this next draft here. Tempo Swing just not being drafted once again. Sarah looking pretty low here at this top corner. It's gonna grab the orb though. which means he's going to be at pretty high stagger. But Zero just punching Julak, gonna leave him pretty low without an evade, but it's gonna be able to survive just a little bit longer as both teams are kind of at a neutral position here, not gonna be able to really start an offense for either team. But frickin' Chris getting in here with the Juno jump is almost gonna be able to get that second barrier, but it's not gonna matter for Mold if they are just running them down perfectly here into this next set. But that's gonna be a kill on Cero, and Julak stunning both of the backlines out of the way, just getting a little too overzealous in this first point here and catching them completely off guard. But that's going to mean the first point to Mold is going to be handed to them.
Well, absolutely. Just kind of mogged them for a little bit there. Kind of punishing Andy being out of position there, trying to play super aggressively, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the value out of it. And Mold earlier was at a really big energy disadvantage, and it seems like they still are. Just so much energy has to be wasted just dodging all these big hitting abilities like the Crater Maker from Luna, and if they're able to actually take advantage of this energy resource that they have that the other team doesn't, they should be able to hopefully turn it around and win the set.
I absolutely agree here. Cero getting shot by Jakar, who has just come back from the field, but Andy and freaking Chris synergizing their ability so well. Dave accidentally teleporting, I think, across the entire map with the extra dash range. But the Supernova is gonna 1v1 the Luna special so well as the next dash punch being caught, Dave being completely caught off guard there as freaking Chris sinks it in and gives freaking esports a breath of fresh air coming into this next point.
Andy's going absolutely beast mode on these dash punches right now. Having just in that single point, he was able to get 2 kills with just his dash and his rocket. Well, I guess the first one was the core flip, but still, just really punishing the other team beyond the edge right now. And if they just keep doing that, that's just so much for the other team to have to think about.
Yeah, Cero with the siphoning one, plus the adrenaline rush is going to leave Julak low, staggered. But Cero running a little bit too close to the stun is going to mean he's going to be taken out for himself. Andy trying to predict where Julak's going to go with the sneaky Drakkar secondary, but is not going to be able to predict it correctly. As freaking Chris is going to be required to hold down the fort here, but the shotguns just keep flying from Julak. And that's a great stun on the core from Dave, completely catching Andy off guard as that is the next point being taken.
Yeah, and he was unfortunately not able to react to the secondary there, whipping his strike just as the stun came down. And clearly was a little bit of a blunder, but it doesn't seem to matter as they're putting all their damage on Everlasting Taco here. But freaking Chris is also low. And I just noticed that freaking Chris is actually on a Juno this time. And it seems like that he is seeming quite a bit more comfortable than he was last game, as this Juno is honestly just kind of putting a little bit, what did it work compared to the stuff from last game?
Yeah, and Cero looking really low here. You're wondering if Julak and Dave regret opting for the Among Titans. Instead of the Adrenaline Rush, they're also going to lose out on some sides. But Cero not being staggered anymore as... Oh, it's not going to matter though, because Dave with the great teleport once again taking the first barrier, but Julak being caught dead in the water as now they decide a freaking esports now over power play. I'm thinking that they're gonna sink their damage onto Dave or onto Everlasting Taco, as they're both looking pretty dire for some survivability here. Oh, and that's a goal from Cero, just sinking it into the net of Mold. We're gonna be at 0.5 here for the side of both teams.
They're doing a great job at converting that play there, and once again, we're kind of seeing a classic tale of, well, not just this game, but right now, freaking esports is doing a pretty good job at killing the enemy, but the hard part for them is being able to convert afterwards. They might be converting or using too many resources to kill the other team here. This means that they don't quite have enough abilities to be able to secure the barriers, get the goals, or bird evade, do all that nice stuff. But right now, it's looking like they're pretty comfortable on the other side right now.
Yeah, a bunch of damage just being absolutely exploded onto the side of Mold, and gonna be looking at a pretty good spot here for Cero as he's gonna take that second barrier, but Andy not being ready for it as the second barrier is gonna be taken on his side, but it's not gonna matter because Cero just getting that well-placed shot into the barrier, into the goal on to the side of Mold, and that is going to mean that freaking esports is gonna get their first set here.
Absolutely, Sarah doing that all he really needs to do into like a pretty damage-heavy game as X, which is basically just use all your cooldowns on the other team, and then you strike to score, or like you strike to get barriers, and he's doing that pretty well. Like his level, like the fact that he's like the last in the draft on his team, doesn't really matter because someone managed to get fired, which is once again crazy broken awakening that X managed to get here, and like he's kind of playing X low cortisol style right now, which is honestly kind of just how you play the character. And considering that you're on Demon Days right now, I think it's pretty fair to just use all your abilities to just damage the other team.
Yeah, Sero getting that fire up plus adrenaline rush combo again. If he's able to get online with both of those awakenings, he's gonna have such a fun time in this game here. As Freaking Crest looking pretty low, is not gonna be able to get taken out just yet, but the Everlasting Taco is hunting him down as he gets sent right into Julak's hands, and unfortunately Sero just dashing out of there. But Freaking Chris is gonna get the barrier for himself. Is gonna mean that freaking esports is now in an advantageous spot, and the nuke coming out from Andy, such a well-placed nuke there, is gonna put freaking esports above Mold in this game right now.
Absolutely, that was just a really good setup from freaking Chris there to set up the Crater Maker to go and just like pocket it in the bottom corner right there. So very well done by Chris. Once again, showing a lot more signs from the last game. He kind of felt like he was kind of lagging behind the last game, but now it seems like he's come alive. He's on his comfort pick, and I was about to point out Sarah going for that punch KO, but unfortunately didn't get it. But yeah, Juno's looking really good. But Fighter playing the Chrono Boost, like, honest, not really anything crazy. No hotshot, no 1-2 yet, so this Juno still has a lot of potential to scale.
Yeah, Julak looking pretty low here. Almost going to be taken out by Sero, but not quite yet. Sero just hunting this Julak down. It's going to catch him with the bell ringer while he's invisible, but he's still not going to be able to get killed right yet. But almost a great snipe coming out from Julak. Going to put him at rest, though, as the second barrier from freaking esports, or from Mold, is going to be taken down. Sero going for the kill on Julak, but a well-placed slime and a great pass from it as well is going to put it into Sero's hands completely, but that's a power play again on to freaking esports. They're looking so great in this next set, in this next set right now. And almost getting the play here, the amazing play from the power play there. Sero not going to be quite able to get the shot, but Julak with the Drakkar shotgun is going to just accidentally put it in for the side of frickin' esports, putting the 2 up in the set.
A little bit of flashback from our last game. Oh my god, everybody is dying. But yeah, a little bit of flashback from our last game there, as we also kind of did a similar thing multiple times with the Estelle. Kind of seeing backwards primary once again. But I think you're like, honestly, it wasn't horrible. As oh my god, bodies are flying. Just take it away, Daru.
Yeah, bodies are flying away, and freaking esports looking in such an advantageous spot. Julak looking low, and freaking esports have taken the next set, looking so good in this with this adrenaline rush onto Sero. Gonna get the dash flip here, and Sero is gonna be looking at that spark of focus. Unfortunately, isn't the MVP, so he might just not get it. But Andy taking the missile prop, forcing Dave to either deny the spark of focus or not, and he's not going to, which means Sero gets a second spark here, and it's looking really scary as these cooldowns are gonna absolutely, like, they might just overrun Mold here.
Speaking of cooldowns, Drakkar also gets rapid fire, which could be a pretty big deal, because I think that there was like a thing with Drakkar primary which kind of like doubly affected his CDR. So I think like on specifically his primary, so him getting rapid fire could mean a lot more primaries than just 25%.
Oh my
but we'll
god.
see. As Sero is just kind of killing everybody.
Oh my
He
god.
is not discriminating, as he is killing everybody left and right on repeat right now.
Oh my gosh, the damage coming out for freaking esports is going to be catastrophic for Mold to deal with. That's 2 barriers coming down.
Oh
But Dave with the vice primary, with the hotshot heavy impact, is going to just slide it in. Andy, unfortunately, not going to be able to get there in time, as Mold is going to very happily take that first point. And suddenly the tempo, I feel like, has kind of changed now for the side of Mold here.
Absolutely. Sarah just fighting his demons for a second there at that point, but unfortunately was very unluckily not able to capitalize and get that point as Dave just kind of went beast mode on him, just absolutely mogged him and just completely reversed the power play despite the fact that he was in a 1v3 for a hot second. He was able to bring it back. And honestly, Dave, once again, since his teammates have been dying so often, he just kind of has to lock in, just like do as much as he can to be able to make up for the weight that his team isn't able to provide when they're dead, which it's not that they're like not playing poorly, it's just the fact that Sarah and freaking Chris and Andy, they all just want them dead and they're succeeding.
Yeah, Sero and freaking Chris looking so good on this offense right now, but they are looking pretty low as they do get the second barrier, however. Julak also not looking long for this world, unfortunately, as he's going to almost be taken out by the Rock, but not quite. Almost such a great play there, but Sero almost getting that shot in. Going to be blocked out by Dave so well as the side of Mole is looking pretty low here. The tempo has not changed quite a lot as that's going to be a well-placed rocket on Andy. Freaking esports have, despite losing that first point, is looking very well coming into this next set.
Andy looking like he wants to stop playing as a brawler. It's not only is he getting plenty of KOs, but he's definitely getting the points as well. Kind of reminiscent of the last game already, as he almost had as many points as Sarah that game, despite the fact that Sarah was going absolutely crazy. But like, once again, like Sarah and Andy just have so much offensive power, while like freaking Chris is just kind of like the stable backline for them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I was kind of thinking about that earlier on how they would operate the offense, but they're going to operate on these KOs as well, as that's a KO onto Julak, and now freaking esports are in the power play. Everlasting Taco not looking very long for this world, as he's also going to be taken low, but that's a kill onto Sero, and now suddenly the entire like pace of the game has just changed, as Mold is going to take this power play and hopefully make something great out of it, as that's a dash punch onto Andy, and Everlasting Taco is just going to be able to sink that in, putting Mold at a very advantageous spot.
Everlasting Talker reminding us that Sarah was not the only person who took Adrush at the start of the game here, as he was able to kill Sarah off the top side there and just got so much value off of that Adrush, being able to get the point there. And if they're able to just fish for another KO like that again, they might be able to get the series, bring it to set 5 for the second game in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sero looking kind of low, but so is Everlasting Taco. Gonna bring the flip here, gonna try and get a KO onto Sero, but not quite able to get it yet. And Dave with the stun, almost getting the second barrier off of it, and almost bring us to a set 5, but it's not gonna matter anyways, because the side of freaking esports is looking kind of desperate for the second barrier, but they are going to get it as they are absolutely fiending for this kill onto Everlasting Taco here, as it's not going to matter, but the bell ringer going backwards, and Julak being able to capitalize off of the side of freaking esports, all striking at the same time and going to be able to put it right through them, and they're going to bring us to a set 5.
That was a crazy point to bring to the set 5 there, as both the brawlers were just throwing hands at each other, and Eddie seemed like he wanted to dig in on the fun here. And now we're seeing Akanis being hurt by Luna here, which is honestly pretty understandable, because they probably just don't want to give the other team that energy economy, and it seems like Vice didn't want the Akanis either, so I'm kind of curious to see. Also for recovery drone, I think that's completely fair. I think both brawlers are probably going to go for size here, considering the fact that both their midfielder and like their goalie, oh, it's a double deny, 5D chess play to double deny the size and make X take explosive impact. That's pretty interesting. And honestly, I think the draft kind of goes into Mold's favor here, as it kind of just got a little bit more damage, especially with that Dave on that 1-2 and the build up on Julag. It's kind of like little things like that that'll definitely add up in the long run, since because they have recovery drone, it doesn't actually, never mind, it seems to matter. But freaking esports knows how to play damage way better than the other team, despite the fact that they might have more damage, because this Luna has Deadeye and X has Adrush. There's just so much damage going around all over the place, and freaking esports is just more experienced with it, being able to unload so much damage on the other team.
Yeah, Sero with the explosive entrance, gonna be a really interesting pick, as he wasn't really able to pick much else, but I'm very excited to see how he plays into this next set. But that is going to be both their barriers down on the side of freaking esports. And Sarah's looking pretty low, but it's not going to matter, as he's going to take the second barrier, but he is going to go down himself, as Mole is going to look for the goal here. But freaking esports taking the dribble for himself, going to burn the flip of Dave's, and it's looking kind of unfortunate. Everlasting Taco with the shot, just threading the needle there. Andy being so close to saving that goal, but it's going to mean that Molten is looking kind of good going into this next set here.
Yeah, that was unfortunate positioning from Andy and freaking Chris there. Not able to cover the open net perfectly, which meant Everlasting Taco was able to force that 50-50, and since Andy clearly didn't have his dash up, it was basically a checkmate, especially in a scenario like that. They're looking like they have stabilized a little bit though, as they definitely quickly took those last two barriers, but it seems like they extended a little bit too hard as now both barriers are already open.
Oh my god, what a well-placed shot from Everlasting Taco, getting through the hands of both freaking Chris and Andy, as they're now 1 point away from taking this entire series for themselves. But Everlasting Taco and Dave without evade is going to mean that freaking esports might be able to just pounce onto them, and they're not going to be able to do much about it, as that is going to be the case as the nuke comes out, and Everlasting Taco's drone is going to be popped here. And now they might be able to get something great out of that, but that doesn't mean that one barrier isn't gone, but that's the next coming out anyways, and Julak with the shot isn't going to be able to quite get it into the Juno slime. And now Mold is looking really good here as the barrier, the goal almost goes down, but Julak sending it backwards into Dave. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or on complete accident, but Sero going with the flip here. It's going to burn the evades of all three of the members of Mold here, and now
oh my god.
Oh my god, and the pace of the game just completely got switched over, as now they're in a double power play coming into this next point. Freaking Chris taking the ball up for himself. It's not going to be able to get the barrier quite yet, but he does eventually end up getting it in the end, and that's going to mean that freaking esports have a much more comfortable time going into this point. The shield going to be able to catch the core, but Pharaoh with the well-placed shot going right past the Vice power cord is going to mean that the side of freaking esports is going to have some breathing room.
Absolutely, Andy just like threading the needle of all needles with that beautiful cord flip being able to send it to Sarah, and Sarah's able to send it to the bottom side. And it's just so hard to react to that with Vice, considering the fact that every option that you have for defense, minus your strike, obviously, is just like really slow. But fastest option that you have is a point blank ult, but like that really doesn't cover any range. So the next best thing is primary. It's really hard to stand that properly, as we saw. And right now, it seems like the momentum is starting to swing in the favor of freaking esports, as their damage is starting to be able to be piled up, and now it is 0.5. Sarah was able to get the play with a beautiful bell ringer and a strike to block it in. And now we are on series point for the potential to be able to bring this to a game 3.
Another set 5.5 banger coming out the side of freaking esports. They're not going down without a fight yet, but that's almost the barrier being taken, but not quite, as the freaking Chris Juno Blob's gonna be able to hold the barrier single-handedly, as that's a Vice ult coming out, gonna take the first barrier, but Julak looking pretty low, almost getting caught by Sero's dash, but not quite able to get them killed for sure. Julak with the flip here is gonna take it up here, and Everlasting Taco with the flip is not gonna burn it for the barrier, but is gonna get the barrier anyways. Sero looking pretty low here. He's hopefully going to have to catch this orb, but is not able to. Mold just looking so good in this last point here. But Julak is going to get staggered again, and it doesn't matter because Julak is there and is going to put it in, bringing them to another set 5.5 that they took the hands from.
That was a cinema of a series right there. There is no better words to describe that. quite simply, the series might have been a 2-0, but holy, was that ever the closest 2-0 I've ever seen? As honestly, everybody there played really well. Freaking Chris and like freaking esports definitely played the damage game, and it definitely shows with the crazy amount of chaos that they were able to procure. Axe procking so many ad rushes, 7 KO. Well, Andy was 6, and then Sarah was 7 KOs. XD, Lamal, and once again, just kind of playing way more heavily into the damage of the other side, but it seems like that they weren't able to convert their power plays as efficiently as they were hoping, as Julak and like the rest of Mold were just able to convert. Like Dave also held it down pretty well in that Vice as well, despite the fact that both like Drakkar and Asher were just like fell victim to Sero and like everybody else so many times. He was able to just hold it down. Like I've seen some really well-timed ults to just like dodge the hit stun from an ability, to be able to just kind of like skip the scary interaction of trying to like beat it with just a strike, which is honestly like a pretty hard thing to be able to do on Vice Goldie. So it's just like a little thing that I picked up that game that honestly kind of like did a lot in the long run because he was able to like 1v3 and he used that and he was able to just kind of circumvent all the hit stun that was being laid at him. He was able to outclear the core for just a second, which bought him enough time to be able to get his teammates back. And I don't remember if he actually like won the point afterwards or not, but he definitely bought time for his team to be able to breathe. And I think on the flip side too, like freaking esports also did a really good job at holding it down during those power plays. Like neither team was really able to convert efficiently despite being like in a disadvantage for quite a bit. But unfortunately, it was Mold being able to win, and we did not get to see a game 3, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see a game 3 as these teams were looking really good coming into this series. And I'm just kind of wondering right now if freaking esports wanted to fully like opt in to that adrenaline rush, had like would the game have went any differently? That's all I'm wondering right now. But that is, I mean, Andy got 6 KOs of his own, so I mean, if he was able to proc adrenaline rush with all those 6 KOs, I think maybe something else could, like, the outcome might have been a little bit different. But that is not going to mean that that is not going to discredit the immense victory of Mold coming out as Everlasting Taco, Dave, and Julak all playing to their fullest potential here, as they just look really solid. Honestly, like that's kind of all I have to say.
Absolutely, it was honestly well played by them, and also well played by freaking esports. They may have lost, but it was certainly not like they didn't lose in spirit. You know what I mean? It was a wonderful game. I think this was probably one of the my favorite games I watched tonight. Well, honestly, I mean like Atlas Forward did exist, so that's kind of hard to say. That is kind of beautiful, but honestly, this game was honestly so close. It's I'd say it's competitive for sure. But with that being said, that was the last game of the series tonight. That is all of the Omega Strikers that we have for this weekend. Oh, yep, that's right. There is actually a post show, as I was just reminded. So we will be coming to that shortly, but that is the last match for tonight. We'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Goodbye, fellas.
They say a rabbit needs another's company. Twilight breaks, a cold wind, a heartache. Where could your true one be? Falling, fleeing, fading out, disappearing into nothing. To eternal sleep, that everlasting void. Until our last gasp, we're searching for something. Where is my one? What could be done? On the key like demons, no one to hear your voice.
Hello, everyone. It is I, your humble fool, overlooking our great many clips that we have gathered from today. The bounty is bountiful. I'm great at describing things. I have a plethora of our great friends here today. We have Strages, Daru, uh, Dave, Everlasting Taco, and Turbo here. Turbo. What are you?
I'm just a fan, bro.
That's a
You're
fan,
just
bro.
a fan? Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
With reels, too.
Big
Before
fan,
we get
even.
into big fan. Before we get into our wonderful activity of the day, how is everyone feeling about their games? Let's go down the line. Strages, lead us off.
I mean, a little bit of a scare, but low key, Vegs beasted out. And considering it was our second time playing together, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed the fact that you did not have your normal goalie, Storm, on the field. How was it playing with Vex?
I mean, it was pretty good. I was surprised with how well Vex played. Unfortunately, Storm got hit by, and I quote, 5 trucks in terms of an illness.
5 trucks?
So,
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That's a lot of
Damn.
trucks. Normally one's
Good
enough
amount,
to do
good
you
amount.
in. All right, down the line to Daru. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic, bro. I felt really good after my win, honestly. I think the offense that me and Celesty had were probably the smoothest we've had all season. And the defense as well. Like, I was looking back, it was looking really smooth, honestly. It was a fun series.
We have a clip from one of your games today, and I think you're gonna enjoy it greatly. It's a very beautiful clip. Speaking of Celesty, fought them yesterday. Yeah, very strong players. Just saying. So impressive stuff today. Down the line to Turbo. How are you?
It was pretty good, pretty good. The it was. I mean, I'd say that I'm pretty happy with the game. We won after all. I will say, it was. We had the most confusing time beforehand trying to figure out what we wanted to do because we had no clue who. We didn't even know who was playing at that point. It was like
On your team or on their team?
we didn't know who they were who their team was. So it was just
Oh, okay,
like,
okay.
who are we banning? Who are we even like? What are we doing here?
It's like if they don't know what's happening, how could you ever know? Exactly. It's
Yeah,
the age-old adage.
Exactly. They had us cooked, bro. We did not know what to draft at all. It was so funny. It was so scuffed. Oh my
The
god.
nefarious lizard almost claimed your lives.
It really did, man. It was
Yeah,
disturbing.
the lizard's feeling good. Down the line, Dave, how you feeling after your performance?
Low key, I don't really expect to get any playtime on my team, but winning's always good, bro. You know?
Yay,
I
yeah,
have 1%
no, I
win
understand
rate
the feeling. Probably.
as a sub only.
I'm not a stats person, so I don't know. But yeah, I mean, congratulations. And then finally, let's end it off with Taco. How you feeling?
Felt miserable after that game, bro. I see Juno flying across the screen. I'm like, damn, I'm never touching this ball. And then I see Luna shooting me on the next map. I'm like, damn, I'm never gonna hit anybody. I'm like, this is a great time. We still won, but at what cost?
You're slime, bro.
Sometimes you win a game and feel like you lost it. You know what I mean?
That's exactly how I felt.
All right. Well, without further ado, we're going to do a little new post-show segment here while Potat maneuvers me around the scene, in which we look at some of the highlights from today's games. Yay! Look at that. The magical clip, man. Oh, I'm a forehead now. Right. Oh, and I'm gone now. How delightful. But I believe, yeah, we're starting off here with clip from Frickin' versus Mold. A beautiful set 5 here. Very close games.
I don't even remember what happens here.
Oh,
dang. Is this the entire clip? Oh, okay, right.
That was the entire clip.
I was
Yep,
expecting something else, but it was a beautiful pass with the core flip. W clip down the line.
Yeah. Tell us how you got scored on. All
Dude, I
good.
missed my
Dave, how do you
bro.
feel about that one?
I think I should
This
just
one,
probably the X. I saved that if I just hit the
Oh.
X, bro.
some
Oh,
beautiful
hell no.
goalie violence on the field. This is what
Oh,
this clip is
God.
titled. We get to
Bro.
see our good friend Obscure Breads doing Obscure Breads magic here, taking out a flipped Juliet while Zach Smack gets to wander around a little bit, doing some beautiful defense, and then, as we say in Polar Cortex, and then eventually
Oh, yeah.
caps it off with his own little revenge in a few seconds. Bang!
Oh, yeah.
That guy.
Dang,
Beautiful
bro.
goalie violence.
All good. Yeah, I know. I mean, Rasmus Julie Imizap, guys. It's quite a, it's something else, isn't it?
There
It
will
actually
be
wasn't even
bloodshed.
Rasmus or Julie.
Yeah, there's no Jakar
I
in here.
will comment. We got like 12 KOs this game minimum. He was going crazy on it. Big
Rasmus,
fan of this game.
Yeah, it was disturbing. It
Is
was.
Jakar weak? Where's he at?
Great
Good.
question.
It's a good
man.
question.
I don't
Jakar's
actually
weak,
know.
Clearly.
I think it
we
was-
should we should
was
give
it
him another
s-
10 buffs. I think.
That's true. I agree. I'm so down for that, actually.
I don't know about that one.
All right, moving down the line. As Potat gets the next clip set up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's the same one.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
no.
I'd be down.
This game was a heater.
We don't
Lions
talk
versus
about it.
Pantheon.
Oh yeah. Oh
Lions
my god.
getting their first win today. The Flowers Iron Sphere. How does it feel, Pantheon? Strages
They have a
in
map win,
particular.
or they've won a map before.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
I think it's their second. Yeah.
Yeah, but how does
Yeah,
it feel
at least we're
about
not
the
first.
Iron
At least
Sphere?
we're not first.
Real. Low key, Flowers was moving these sets. I'll say it. As a resident Flowers
The KO
hater,
range was a little interesting.
He had everything.
as resident
crazy.
Flowers hater, I will say she was moving these games. And this
Oh
point
my
was capped off with a beautiful pass up here. Boom! Iron
Pass.
Sphere, shove it in. Let's gaming.
Let's
Good
go.
work, Flowers. Good work, Lion Eat Bears. Just do it next week, you know? No one beats Lions 9 weeks in a row.
That's true.
They've skilled.
All right.
Trust.
And then,
Then.
And that.
boom. Another
Oh,
set
yeah.
5.5 heater from today. Mold versus Frickin'. I think, like this game in general was incredibly close, and there was some great movement going on here. Overall,
Yes.
Taco. At one moment in time, I think Taco had like 5 volleys in the top of the map. It was really beautiful, like strike range edge going on. If those are words that can be spoken.
You know, I'm pretty
But-
sure I know what you're talking about, and I'm pretty sure we lost that point.
I think you
I-
did. It was kind of nice. You did get the barrier eventually.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. I did like to see the
Yeah.
movement there. But just some nice team play on this set point. Should feel pretty proud of this.
It was a solid series. It's fun. Yeah.
I had
Yeah,
pain
very
and
solid
suffering.
series.
Dave was there to be my motivation.
Hell yeah.
I was just saying stuff. I don't even know what I said half the time.
That's
W
all
Dave.
you need to do.
Whenever you get the core, I'm just like, go, 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 go.
That is comms in a
Speaking of
nutshell.
Dave, how has the Kai been feeling? I've personally been loving Kai this patch. I think he keeps getting better and better. And so, how does it feel to pilot him on the midfield?
I think he feels really good, especially when they don't have that much damage. You know, there wasn't that much damage that game, so I didn't feel like I was getting 5 strikes thrown at me. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kai, when you don't have to
On
fear
to-
for your life, is so nice.
Real. Same thing with Octavia, low-key. She's on the come up. She's coming back.
I,
Well,
But yeah,
I,
that missile
I
prop
next
don't
did
know.
work right
waiter,
there.
waiter.
Oh yeah.
This
huge,
one,
let's
this
go.
one was a clean play. This was clean play from Turbo here. I noticed this. Big fan of the IME
Let's go.
gameplay.
What did I do?
Nice
don't
work from
remember.
Zonseki doing this, and then
Oh,
watch the
yeah.
pop
That
right
was
here.
clean.
Bang!
Strike reset
Let's go.
right between the legs of both of them. That was a really good find. Big fan of that play. Not to mention the corner offense was really good as well. Zonseki, you were playing really well in this Atlap game.
Thank you. That's what we go. That's what we go for. Oh yeah.
You know, it's a clean glitch pop. Right between Zack Smack and we was also putting on a clinic these games. Yeah,
He
I mean, I
was,
said it
dude.
about the IME Zap game, but we was doing really, really well.
Dude,
I don't
we
think we
didn't
got.
think.
Actually, I think I have a clip from. Oh, I did get a clip from Wii, but it's not a great one. I think that's about to be the next one that gets showed right about now. But
I was.
Yeah, is that
Dude, I
gonna be
was
this
so
one?
surprised to see him midfield. That was hype.
Yeah, the Wii midfield went kind of crazy. Obviously, we all know him as a brawler, but not bad core control. Next clip though, it might be the Wii Estelle. Yeah, I have a feeling I know exactly what this clip is. Obscure Breads threading the needle.
Oh.
Good work, Wii. Leaving the
Dang.
field. Get out of there. He's long gone. Not scoring that. A little aggressive misstep there, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
For a game that we played very well, I think I grabbed the one moment he played quite poorly.
Oh.
But yeah, no, Obscure Breads also did a phenomenal job these games. Low key, that Breads guy is still top 5 at goalie in the world, probably. So watch out for him.
He is the goat. Holy. My goat, for sure.
With that being said, is that the last clip or is there one more? Oh wait, there's a few more. There's 1.5 more clips. This one is the clip that Daru's gonna enjoy.
Oh hell yeah. What do we got?
This was some incredible set play from Nova. This entire point. It goes on for quite a little while, but ultimately, great revive from Moonbeam. I still don't know how Moonbeam does it on like 80 ping.
Moonbeam's the fucking goat.
Yeah, Moonbeam has been looking super clean. Beautiful defense against the Asher here. Celestia also looking amazingly strong. Good portal play. Daru
Oh, this
with
is that
Oh!
clip.
Yeah. Boom, the team player of dreams.
Oh
The
my
team
god.
player going crazy.
Look at these passing plays.
No
I mean,
way.
it's beautiful. And then keeping the momentum
God.
alive. Bang! And then
Damn.
what a read. Good work, Daru. Good work, Celestia, and good work, Moonbeam. Nova's been looking
That was
hella sharp
phenomenal.
these games. You know, this was
That was
this
great.
I was so
impressive stuff.
happy of this, honestly.
You know, you guys played that expertly. I really like the passing that was Kareen.
Thank you, brother.
But yeah, just keep that going one more time. I want people to see the lines, the theory that was
I want
going
the people
on.
to see that, but I don't know if I
I
want
want
to
the
see
people
that.
to see boom, boom, bang. And
God
we
damn.
keep the passes open. Yeah, team player might be a little broken, but look at that through the portal as well. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal execution. Very good work, Nova. Very good work. All right, and now for our final clip. This one is a little production thing that occurred.
Oh.
You might want to watch the eardrums, folks.
Oh no.
Oh, that's good. It's been turned down from 59 decibels, so that's nice.
Dude, that profile pic from Fresh is so
Wait.
good. What do we got here? I can't even hear anything. Oh, okay.
A long time. And Meow, while not
Gotcha,
the,
gotcha.
not the hottest season, probably doing a little worse than we expected. No, not Team Scott that either.
A little technical difficulties occurred. But yeah, ultimately, pretty funny stuff and great stream run from Potat. I'd just like to shout this guy out again, doing God's greatest work. Yeah, ultimately, been pretty fun watching these. Tater and Tot, long live it. We're making my forehead massive again. Oh, I keep getting larger. How delightful.
Hell yeah. I've disappeared as well.
we've eaten.
I've been devoured.
Bro. I'm
God,
just
no.
so hungry. Like if I look this way, yeah. If I look, you know, there you go. I
No.
chomped him.
Oh hell no.
Bro, there's a taco right
Yeah.
there, please.
No, I'm simply hungry for the fan. You know. Sometimes you have to eat the fan. Anyways,
All good.
I have been your host, Samuel Zoro, the Fool Zachinsky. It's been a pleasure joining you on this week 8. One more week. I'm yapping. It's not over yet. Yeah, but yeah, it's been a pleasure. I've had a great time watching this series, and I hope to see you all again next week. We have more fun things planned for the future, and so yeah, keep tuning in. Any final comments from the people about next week? What you're looking forward to when it comes to your games and whatnot?
Julock sucks, but I love him.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the question. I was zoning out. So.
The lobster.
Oh,
any
even
any
better.
final comments before we head out? Why are we making my face bigger? Here, wait, here. Want to get on camera? Here, let me turn my camera slightly. That's the wrong way. I have brain disease. Say hi, Marge.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
There we go.
W homeworking. All right, that's about it from me.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Oh, he's
All
back.
Oh,
right,
he's gone.
I keep moving
But he's
around. This is the longest goodbye of all time, but yeah.
It's
Bye
okay.
bye.
Here's how you do it.
Oh, I
And
mean,
he's gone.
that is how you do it, bro.
What?
He's had enough.
What
What
is?
is happening?
Oh hell no!
Discord.